All right, we should be good. Um, Damn, what was I? Where was I at? What was I saying? Um, what was I? What was I on? Damn, I can't remember the last thing I said. Oh, the the morality, right? I was on morality.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So he commanded them not to gain a moral conscience and oh Canaan, thank you. And he sent them into Canaan to kill every man, boy, woman, and child. Believers have this understanding that the Canaanites sacrificed their children to the god Molech. It is inferred in the text. It's not explicitly stated anywhere in the text that the Canaanites sacrificed their children to a god, right? But even if it did state that, if the God is responsible for waking humans up every morning, he allows you to be woken up every morning and not die in your sleep, and it's his decision, then I him commanding humans to go and kill other humans after he wakes them up would be the type of command that someone without a moral conscience would be required to follow, right? Someone without
Mm.
their own moral conscience would wouldn't ask, did the Canaanites actually sacrifice their children? What evidence is it that the Canaanites are sacrificing their children? Should I be killing people for sacrificing their children? Should I kill babies because grown adults are sacrificing their children to a different God? Um, but with this lack of moral conscience, you just obey and you just do. There's another scripture in the Bible where the God commands the Medes to go into Babylon and kill babies and rape Babylonian women. And
Yeah, the prophecy.
yeah, and if you don't have your own moral conscience and your God is your foundation of morality, then
Mm.
you just do what God says.
Was it a command?
Yes, he said, I command my consecrated ones and I summon my mighty ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So you said the Medes, right?
Hmm. Humans.
Well, that was a yeah, that was a pagan nation. They didn't even
They were
believe in God.
they were humans. Oh,
Yeah.
your God often called leaders of other pagan nations his consecrated ones, his messiahs, his chosen ones, his servants. Like literally, he Jeremiah in the book of Jeremiah, when your God commanded Nebuchadnezzar, when he sent Nebuchadnezzar in to destroy Jerusalem,
Mhm.
your God calls Nebuchadnezzar his servant.
Mhm.
And even though Nebuchadnezzar didn't believe in your God used Nebuchadnezzar to harm Jerusalem. And because he sent Nebuchadnezzar in to rape Israelite women and destroy Jerusalem, he then says, I'm going to send the Medes into Babylon to do the same thing to them.
So you're saying he commanded? I feel like we're talking about um war. We're talking about
It
war.
doesn't matter. We're talking about your God's commands and a human's lack of their own moral conscience and depending on your God to be your foundation of morality. If your God commands you to do a thing, whether it's war, it doesn't matter. If your God commands you to do a thing, you just obey. You just do because you don't have your own moral conscience. You're not aware that your actions are immoral because your God is your foundation of morality. The interesting thing here is that the Canaanites didn't sacrifice their children. It was the Israelites doing it. The Bible explicitly states that it was the Israelites who built the Tophet to Molech. It was the Israelites who were sacrificing their children. Archaeologists have found funeral urns with inscriptions written in Hebrew of children, child sacrifices dedicated to Yahweh and Asherah. We don't have any evidence of Canaanites sacrificing their children to a god named Molech. We don't even have evidence of a god named Molech being worshipped by anybody in the ancient Near East. But we have
I mean, but
texts.
the
I'm
Canaanites did
sorry.
though.
What evidence do you have of that?
Are you talking about physical evidence or
or
like
even in the
historical evidence?
Bible. There's nothing in this Bible that says they did. As I stated,
They did though.
how do you know that?
The Canaanites did. They
How
sacrificed
did
children.
I'm asking a how question?
It's in
How
Deuteronomy
can
12.
you show it to me, please?
Yeah, it's Deuteronomy 12 and 31.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up.
Hello, Thinker.
Hey, Kalu.
Yeah, I requested when you initially asked.
Oh,
I'm
it
not gonna
didn't
lie.
show me that.
Yeah, it's okay. I am sleepy now, though.
Oh, you can go ahead and go ahead and get some rest. Thank you for
All
coming
right,
up
no
though.
worries. For sure.
All right. Um, it says you must not do the same for your Lord. Hold on. When the Lord your God has cut off before you the nations whom you are about to enter to dispose them, when you have disposed them and live in their land, take care that you are not snared to imitating them after they have been destroyed before you. Do not inquire concerning their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? I also want to do the same. You must not do the same for your God, because every abhorrent thing that the Lord hates they have done for your gods. They would even burn their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods. You must diligently observe everything that I command you. Do not add it or do not add or take away from it.
Yeah, so the Canaanites, they were sacrificing children to their
I'm sorry.
gods.
Where does it say the Canaanites sacrificed their children to a god named Molech? If you remember me saying,
You stated that.
I can play it back. If you remember me saying, there is nothing that says that the Canaanites sacrificed their children to a god named Molech. In fact, the Bible explicitly states that the Israelites built the Tophet to Molech. There is nothing in archaeological history that says that a god named Molech even existed.
So let's see. Well, the Canaanites worshipped multiple gods. I mean, it wasn't just Molech, according to, I mean, Leviticus.
Where does it say that when your God sent them into Canaan to kill every man, boy, woman, and child, where does it say that the Canaanites sacrificed their children to the god named Molech? It explicitly states that the Israelites built the Tophet to Molech in the book of Jeremiah in chapter 7. The Israelites built that Tophet. It explicitly states that the Israelites
And where?
sacrificed their children in Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 21. I
Okay,
think
21.
starting at verse 21.
Does the God of Israel put your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices and eat flesh? Um, mm, mm, mm. I mean, Jeremiah 32 says that they did this.
Let's see, Jeremiah 7:31. Let's see. And for the people of Judah, starting at verse 30, chapter 7, for the people of Judah have done evil in my sight, says the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house that is called by my name, defiling it. And they go on building the high place of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my mind. Therefore, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when it will no more be called Topheth, or the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. For they will bury in Topheth until there is no more room. The corpses of this people will be food for the birds, for the birds of the air, for the animals of the earth, and no one will frighten them away. And I will bring to an end the sound of mirth and gladness, the voice of the bride and bridegroom in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, for the land shall become a waste.
Right.
Mm-hmm. The Israelites built the high place, built the Tophet.
That's not true according to Jeremiah 32.
Jeremiah 31 says, and they, for the people of Judah have done evil in my sight, says the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house that is called by my name, defiling it. Judah did this. And they is Judah, go on building the high place of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom. That is Judah building the high place of Tophet, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my mind.
Right. Where are you at?
Jeremiah 7, verse 30.
You're in 7 and 30. Yeah. And they did that according to what they had gotten from Canaan, because if
Canaan didn't build the Tophet. There's nothing in here that says Canaan built that Tophet.
I get what you're saying.
Right. The Israelites built the Tophet. And the crazy thing is that what we're talking about right now is your God commanding Israelites to kill Canaanites, when the Israelites it's explicitly stated in this Bible that your God calls the Israelites to sacrifice their own sons. Your God commanded the Israelites to kill other humans for sacrificing their sons and daughters to Molech. His issue wasn't child sacrifice. His issue was that they were sacrificing to Molech.
I understand. What I'm simply stating is that Israel, they did fall into child sacrifice
Your
and idol
God
worship,
required child sacrifice. Did you not hear me just say that? Your God required sacrifices. Leviticus 27.
but that's not true.
It is true. Leviticus 20. Jericho was a whole ass sacrifice to your God. But Leviticus 27, 28, and 29 tells you that if you offer humans as a offering to your God, you cannot buy them back. You have to put them to death if they are of enemy nations. It literally says it in Leviticus 27, 28, and 29. When he talks about the votive offerings, and he starts off that chapter putting a valuation on human beings who are offered to your God, and the price you have to pay, the ransom you have to pay to get them back. And when he gets to foreigners that you capture in war, if you donate any of the foreigners to your God as a votive offering, he says in verse 29, no human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. You cannot ransom them back if you offer them as an offering to the God at the temple. So he did accept sacrifice. Exodus 20, 25. I think it's 25 and 20 or 20 and 25. Give me just a second. I always get it mixed up. I mean, Ezekiel, not Exodus. Ezekiel 20. Let's see. Yeah. Ezekiel 25 and 20. Nope, it's gotta be. Oh yeah, 20 Ezekiel 20 starting at verse 25. He says, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. And he's talking about the Israelites. He says, I defiled them through their very gifts and offering up, all of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord. So he's saying he caused them to, he said he gave them statutes and laws that he knew they couldn't live by, causing them and forcing them to offer their firstborns up in fire so that he would horrify them.
I just want to state something. Human sacrifice happens in two contexts, and that's with pagan nations and rebellious Israelites who copy pagans. When
I'm
you look at
sorry.
verse 24, he says that because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes and had polluted my Sabbaths, and their
Uh-huh.
eyes were after their fathers' idols.
And he
So they were
caused them.
copying.
Who caused them to
Yeah.
sacrifice their children? Who caused them to do it? He says, moreover, he said, because they did not follow my statutes, he says, I gave them statutes and ordinances that I knew they couldn't live by. So who commanded it?
I think you're confusing it. I think
Okay, he says, moreover, I swore to them in the wilderness that I would scatter them among the nations and disperse them through the countries, because they had not executed my ordinances, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols. Moreover, I gave them statutes.
yeah.
What does that mean when he say that? When
He gave them over
No, when he says
to
no, it doesn't. He doesn't say I gave them over. He says, moreover, I gave them statutes. What does I gave them statutes mean?
I gave them statutes.
What does that mean? That you're just repeating it. I'm asking, what does it mean?
I'm trying to tell you what it
You
means.
just repeated the words, I gave them statutes. I'm asking, what does I gave them statutes mean?
I'm telling you that he didn't give them those statutes.
What does it mean when it says I gave them statutes? What does that mean? Who is the I?
Eh,
Who is the I there?
This is God. And
Okay.
he's
Hold on.
saying,
Hold on. This is okay. So when he says I, right? He's saying I,
right,
Yahweh. What does gave mean?
he gave them over.
Where do you see I gave them over?
No, because
What,
we're
no,
talking about,
hold on. Where do you
we're
see?
talking about,
Hold on. Where do you see I gave them over? Why are you adding over after them? Why are you adding that?
because I'm talking about Hebrew grammar.
No, okay. Do you speak Hebrew?
No, I don't.
I do. So what do you mean you're talking about Hebrew grammar?
And when we talk about, okay, so there's multiple, right? Because gave
Multiple
can
what?
mean allow.
Wait, so hold on.
Gave,
Why are you adding over after them is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you that he handed them over.
Where
What they
I
wanted to
know what
do,
you're saying. I'm saying, why are you saying that? Why are you adding that is what I'm asking.
I'm not adding
You
it
are
though.
adding I gave them over, and that's not in the
Okay.
text. You are
Okay.
adding that. That's not there. He says, I gave them statutes.
Right.
And if you want to see what it says in the Hebrew,
Yeah. Because he's saying, since you rejected my laws, I'm going to give you over to
he
those
doesn't say
laws, the
that. He
nations
said
that you want to
he
follow.
says I gave them statutes and ordinances that I knew they could not follow. He did it. And any scholar that talks about
But
this,
those weren't
hold
his
on, stop. Any
statutes.
scholar that talks about this knows that Yahweh forced them into sacrificing their children as a punishment.
No, he
Yes,
didn't.
he did. He literally says he did in the text. You have to add words to the text to make it mean what you need it to mean. And then the fact that you're
It's not what I wanted to mean, though.
yes it is, because first off, you're trying to say that this is the Hebrew explanation and you don't read Hebrew. Then the word over is not in your English translation. It's not there. You're adding that. He literally says, I gave them statutes. He says, I did this. It says, let's see. It says, Vagam Ani. He says, Vagam Ani. Ani means I did this.
Yeah.
There is no I gave them over. He says, Vagam Ani Nahati. Lachem. Hukim. Lo Tovaim. Ush. I can't say this word. Ush. I'm sorry. Mishpatim. Lo Yehu Bachem. So at the beginning he says Vagam Ani Nahati. He says he did this. There is no I gave them over. You're adding that.
Okay. I wouldn't call it an addition. I'm talking about what's implied.
It's not implied. It's not implied
in verse 24.
No, it's not. No, it's not. He literally says, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, and they're offering up all their firstborn in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord. He's literally saying, I caused this. I gave them laws telling them to sacrifice their children so that it would horrify them. He says that here. Leviticus 27, when he's given the votive offerings. In verse 28, he says, nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction for the Lord, be it human or animal or inherited landholding, may be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. That means if you offer a captive from enemy nations to this God as a votive offering, you cannot redeem it. You cannot pay a ransom the same way you can an Israelite. You must put that captive to death.
Okay. When I say it's implied, because when you go down to verse 30 and 31, he says in Ezekiel, he said, wherefore say unto the house of Israel, thus saith the Lord God, are ye polluted after the manner of your fathers, and commit ye whoredom after their abominations? For when ye offer gifts, when you make your sons to pass through the fire, you pollute yourselves with all your idols.
Which is why he said he defiled them. He literally says, I defiled them through their very gifts.
So you're saying God contradicts himself?
He contradicts himself all the damn time. But right here, he didn't. Right here, he's not contradicting himself. He intentionally defiled them. He intentionally made them unclean. He intentionally commanded for them to pass their children through the fire. He's saying he did it to horrify them so that they would know that he is God.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional.
It was intentional when he says when he says, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. He says he gave them those statutes. He gave them those laws, and he knew that they could not live by them. He says he did it. It was intentional.
Okay, those statutes were not his, because he tells you in 24 that they weren't his.
He says, right? I gave them statutes. You do realize that in Exodus 13, if we go to Exodus 13, he tells them that all that opens the womb is his, right? Like there's several redactions that had to be done with this text. Hold on. Let's see. I think it's Exodus 13. Hold on. Let me get my book, Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel. Hold on.
So my question.
Hold on. We're gonna go through his. Okay. We're gonna go through his statutes, his older statutes.
Okay.
before the redaction. Hold on. Okay. Okay, the first one we're gonna do is Exodus 13. It says, "When the Lord has brought you into the land of the Canaanites, as He swore to you and your ancestors." I think it's supposed to be verse 22, but hold on. No. And swore to your ancestors and has given it to you. You shall set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb. All the firstborn offspring of your livestock that are male shall be the Lord's. But every firstborn donkey you shall redeem with a sheep. If you do not redeem it, you must break its neck. Every firstborn male among your children you shall redeem. When in the future your child asks you, what does this mean? You shall answer, by strength of hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt from the house of slavery. When Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from human firstborn to the firstborn of animals. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord every male that first opens the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem. It shall serve as a sign on your hand and as an emblem on your forehead, that by strength of hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. So they were to offer all of their firstborn. Now, mind you, this is at this Exodus 13 is at a later redaction, right? This is at the point where they are redeeming their firstborn males, but they were to offer all of the firstborn of and then redeem them by paying the price in Leviticus 27. Okay. Let me put up another Bible page, another Bible app page, so we can flip back and forth. So
So you're
Leviticus,
talking about the consecration of the firstborn.
okay, so I'm gonna read it again. Okay, it says, "When the Lord has brought you in the land of the Canaanites, as He swore to
Mm-hmm.
you and to your ancestors, and has given it to you, you shall set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb." All the firstborn offspring of your livestock that are male shall be the Lord's. But every firstborn donkey you shall redeem with a sheep. If you do not redeem it, you must break its neck. Every firstborn male among your children you shall redeem. When in the future your child asks you, what does this mean? You shall answer, by strength of hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt from the house of slavery. When Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from human firstborn to the firstborn of animals. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord every male that first opens the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem. It shall serve as a sign on your hand and as an emblem on your forehead, that by strength of hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. I find it interesting that it's firstborn of the sons we redeem, because if it's a girl that first opens the womb, did it get sacrificed? That's a question I gotta fucking write down and research.
There was no
Hold on. It was sacrificing child in Israel. Hold on. Give me just
They
a
were
second.
not killing those
Yes, they
children.
did. The number's 31. Yes, they did. But hold on. Wait. Girl, you need to read some scholarship. Yes, they did. It was
I feel
sacrificing
like it's
Israel.
implied.
It's not. Well, feelings and facts are two different things. And right now
No,
right now,
even with
hold
Ezekiel.
on. Right now we're dealing with data. We're dealing with data. We're dealing with facts.
Right.
I don't do feelings over facts. You do. I don't. And you have
No,
not.
I deal with
You no,
facts.
you don't. You literally added the word over in Ezekiel, and then you're saying it's implied. You are not dealing with facts.
Psalms 81 and 12 is
We're not talking about Psalms
it's
81 and
concurrent
12.
with that.
We're not talking about Psalms 81 and 12. But like I said, give me just a second. Let me write this question down. 15. Damn, ink pen that went out of ink. Okay. All right. The next one we're gonna go to. Oh no, go ahead. What were you saying? What were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying I'm yeah, it says I gave them statutes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Psalms 81 and 12 is it's like I said, it's like interpreting. The Psalms 81 and 12 says, so I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, right?
That's not
Those were
referring
not
to these are two different things.
no, but I'm showing you where
But that's it
in
doesn't.
this instance,
Nope.
because they were following after their fathers,
That's
he gave
not
them
what he
over to
said
that.
here. That is not what he
Okay.
said here. You cannot go to Psalms and read back into Ezekiel. That's not
What
what
I'm
he
saying
said
is
here.
God doesn't contradict
Yes,
himself.
the fuck he does.
Okay.
He does because the book isn't univocal. Like he literally contradicts himself with the Davidic covenant. He tells David that he's gonna have a kingdom forever, and it doesn't matter if Solomon or his sons commit iniquity. He's just gonna whip them with the rod of humans, but the kingdom will last forever. Then he sends Nebuchadnezzar in to destroy the same damn kingdom that he promised David will last forever. He does contradict himself. The book is not univocal. It doesn't have one
Wait, say that
author.
again. I just I want to talk about the first. Then I'm gonna go to that because he didn't contradict
Yes,
himself
the fuck he did.
when because his kingdom is forever,
No,
and
the
it
fuck
shows
it's
that in
not.
the New Testament.
It's not forever.
Okay.
He promised David a house. He promised David a throne. And he promised David a son sitting on that throne. Jesus ain't a house. And Jesus ain't a throne. And no matter how y'all try to create this metaphorical, invisible spiritual throne to keep this so-called kingdom alive, the Davidic kingdom does not exist. It is nowhere
So
on
David
earth.
wasn't king.
What?
Was David not king, and was his son not king?
Did he say forever? Did he say a house, a throne, and a son on the throne forever? Did he say forever?
Yes.
Is there a Davidic kingdom on this earth right now with a son sitting on a throne in a house?
Hold on. Can you give me that
What you
scripture
mean? Hold
if you
on.
don't mind?
What? No. What you mean? Hold on. Is there a Davidic kingdom on the earth right now?
Not on the earth, no.
No. And first off, your Jesus wouldn't even be from the line of David. How the hell is the Holy Spirit his daddy? And he be from the
It
line of
was
David. He's not from the line
he
of
was
David.
though.
No, he's not. Which line? Nathan or Solomon? Because Matthew says he's from the line of Solomon and Luke says he's from the line of Nathan. So who is his actual great granddaddy? Which line? Nathan wasn't
The
royal.
scripture says the root of
Hold
David.
on. Nathan wasn't royal. It says from the shoot of Jesse. So which shoot? Because Nathan ain't royal and Solomon's line was cursed not to sit on the throne. So which one? Which one? Because
Okay.
one of them ain't royal. So Nathan was never a king. He's non-royalty.
That's
Solomon's
correct.
line through Jeconiah was cursed to never sit on the throne. And if you say it's through Solomon's line, then that's another contradiction because your God cursed that line. And then he goes and sends your savior through that line to sit on the throne that he promised would last forever, but then sent Nebuchadnezzar to destroy, but then brought back for it to be metaphysical.
Okay, so if I can explain this, if if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, so Jesus is called in Matthew 1:1. He's called the son of David and the son of Abraham, and so we see that Jesus is biologically right descended from David through
How?
Mary.
Wait, show me who was Mary's father. Who was Mary's
What do you
father?
mean? Who?
Who was
It
Mary's
doesn't.
father? How is he biologically through the throne of David through Mary? How is Mary connected to David? Show me Mary's lineage and how she's connected to David.
Okay. Okay. It was through Nathan.
Nope, that's Jesus's line through Nathan. That's what I just told you. The Luke's narrative. That's Jesus. Literally says Jacob, Heli is Joseph's father. That's Joseph's line, not Mary's.
I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Jesus is legally descended from David through Joseph.
How if Joseph is not his father?
It is his adopted
So
father,
not so he is not of the shoot of Jesse. He's not biologically through David.
not biologically. No.
Exactly. What did your God promise David?
Yeah, he said that I will raise up unto David a righteous branch, a king shall
Nope.
reign.
What is Nathan's
He said,
what
I
is
will raise up
Nathan's
your
oracle?
offspring
What
after
is
you.
Nathan's oracle to David?
I'm sorry.
What is Nathan's oracle to David? 2 Samuel 7. What's the covenant your God made to David through Nathan?
He said, what is Nathan's oracle to David?
Yes, the covenant that Nathan communicated to David pertaining to this.
Okay. He tells him that he will not be the one to build the temple.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, he reminds him of how he raised him up. And then he promises to establish Israel permanently, and that he promises David an eternal dynasty.
Let's read from verse 12.
Yeah,
Actually,
I will
actually, we're
set up
gonna
your.
start. Actually, we're gonna start from verse 11b. Moreover, the Lord declares to you that the Lord will make you a house. When your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. When he commits iniquity, I will punish him with a rod such as mortals use, with blows inflicted by human beings. But I will not take my steadfast love from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away from before you. Your house and your kingdom shall be made sure forever before me. Your throne shall be established forever. In accordance with all these words and with all this vision, Nathan spoke to David. They were to
Yes.
they were to come from David's body. Jesus does not. Jesus has no biological trait to David. David's house was to last forever. David's throne was to last forever. David's kingdom was to last forever. That was the unconditional covenant. There is no if they sin, I will destroy the kingdom. There is a if they sin, I will whoop their ass, but your kingdom will last forever.
Yeah. So when we look at that, he said, thy seed shall proceed out of thy bowels. This is directly referring to Solomon, right? Because he's born from David, he succeeds David as king, and he builds the physical temple. Then he said that I will establish the throne forever, right? This is referring to Jesus.
It's not referring
Because
to Jesus because Jesus does not come from David or Solomon's bowels.
we're
Jesus,
talking about a
Jesus,
legal.
Jesus does not. It doesn't. It says from your body, from your body.
Yeah, did Solomon not come from his
Jesus
body?
didn't. Jesus didn't come from Solomon's body. Jesus didn't come from David's body. Jesus came from a ghost. Jesus did not come through sperm.
So Romans 1 and 3, and it says, concerning his son Jesus Christ our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh.
Made by
And
somebody's
so
ink
it's,
pen because he does not come from David. He comes from, how is it that this is what I'm talking about? Like, how do you expect me, knowing how biology worked, right? There is no human semen involved in your Jesus's birth. None. You want me to just pretend like Joseph nutted in Mary when your book says the Holy Spirit got Mary pregnant? Your book says that Mary was a virgin. Your book says that
yeah,
Jesus' father is your God. And Joseph was bullied into adopting him.
okay. I'm looking at what it says, right? And it's not just through Joseph, it's through Mary
Then show
as
me
well.
Mary's line.
It tells you in Luke.
Show me that show me where it says this is Mary's line in Luke. Luke what?
Okay,
Luke what?
let me get the full chapter. Luke chapter 3.
Yep, show me where it says this is Mary's line.
You start at verse 23.
Mhm. Go ahead. Go ahead and read it.
Okay. And Jesus himself began to be about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, which was the son of Heli, which was the son of Mathik, which was the son of Levi, which was the son of, this is a long genealogy, hold on.
Wait. I'm sorry. Jesus was the son of, was thought to be the son of who? What does it say there? Jesus was thought to be the son of who?
Joseph.
And Joseph is
Wait, hold on.
the son of who?
Uh, Heli, however you pronounce that.
Uh-huh. And then son of Matat, son of Levi, son of Malachi, son of Janai, son of Joseph, son of Matthias, son of Amos, son of Nahum, son of Esli, son of Nagai, son of Maath, son of Matthias, son of Semen, son of Josek, son of Joda, son of Jonan, son of Rasha, son of Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, son of Neri, son of Melchi, son of Adai, son of Kosam, son of Elmadam, son of son of Joshua, son of Eleazar, son of Joram, son of Mathat, son of Levi, son of Simeon, son of Judah, son of Joseph, son of Jonem, son of Eliakim, son of Maliah, son of Menah, son of Mattahah, son of Nathan, son of David, son of Jesse. Where is Mary?
Right.
Where is Mary?
It said, okay, so when I went to,
No, in the Bible, where's Mary?
Mary's not stated.
Whose
They
whose
used
line
the,
whose
they,
line is this? Who is
There
Heli's?
are two
Who is
genealogies.
Heli's son? Who is Heli's son?
Joseph.
Joseph. Yeah, the other genealogy is in Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew 1 is Joseph's genealogy.
And
And
Matthew
Luke
2,
3 is
where
Mary's.
does it say Mary? It literally says Joseph is the son of Heli. Why are you ignoring that in verse 23?
I'm not ignoring it.
Then
Like I
how is
said,
this Joseph's line and Mary's line?
because Romans 1 and 3 tells us that he
But
was made the seed of
I'm
David
asking
according
you,
to the
I'm
flesh.
asking you, how is Luke 3:23 both Mary's line and Joseph's line at the same time? Right, Bash, unless they're brother and sister.
Um,
I mean, they do be doing it.
If it would also be another contradiction, because doesn't he say in Leviticus 18, don't do that shit?
Mm-hmm.
okay, so, okay. Matthew 1 is Joseph's simply, and it shows you because it's through Solomon.
I already said that.
Matthew 1 is through Solomon.
Matthew 1 is through
Okay,
Solomon. Luke 3 is through Nathan, Solomon's other son,
exactly. So that's
who was
two.
non-royal. Nathan was not a king. Nathan
He
was
had a son
Nathan was
named
Nathan
Nathan.
exactly. Nathan was non-royal.
We're
Nathan
not
was
talking
not
about Nathan the
that.
prophet.
No, we're not talking about Nathan the prophet. We're talking about Solomon's son. Nathan was never a king. Solomon's son Nathan was never a king.
What does not being a king
It's
have to
not
do with
royalty. It's not. How can Jesus be a king from a non-king?
And I'm sorry, that's not true because First Chronicles 3 tells us his four sons, David's four
Where?
sons.
Tell me when Nathan ruled. When did Nathan rule Israel? When did Nathan sit on the throne?
He did not sit on the throne.
He was never a
Solomon
king.
did.
He was never a king. So how can
But that was
Jesus?
his
How can
son.
Jesus be a king from a non-king?
He was royalty.
He was not a king.
That does not matter.
It does matter. That is succession.
It
It
doesn't.
matters because there is succession in a kingdom, in a monarchy. It matters.
He was a prince of the royal family,
He
though.
was not a king. The whole reason Luke used Nathan was for the inclusion of the Gentiles, was to say that Jesus was non-royal and that he was focused on universalism. That was the reason Luke used Nathan.
Yes, Luke used Nathan to show that Jesus was from the root of David
Right? As non-royalty.
through Nathan.
As non-royalty.
How was Nathan not a prince?
He was not a king. He
I'm not
had
talking
no
about king,
authority.
I'm
He
talking
had
about
no
prince.
authority. He had no authority. Nathan had no authority. None. No authority whatsoever. And then on top of that, you can't be your uncle's child and then your other uncle's child from your mama's family at the same damn time. It's got to be
What
one
do
of
you
them.
mean?
He can't be from Solomon's bloodline and Nathan's bloodline. Nathan and Solomon can't both be his great 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 grandfather from the same
Yeah,
father.
he was adopted by Joseph.
Duh. That's my whole point.
Okay,
That he ain't
so
really a fucking Israelite. That he don't have the blood of David. That's my point. But the fact that there are two different lineages going on here, saying that both Nathan and both Solomon are his great 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 grandfathers. Only one of them can be the great 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 grandfather from the same
this
father.
is okay, and this is why God uses Joseph
Do you
through
understand?
full
Even
legal
if he uses
sonship.
Joseph, even if he uses Joseph, only one of these men is Joseph's great, 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 great grandfather. Both of them cannot be, which means only one
Yes,
of them is Jesus's great, 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 great grandfather. Both of them cannot be. Only one human can hold that spot.
yes, I understand that.
Do you?
Yes, Solomon is according to Joseph, and this is through adoption.
Both of them are
And
through
Nathan,
adoption.
no, Mary is
Mary
his
is
mother.
not listed in neither of these genealogies. You are adding Mary the same way you added the word over in Ezekiel. Mary is
Oh,
not
okay, I see what
in
you're
these
saying.
genealogies.
Um, but this was, I understand that Mary was not listed because genealogies don't list women.
It also says that this is the genealogy of Joseph in verse
It says was
23.
supposed.
It says Joseph is the son of Heli in verse
Yes, her husband's
23.
name
That's not
stood
her
in their
husband.
place.
No, wait, show me proof of that. Show me proof of that.
It says Jesus being as was supposed the son of Joseph,
And
right?
who is Joseph the son of?
The son of Heli, right?
Exactly. That means that Luke
Jewish
is saying that Heli is Joseph's father.
in law.
It doesn't say father-in-law.
It doesn't have to.
It does
Jewish
have to.
genealogical law
Then
allows a
show me
man to
that.
be recorded as the
Show me
son.
proof of that. Show me evidence of that. Give me credible scholarly research, peer-reviewed research that says that,
Okay.
and archaeological proof of it, and not just some. I don't want just someone's feelings. Professor Huso, you're the quite little the dumb shit that you're not getting is that this is a fucking contradiction. The thing that I don't like about believers is that you all just make up shit. Like you live in your own delusional world. Like I'm not the one inserting shit into the text. Your fellow believer is the one inserting the shit into the text, and you are accusing me of doing it. And all I've done is read the text word for word. That's the infuriating part. Y'all have lost all touch with reality. We are not talking about inheritance, and don't fucking type in caps in my comments. Duh, Joseph doesn't have two fathers. That's the fucking problem.
Sorry.
But if I'm wrong, shouldn't it be hard to find the evidence of that? Just wait on the evidence.
Yeah.
Bash, if you would have come up, you can. I see you typing in the comments.
Yeah. So I found this jwa.org. Why are women left out of Jewish genealogy is the title. By Abby Rickensmark, and it states that even with this plethora of data, women are sometimes overlooked in Jewish genealogy. Often they're referred to without names, only as someone's wife or mother, and this makes it very difficult to trace women and learn about them through genealogical records.
Do you
Let
think
me
that that
keep.
serves as proof of what you are trying to prove right here?
I can find another one.
Genesis 4:19. Lamech took two wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. Ada bore Jabal. He was the ancestor of those who live in tents and have livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the ancestor of all those who played the lyre and pipe. Zillah bore Tubal-Cain, who made all kinds of bronze and iron tools. The sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Genesis 11:29 has Sarah in let me see. I think it has Sarah listed. Now these are the descendants of Terah. Terah was the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran was the father of Lot. Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his birth in Ur of the Chaldeans. Abram and Nahor took wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarah, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and Iscah. Now Sarah was barren. She had no child. Sarah is listed in the genealogy, and so is Milcah. Let's see, Genesis 22. Now, after these things, it was told Abram, Milcah also has borne children to your brother Nahor. Uz, the firstborn, Buz, his brother, Chemiel, the father of Aram, Chesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jidlaph, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. These eight Milcah bore to Nahor, Abram's brother. Moreover, his concubine, whose name was Ruma, bore Teba, Gaham, Tahash, and Makkah. Keturah's line is listed in Genesis 25.
Okay, I found what I was looking for. Okay, let me just highlight it. It's called Four Women in the Genealogical of Jesus According to the Gospel of Matthew by Jerry Milan. And I'm going to go down. It says, while the mention of Mary is a logical one, the question may be raised of why these other four women were listed by Matthew and not any other maternal persons, such as the matriarchal women, Sarah, Rebecca, and Leah, for example. He does not explain, but the fact is that they featured in prominent and specific ways in the history of Israel, described in the scriptures, and which are linked to the Davidic and Messianic bloodline, ways that stretched beyond the traditional focus of marrying and bearing children. This approach by Matthew makes sense in view of the patriarchal system that prevailed in that nation during the biblical times, as well as the tradition of keeping the Messianic bloodline pure and unpolluted. This purity tradition seems to be at the heart of these women's place in the genealogy presented by Matthew. Sadly, one finds considerable confusion on this matter, as various viewpoints and explanations are presented, even in Jewish environments. Let me see.
What is it that
Let
you
me keep
just
going down.
proved? I'm confused. What did you just prove?
I just want to say this real quick. What she just read was that there are four women mentioned in that genealogy. So it would contradict the idea that women aren't mentioned in genealogies.
It would also contradict like why they wouldn't name Mary if Heli is Mary's
Right,
father.
right. That's what I mean. So
It
there
says
is
there was a
women mentioned
patriarchal
in there.
system.
But there are
So,
women listed in the genealogy in Matthew, though.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So you can't say that there aren't women listed in the genealogy and then read something about why there are four women mentioned in the genealogies.
But what you were supposed to be finding is proof that Heli is Joseph's father-in-law, and that you are not adding in-law to the text the same way you are adding over in Ezekiel.
Okay. Okay. This article called "The Two Genealogies of the Son of Man" by Levi Bakerinick. Um, in comparing the genealogies found in Matthew 1 and Luke 3.
Hold on, spell that last name for me.
Yeah. Bake, Bake, Rink, Rink, Levi Bakerick, I think how you pronounce. And the two genealogies of the Son of Man.
What is his credit? His credentials? He's a minister. He's not a scholar.
Mm,
He's not a biblical scholar.
And what was the lady name? Pickens, Mickens, Rickens. Never mind. I found it.
She's not. The Bible says Heli was Joseph's father. She's looking for proof that Heli was Joseph's father-in-law. What would be the reason that they wouldn't put father-in-law, Sean?
I mean, I don't know.
Like, I mean, if he was the father-in-law, is Mary and Joseph kin? Are they kin?
They could be.
Doesn't your God talk about that in the text in Leviticus 18? Isn't that incest? Wouldn't that be incest if Heli is Mary's uh, father and Joseph's father-in-law, and then in Matthew, Joseph's father is listed through the line of David? Wouldn't that be incest?
Yeah.
So that would be another contradiction of your God. Or it doesn't matter because he's not really of David's blood.
Okay. There's a lot of.
Because the thing is that the
Well, it
oracle
says that
from
Christians are split.
the oracle from Nathan says that it would come from his sons. Is Mary a son?
No.
Your daddy's son.
And then Nathan wasn't a king. Solomon's line was cursed, and a king is not supposed to sit on the throne ever again from that line, from Jeconiah. So Mary, even if you say that Heli is Mary's father, Mary's line has its own problems. But the reason we ended up here is because you kept saying that your God doesn't contradict himself when talking about your God sending the Israelites into Canaan to kill people, when your God has the so-called power to wake people up or not allow people to wake up. Yet he decided to put that power in the hands of humans and command humans to go into a land and kill humans because they were doing something he didn't want them to do. And we have gotten so far away from why did your God command humans to not gain a moral conscience?
We're going back to Genesis.
So I'm gonna say it again. We got here because you kept saying that your God does not contradict himself. In response to my saying that your God commanded his Israelites to go into Canaan and kill humans, while your God is all powerful and is responsible for waking humans up or not allowing them to wake up. He put that power in the hands of humans to go and kill other humans. And my original question to you was, why did your God command humans to not gain a moral conscience? Why didn't your God want humans to know when his commands were immoral?
Um, I mean, I wouldn't say that he did not command them not to have a moral compass.
Did he command them to not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
He did,
Is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil symbolic for moral awareness and a moral conscience?
yes.
Therefore, he commanded them to not gain a moral conscience. And when they gained that moral conscience, he chased them out of the garden. He blocked off access to eternal life. And he cursed the humans. And he cursed the earth.
Yeah. The thing is, it's not that he did not forbid humans from having a moral compass. Adam and Eve already had moral innocence, right?
How did they have moral? What is moral innocence? Explain that to me.
Moral innocence would be, um, how do I put that in a way? I would say that moral innocence would be, they had no guilt,
So
or
when someone is a sociopath and they have no guilt when they go and kill an animal, is that moral innocence?
oh, let me rephrase. I would say that moral innocence would be thinking of it as knowing good, but not knowing evil, like within yourself, right? So they knew good and they knew evil. I mean, there was good and there was evil, but they only knew good and they had no knowledge of evil within themselves.
Who
So there was an
defined
absence of sin.
who defined good for Adam and Eve?
God did.
Right. So they could have been doing things that we today otherwise see as immoral because we have a moral conscience. They just would not have known because your God called it good. The same way your God says rape women, and that is supposed to be seen as good because your God commanded it.
I'm sorry.
They
God would
could,
never.
your God commands in Isaiah 13 for the Medes to rape Babylonian women to execute his anger.
He didn't command
He
that.
did command it. He says in
He
Isaiah,
allowed them
he
to
says,
rise up.
I command, he said, I commanded my consecrated ones. I summoned my proudly exalting ones to execute my anger. That is what he says to Isaiah in verse 3 as he's giving Isaiah the prophecy. He says, I commanded and I summoned them to execute my anger.
Before I talk, can I go back to Adam and Eve real quick?
We don't even have to talk
Because I feel
about
like,
Isaiah 13. Your God commands a lot of immoral shit in this text. He causes David's wives, his concubines, to sleep with David's neighbors in broad daylight on the rooftop as a punishment to David. And that is to be seen as good because your God caused it to happen as a punishment. So it doesn't mean that immoral things weren't happening. It just means that Adam and Eve didn't see it as immoral because your God saw it as good. And whatever your God saw as good was good.
right. So, like I said, moral innocence, it was the absence of sin, right?
No, you said moral innocence was knowing good because your God
Yeah,
knew
knowing good, but
good.
not knowing evil within yourself. That,
Right. That doesn't mean you can't do evil. It just means you don't know it's evil because your God calls it good. Doesn't mean you can't do evil.
I mean, yeah, they clearly made the choice to do what they did. So, I mean, I
Nope.
agree with that.
Even if your God commands it, that's what I'm saying right now. Even if your God commands them to do a thing, it doesn't mean that thing isn't evil. It just means you don't see it as evil because your God commanded it. Because you don't have your own moral conscience. Your God is the foundation of your morality.
Okay. So, you don't believe that they had moral innocence?
I don't even know what moral innocence is, but I didn't say that I didn't believe they didn't have moral
Okay,
innocence. I'm literally
moral
taking you I'm
innocence.
literally taking you at your word. You are saying moral innocence is that they didn't know evil within themselves and that
Yeah,
whatever your God said was good was good. That doesn't mean they couldn't do evil.
yeah. So, moral innocence. I was in this situation of Adam and Eve. They had a dependent morality, right? Because before sin,
I'm
God
literally
defined what
saying
was
that.
good and evil.
I'm literally
Yeah,
saying that their morality depends on your God. It doesn't mean their bodies couldn't do evil shit. It just means their minds didn't know it was evil shit. They saw it as good because your God saw it as good.
I mean, wait, no, not necessarily, because the only thing, the evil that happened was when they disobeyed. There was no evil.
You don't know that. You don't know what went on in that garden. Adam could have been beating the shit out of Eve and Adam wouldn't know that it was evil.
They didn't have a sin nature, so
Where is
there
it a
was no
sin? Where is
evil.
it a sin for a man to beat a woman? Where is that a sin? Where is the law that says don't beat a woman?
I don't know. I mean, it's not there. No.
So why are we
I mean,
talking
there are
about
clearly
sin?
laws now,
Why
but
are we talking about sin? Adam could have tripped. Adam could have been having a bad day in the garden. Could have just not felt like skipping and tripped the shit out of Eve out of being petty and not knowing that it was evil because he lacked a moral conscience.
there was no evil inside of
Who
them.
said that was evil? He didn't know. That doesn't mean that his body couldn't do things. Lacking a moral conscience or moral awareness does not mean you can't do evil. It means you don't see it as evil.
So you're saying based on their moral dependency, and God said it was very good, right? That they were not doing, they could have been just doing evil and not known.
I mean, what is it that you think their bodies could do in that garden? Do you think that they only did what your God told them to do?
Yeah, I do because
So
it tells
when
us,
how
it
did they
says that
shit?
Adam was talking.
Okay,
Adam had
it didn't say that. Y'all are making that up. But how did they shit?
in the cool of the eve. I'm talking about
What,
that.
since when does in the cool of the day equate to Adam had conversations with God? When which word in the cool of the day translates to Adam had conversations with God? I'm trying to figure out why all of y'all say that. How does that phrase in the cool of the day mean that? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, Michelle. I want to know too, because I keep hearing that.
So what I'm saying is you believe that they had. I mean, I don't see how if you have no internal evil that you are doing evil.
No one, like, what? Like, is it evil for a child to hit another child and take their food? Is it bad for them to do that? For a child to for a 3-year old to hit another child and take another child's food?
I mean, yeah, it's bad, but they don't know that.
But can their bodies do it?
Yeah,
Okay, just like that. Just because you don't know something is bad or know that something is evil doesn't mean you can't do bad or evil. You just don't know it's that. And in this case, in your case, as you were saying, they just classified everything as good because your God saw everything as good.
right. So you're saying there's no differentiation between good and evil.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, so
You
if
said
God
that
says it was
you
very
said
good, then it was good.
so your God saw us giving regulations for enslaving humans based on the discrimination of ethnicity to the Israelites as a good thing. Was that good?
Ethnicity, what are you talking about?
Was setting up a slave structure that says Israelites cannot be enslaved, but you can enslave foreigners for life because they're not Israelites. You can treat them as slaves because they're not Israelites. You can sell them unclean food because they're not Israelites. You can make profit off of them and charge them interest because they're not Israelites. But these things you shall not do to an Israelite because they are Israelites. Setting up structures of superiority and discrimination based on ethnicity, is that a good thing?
No, that's not a good thing.
But your God saw it as a good thing.
Where does it say that at?
Leviticus 25 verses 39 through 46, Deuteronomy 14. Like all through this Bible, the Israelite, like if you read the laws, the Israelites had exclusionary laws that prioritized their ethnicity, that prioritized their quality of life, while discriminating and exploiting non-Israelites. It was a system of superiority, the same shit that we saw in the system of white supremacy. Your
I mean, that's
God,
not the same
your it
system
is the what's different.
because they could not treat those foreigners any type of way.
They couldn't do what?
They could not mistreat or oppress foreigners.
What does mistreat? What do you mean they couldn't mistreat or oppress them? Like that they couldn't mistreat or oppress them when they were living in their land. It very clearly says, when they live in your land. And when they live in your land, you can sell them or give them the food that you can't eat. When they live in your land, you can charge them interest, but you cannot charge an Israelite interest. How
Okay,
how
I
how
I
is that
agree.
how is that different from what white supremacy did with redlining and not allowing black people to get house loans, and then when they did get house loans, white people got low interest rates, black people got high interest rates. The food deserts that we see, the affluent neighborhoods get the Whole Foods, and the low income neighborhoods get all the fast food and low produce, low water in Detroit, bad water in Detroit, but they constantly are updating the water systems in predominantly white neighborhood. Predominantly white neighborhoods get better schools, better property taxes. Low income, predominantly black neighborhoods get the smog and low income, low property taxes. Like, how is this different?
I agree that God put that system in place.
So is it
That came
good?
from God. No, I don't see it as good.
But your God saw it as good. And so if your morality is based on is founded in your God's morality, and you have the mindset that Adam and Eve had pre-tree, then you can do these things and they be evil, but you not know, because you see them as good because your God saw them as good.
I mean, first of all, uh, slavery. What happened? American slavery was not the same as what was happening in Leviticus.
What was different?
There were many differences,
Okay, so like if I say what was different,
and
saying there were
so
many differences and not listing a difference doesn't answer the question though.
okay. So the system was different because they were, you see, they were able to keep their families, their rights, and their legal protections. They could not be beaten freely, and the masters could be punished, right?
Mm. Keep going.
And this system was this was Israelite land, and these people were coming onto that land. And yes, I agree that God put that system in place, but it was very different.
Okay.
Um,
All right. Leviticus 25, starting at verse 39. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. They and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves or sold. What is the God saying about the Israelites and to the Israelites here about slavery for them?
um, yeah, that they could be released after Jubilee.
Were they allowed to be slaves and sold as slaves?
No,
No. And then when they were released after Jubilee, well, do you know how long Jubilee was?
no,
Jubilee was every 7 years or every 50 years. So they
yeah,
had
yeah,
temporary contracts. And then afterwards, they were sent back to their ancestral land. Right? They were restored
yeah.
with land. In America, who were treated this way?
You're saying in America, who was treated?
Yeah, in America, who were the temporary laborers that were not slaves, that were not called slaves in America, and had temporary contracts and given land in the Homestead Act?
I don't recall.
Who were the indentured servants in America?
Black people.
Huh? Say that again.
Black people.
Black people were released every 7 years.
Oh no.
Who were the indentured servants in America and given land through the Homestead Act? Were black people given land in America?
No.
Who was
I
given
mean, well, after or sometime.
What land were we given in America?
I'm talking about post-slavery.
Yeah, what land were we given in America post slavery?
I'm referring to the what is it? Is it 40 acres and a
Were we
mule?
given that?
Well, no, it was implied.
So I didn't ask about implication. Who was given land in America? Who I'm just going to answer this for you. White people. White people were the indentured servants. White men, were given land through the Homestead Act in America. White people could not be called slaves. White people could not be treated like slaves in America. They were the indentured servants. Verse 43. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Who was kept as lifetime property in America?
Foreigners.
And those foreigners were who?
Black people. Black people.
Mm-hmm. And
well, and
I'm sorry.
One second. Legally applied.
One second. And the aliens residing with them in their land, were they able to get slaves from the foreigners living in their land, of their children? Were they able to make slaves of the children from the foreigners living in their land?
Yes.
And in America, were the children of West Africans made into slaves?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Were they treated as slaves the same way the foreigners in Israel were treated as slaves?
No.
I'm sorry. The Israelites, it literally says, these you may treat as slaves. Were West Africans treated as slaves in America?
Yes. The treatment was different, however.
I mean, that's to be debated, but what does the treatment have to do with the fact that it's we're talking about the slave system, the structure?
Yeah.
Does it make that? Is there a good slavery?
No.
So here we see the slave systems in ancient Israel, indentured servitude for Israelites, and lifetime servitude for non-Israelites is the same slave structure that was established in America, where indentured servitude for white people and lifetime servitude for non-white people.
That's correct.
And in ancient Israel, it is slavery based on the discrimination of ethnicity. And in America, it is slavery. At first, it was slavery based on the discrimination of religion because Christians did not enslave Christians for life. And then it switched to uh, slavery based on the discrimination of race.
Yeah.
And this is established by your God. Is that a good thing?
No.
But your God saw it as good. And so if you have the same mindset of what you're calling moral innocence that you're saying Adam and Eve had, Adam and Eve would have just followed and obeyed this and saw it as good. Like others did.
I mean, I don't see how that applies.
You don't see how what applies. Applies to what? You don't see how it
To
applies
Adam
to
and
what?
Eve because it was
We're
after.
talking about we're talking about your claim of moral innocence and what the mindset of or the state of someone you are saying has moral innocence with your God being the foundation of their morality and what your God sees as good. Without a moral conscience, slavery is good. Slavery based on ethnicity and supremacy ideologies is good according to your God. But because you have a moral conscience, you can say, that's not good. I'm not following that law. I'm not following that structure because it is immoral.
But you cannot do bad and still have moral innocence, right? Because they lost that as soon as the moment they disobeyed, right? They were both naked. They were not ashamed. There was no shame. There was no sinful desire. There was no experience of evil inside themselves. Like there was, you cannot do bad and still have moral innocence.
Are you really having that much trouble with this? Like, I'm asking seriously. Are you really having that much trouble? Like, is this a very severe case of cognitive dissonance?
You okay? I see you're saying that if God says it's good and you're morally dependent on God, then you'll see it as good as well,
Mm-hmm.
whatever He says.
Yes.
But the problem I have with that is that it says that God cannot be tempted with evil, neither does He tempt man to do evil, right?
Was it evil
So
to was this evil? The slavery system.
yes,
Did your God regulate that? Are these your God's laws?
yes.
So then, did your God instruct man to do evil?
I mean, you could say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if that's how you see it.
There's no if that's how I see it. I'm asking you. That feels very dishonest for you to add that tidbit on the end there.
Because God, God allowed foreign servitude in Israel as it was a regulated, protective economic system, right? For it was not chattel slavery,
It is chattel slavery.
and He actually condemned Israel when they turned it into oppression. And there, when he,
Where
yeah,
it is chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is just movable property. It is in fact lifetime chattel slavery because they did not have an option of getting their freedom. They became the property of Israel forever. And they were passed down to the children of the Israelite slave owner as inheritance, as commodity, as property. The same way our ancestors in America were passed down to the slave owner's children as inheritance, as commodity, as property.
I mean, but how is it chattel slavery if he forbade it in Exodus 21?
He did not forbade it in Exodus 21. The women and the children were lifetime property in Exodus 21. He
But it
only
says
forbade it
that
for the Israelite men. The women and children were property of the slave owner for life, even if an Israelite man married one of the women while they were in indentured servitude, while they were in temporary debt slavery. If he wanted to stay with his wife and his children, he had to become a lifetime slave because the women and children belonged to the slave owner.
so was it slavery? Well, I could see how it's chattel slavery, yeah, in that aspect of passing down um, human beings.
It's chattel slavery even when it's indentured servitude. Chattel slavery is just movable property. But Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46 is lifetime chattel slavery, where Leviticus 39, actually Exodus 21, is temporary chattel slavery. But Leviticus 25 graduates them. He's saying they are not allowed to even be a slave, they have to be a hired worker or a servant, a temporary servant. You cannot call them a slave. You cannot treat them as a slave. You cannot sell them as a slave because they are my slaves.
Right, but not all foreigners were slaves.
Goodness gracious. Of course, not all foreigners were slaves, just the ones the Israelites acquired, the ones they bought and the ones they captured and made lifetime slaves. They were not allowed to just go and randomly get a person, a free person, and make them a slave. That was illegal.
So it's not the same in that
It
aspect.
is the same because it was never legal to just go and randomly steal in West African either. They did that illegally.
I agree.
Like you're working really hard to not see this as chattel slavery.
I see it as
But
that. I said I agree.
reading Exodus 21 with the women, where it says that the women and children were property of the slave master, why doesn't that make you go back and forth? Like, are you okay with it being women that were lifetime slaves, women and children, versus it being the men?
I don't see any of it as okay.
Yeah, but you brought up Exodus 21 and you said he condemns it in Exodus 21. Although in Exodus 21, it very explicitly says that the women and children are property of the slave master. Why would you bring up Exodus 21 with that being there? And do you not have a problem with it being women and children?
I do.
So why did you bring up Exodus 21? Did you forget that was there or something?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a good thing for a woman that was raped, a young girl at this point, she wouldn't have been a woman, for a young girl that is raped to marry her rapist, to be forced to marry her rapist?
Wait, repeat that.
Do you think it's a good thing for a young girl who has been raped to be made to marry her rapist?
Yeah, I think that's wrong.
Do you think it's wrong for a young girl who has been captured to be forced to marry or sleep with a man just because he thinks she's cute? And then if he doesn't like her ill nana, he sets her free after he has killed her mother and father.
Wait, you were referring to
Deuteronomy
Deuteronomy
21.
21. And what verse? Sorry.
It should start around verse 10, I believe. When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman, whom you desire and want to marry. And so you bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head, par her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and her mother. After that, you can go in to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free, and certainly not sell her for money. You must not treat her as a slave, since you already dishonored her. Is that
All right,
good?
so this is no. I mean, that's not rape though.
It's not.
What?
Did you think
No, it's
the
no,
young girl here was like, yeah, I want some of that dick daddy, after they done killed her
no.
mom and
You.
dad?
I'm sorry. I said no. I said that wrong. It's it said that if he desired to have her as a wife,
Yeah, but where is her consent? Where is she giving consent?
I mean, she doesn't because she was captive.
And so were captives raped?
Yeah.
Did your God know that this was rape?
Yeah.
Is that good?
No.
But if you have moral innocence
Wait.
and your God is your foundation of morality, would you see it as good because your God saw it as good?
Wait. Can you repeat that?
If you have moral innocence, as you stated, Adam and Eve had, would you see this as good because your God saw it as good? Would Adam and Eve see this as good because your God saw it as good?
Yes.
Is that good?
No.
So going back to my original question, did the God not want Adam and Eve to not have their own moral conscience or moral awareness to protect them or to control them?
Can you repeat that?
Given everything that we have discussed and the conclusion that we have come to of what the God was commanding Adam and Eve to not acquire,
Right.
this ability to know when their actions are morally good or morally evil. Did he command them to not gain a moral conscience to protect them or to control them?
To protect them.
And so when he tells Adam, when he tells a human, when you capture a woman and you think she's beautiful, after she has mourned her mother and father that whom you have killed, you can have sex with her. If you don't like it, let her go free because you've dishonored her. That was to protect the Israelites.
You're back to Deuteronomy 21.
How is it that you don't see that all of this connects? How is it that you're not seeing the conversation move forward and connecting in full circle? How do you not see that? The only reason you know that something is good or bad, according to your belief system, is because Eve disobeyed. Had Eve not disobeyed, and your God, as humans populated, and your God says, go into this land. If you see a woman that you like, take her, sleep with her. If you don't like it, let her go free. He did that to protect the humans. Did Eve give consent to being Adam's wife in the garden?
No. Well, I mean, no.
Eve does not give consent to being Adam's wife.
Wait, so now you're saying that God condones grape?
Did Eve give consent to being Adam's wife in that story?
No. She was, no.
So, and as we can see throughout the rest of this book, your God does not care about a woman's consent. Your God prioritizes women belonging to men. The young girl's virginity belongs to the father for economic stability. If you violate a man's young virgin daughter, then you are to pay that man the bride price, and then you are to take the product as your bride, and you cannot divorce her. If a young girl virgin whose father is a Levite priest loses her virginity before marriage and prostitutes herself, she is to be burned at the stake. Where are the laws pertaining to young men or boys losing their virginity before marriage? Where are the laws burning men for sex before marriage in this book?
Adultery. Fornication is a sin.
Where are the
But
laws pertaining to men losing their virginity before marriage?
there are none.
There are none. Where are the laws pertaining to men being burned alive?
No.
None. Where are the laws that tell women that they can take a man and make him her husband, and if she don't like him, she can discard him?
None.
Mm-mm. Where in the book does it say Eve claimed Adam as bone of my I'm bone of his bone, he is my husband?
None.
So Eve didn't even give consent in the garden, right? Though we don't have any account.
Adam didn't
We don't.
consent to be
I'm sorry.
created.
Did you consent to being created, Sean?
No.
So that was a very irrelevant point to make. Because you didn't consent to being created, Sean, does that mean that a man can just walk up to you, Sean, and claim you as his?
No.
No. That was very irrelevant.
He created Eve for Adam. It states that.
It does not state that. It doesn't state
He
that.
says it's not good for man to be alone.
Okay, it's not good for you to work alone at McDonald's. Do your coworkers own you? Are you there for were you hired for your coworker? Does your coworker own you? Because it's not good for you to work a shift by yourself.
No, they don't own me.
Right. And the text doesn't even say that he created Eve as a intimate companion for Adam. The text literally says that Eve was created as a strong opposite. She was a strong counterpart, a strong help, not a wife, not a intimate partner, not a companion. It doesn't say that. But it's translated that way through patriarchal lens and extra biblically. But even if that were the case, even if we were to say that your God created this female human for the man, that literally means she was created without consent, perpetual unconsent. That no matter what, whenever the man wanted her, he could have her. That's what you're saying right now.
No, because God doesn't condone that.
Did he condone it in the garden, Sean?
Condone what in the garden?
Adam claiming Eve without asking Eve's permission.
Yes.
So then he does condone it. Did he condone it here in Deuteronomy 21?
Yes.
So then he does condone that. Did he condone it?
But in Deuteronomy 22, he doesn't.
Did he condone it with David's concubines by causing them to sleep with David's neighbors to punish David? The same God that you all say will not violate free will to stop pastors from essaying children, but violated the free will of David's wives and caused them to be given to David's neighbors as a punishment for David. Did he condone it then?
Yeah. And the man who did it was what?
Does that matter?
No.
Hey, Fee.
Hey, y'all, good morning.
Good
Hey,
morning.
Fee. Good morning.
I think you may have this case of moral innocence where no matter what your God does, you're going to justify it, excuse it, and see it as good.
No, not necessarily. I mean, I can admit that there's a lot of things I don't understand pertaining to the Bible.
I didn't ask about understanding though. I didn't
Yeah,
say.
I don't understand why it's allowed. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying.
that's still that's not. I didn't say that. I said you're going to justify it. You're gonna uh see it as good. Like everything that we've talked about so far, that's what you've done. You don't realize that you've done that. Like
Yeah.
yeah, and even like going back to the original topic, you still see all of these things as your God protecting humans, as your God not wanting humans to know that their actions are morally good or bad is protection. There is a group of people today on the earth in America who are doing things in the name of your God. And they have the Bible to back them up because of all the stuff your God did in his book for the Israelites. They're doing things today in the name of your God because God said. Are they at fault because they're following your God's moral foundation? Who's wrong, them or you?
I would say they're wrong.
Huh?
I would say they're wrong if they are doing bad things and using the Bible to condone it.
Why would they be wrong if they can use the Bible? If they can
Um,
point to your God's words, why would they be wrong?
Their actions align biblically. So if you say that they're wrong, they're morally wrong, I agree with you on that, but they're biblically aligned.
well,
But in order to make that distinction, then you'd have to be comfortable looking at the actions of your God as morally wrong.
okay.
The same way that you see them as wrong today for following this book and following what your God says, you would be the serpent to them. You would, in their eyes, you would be a Satan. Do you know that? Because
Yeah.
you're going against what they believe their God condoned or commanded, even though you
Um,
see it as evil. Because in their
well,
eyes, they have no shame. It's not evil because God said it. And if you say it is evil, then you are the serpent. You are the Satan.
well, I mean, I read the Bible in its totality, just not the first five books
What does
or
that?
the
How does that
Old
change
Testament.
anything that I just said?
Because you're not supposed to be on. I mean, we're not under the law
Who
anymore.
told you that?
Romans 6 and
I said
14.
who? Who told you that?
You're saying who told me that we're not under the law?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going off the Bible, that's all.
Who in the Bible told you that?
It would be Paul.
What did Jesus say?
He said he came to fulfill God's law.
And that means what? That means to do away with.
Okay.
No, I'm asking, does it?
I would say he did away with the law.
Jesus said he that means he did away with the law. Is that what you're
If we
saying?
are no longer under the law, then
Wait, did Jesus know that Paul said that? Are you reading backwards? Are you reading from Paul to Jesus? Because I'm asking you, what did Jesus say?
so you're implying that Paul was not operating under
What did
God.
Paul is like a pastor claiming God said a thing. What did Jesus say?
That he came to fulfill the law.
And what does that mean? What does fulfill the law mean?
Completed.
What does that mean?
I mean, I said he completed it.
What does that mean to complete the law? What does that mean?
Regarding sacrifices,
No.
priesthood.
Not what laws. What does it mean to complete a law? What does it mean to fulfill a law? Do you fulfill laws?
No.
You don't fulfill laws today?
I abide by the law.
What? Do you complete laws today? Do you complete the actions of laws today?
Yes.
And when you complete the actions of the laws, what's required of the law, does that mean you no longer have to fulfill that law ever again?
No.
So fulfill doesn't mean no more, never again. Fulfill means to abide by, to do what's required by the law, to complete the requirements.
So you're saying that there's a contradiction.
Can you answer the questions that I'm asking?
Okay. Yeah.
Because, like, you say you read the Bible in its totality, right? What does Romans 13 say about fulfilling the law? Romans 13:9.
And while you're looking that up, words have meaning, right? So if you say I read the Bible in its totality, you can't follow that with except for. Totality means all of it. So there are no exclusions if you're reading the Bible in its totality.
Okay, so Romans 13.
I'm sorry, start at 8.
Oh, no man anything but to love one another, for he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law.
Keep going. Here, I'll read it for you. Owe no one anything except to love one another, for the one who loves another has fulfilled the law. The commandments: you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and any other commandment are summed up in this word: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no wrong to a neighbor, therefore love is the fulfilling of the law. If you love your neighbor as yourself, Paul is saying that you are fulfilling the law. Does that mean that the law, the commandments or the laws. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not murder. You shall not steal. You shall not covet are done away with.
No.
No. So fulfilling the law does not mean do away with. So when Jesus says that he came to fulfill the law, when he says, I did not come to abolish it, that's what he meant, right? He didn't say that you're not under the law. In fact, when Jesus in the four gospels, you can see Jesus is teaching his disciples to follow the law of Moses. And he wanted them to follow the law of Moses to the T until you get to Luke. But he tells them to do everything the scribes and the Pharisees teach them to do from the law. And he says that the scribes and the Pharisees have the authority of Moses. He says they sit in Moses' seat. And he says don't do what they do because they read from the law of Moses, and they don't practice what they preach.
Right.
Yeah, he wanted them to follow the law. He wasn't teaching them to do away with the law. In fact, in the story after Jesus dies, the disciples are still following the law. They're still offering up the sacrifices and participating in the temple rituals. Paul goes and participates in the purification rituals. There's no expectation that the law is done away with for the Israelites. That's something that Paul and Peter and the apostles decided for Gentiles who are being grafted in. But that still has absolutely nothing to do with what we were talking about regarding moral innocence and the commands that your God gives humans. And what humans believe a God is telling them then and what a God is telling them today. Because even with the saying, and the Lord said, and God said, being written in this book, that had to be communicated and filtered through the mind of a human being. Similarly to how if you believe that you have a relationship with this same God, that God speaks to you in whatever way, whether it's you hear his voice in a still small voice, whether it's your intuition, whether it's through the Holy Spirit, however you feel you are communicating with this God and this God is communicating with you, no one is privy to that conversation. No one knows whether a God said anything to you. We don't know the claims that a God said a thing. All we know is that men in the late Bronze Age and the Iron Age and 1st century Rome and 4th century Rome said God said. And we take the words in this book and we give authority to it. We give moral authority to it. And we do not question it.
I mean, but you can question it.
What answers can you get, though? Because whatever answer you get to the questions you ask, this book is still going to come from the mind of a human, either yours or a pastor's. Whatever explanation you conjure about the reason God did or allowed the atrocious things in this book is going to come from the mind of a human. You don't have another source. Even if you say that it comes from a God, you can't demonstrate it because we can't hear the voices that God uses to speak to whoever he's speaking to. So
I mean,
it's
yeah,
still,
that's true. I mean, it tells us that you can't know you can't like know the mind of God just based off of.
And I literally just said you can't question. Y'all's answers are his ways are not our ways. His thoughts are not our thoughts. No one knows the mind of God. The justifications you've been making for the stuff that we've been talking about up here.
And there's no way to verify that your justifications actually match God's reasons. How would I know that?
Whole time it's them behind the curtain.
It's the whiz, girl.
I mean, that's true.
What makes more sense to you, or not even makes more sense? Does it sound like the scriptures that we just read specifically about women specifically? I mean, the slavery part is completely fucked up and the rape is terrible. Does it sound like that would come from a God, or does it sound like the preference of a human man?
I mean, it sounds like man.
Because why would a God want that? Like I was talking to somebody I think on Zena's Live yesterday. Like a lot of times when we ask believers why questions, they give us what answers, or they usually give us a who answer. Because he's God. That's usually the response we get. But I think why is a really important question because it gets down to the motivations. Now, we just talked about the fact that you can't know the motivations of God. You can infer it. You can deduce it. People just oftentimes just make shit up in these conversations about why God does a thing. But either way, the explanation is coming from a human. But why would a God, one that's loving, not only partially loving, but all love, the epitome of love, the definition of love, why would that ever be something that would fall under the umbrella of possibility for anything that's loving? Because it goes against everything that we instinctively know is a loving thing to do. We as a society have developed, and our morals have formed out of the cultures that we create. So we know now that these things are not okay. They weren't okay then. But it's always current generations that look back at previous generations and say, yeah, they got that wrong. And here's the information that we know that makes it wrong. We don't use that. We don't do that with biblical text. Because in this particular case, the thing that is wrong comes from the source that claims to be nothing but right. That doesn't make any sense. Why make us with the ability to think through things logically? And we see that society has developed to a point that, no, that's not okay. But the God didn't know that. The God that sees the very end of everything, he didn't know that in 2026 we'd be having this conversation about words that he gave to prophets about his undying word that lasts forever.
Feed tonight, we had a Hebrew Israelite right before this lovely young lady who said if he did not believe in Heya Heya, that's what he called him. He said if he did not believe in Heya Heya, he would not know anything about how to walk or to shit. And I asked him, well, how long have you known Heya Heya? He said 5 years. I said, well, how old are you? He said 54. So for 49 fucking years, you didn't know how to walk a shit? He said, my mama taught me.
He's worshiping an outcast hook? What is happening? An outcast hook told him how to walk and shit.
Mm-hmm. A 54-year-old man.
That's what he said.
Yep.
We're not okay, y'all. And I think this is what, like, it's almost like they're practicing the lack of moral conscience. You know, it's almost like let's pretend like we don't have it now. Let's act like we don't have it now. This is how God wanted us to be. Let's just act like we don't have it now and say shit like that and figure out, you know, reasons to apologize for child abuse and, you know, bashing babies' heads against rocks and raping women. Like, let's just act as though we don't have a moral conscience and just call it good. 'Cause hey, y'all, what?
He was reading Exodus 3:14, where it's Yehe Asher Yehe. And because, remember, keep in mind, Hebrew is not the real Hebrew. He read it, hey ya.
Every day I get on this app and I try to remain optimistic, y'all. I do. What in the divine
Yeah.
dyslexia is going on? Hey, y'all.
He said because Hebrew is read from right to left. That's what he
I
said.
know
He
you
said
fucking
that.
lying.
Yep.
That's what he said. I promise you.
And had he not
He
known
said
or
Hebrew.
believed in hey ya, he wouldn't
He
know how to
would.
walk a ship.
He not reading in Hebrew. He reading it in Bruhi. If you gotta read, hey,
Hebrew.
y'all back.
Remember, the
Exactly.
Hebrew Israelites speaking Hebrew. Not Hebrew. They speaking Hebrew. Paleo Hebrew.
Wow. Wow.
Sean, did you have anything else, love bug?
No?
All right. I definitely thank you for coming up. It's a very interesting conversation. It was beneficial for me. I hope that it was mutually beneficial for you, and I hope you have a great rest of the night. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you too.
All right.
Thank you, Sean. Good night.
Fee, do you want to do the next one?
Yeah, I can do
Okay.
it.
All right.
Good morning. Is that Prissy?
Prissy, are you there? Auntie Charlene, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? If you are a nerd and you're in the request box, please let me know if you're in there on purpose. If the guest box is open for believers, deconstructing an atheist, 21 and up, please. You must be a believer in the God of the Bible.
Deconstructing or an atheist.
Tamikia? Tamikia?
Oh no, thank you.
Uh,
Sorry.
okay, no worries. Have a good one. I think everybody else in the box is. I don't see anyone saying that they're in there on purpose. Um,
Who was it that? Well, I don't remember any of these people, but it was somebody that said the other day that you can't have civil conversations with Christians because you don't want to. Oh, I wish they were in here. I wish they would show themselves.
They say that shit. They wouldn't have cared about that conversation. Like all they care about is the ones I cuss motherfuckers out on.
The
Like
crash
I can
outs.
have 1,000 civil conversations and all they gonna care about is the ones where I go the fuck off. They don't care. They're not interested in truth at
That
all.
is true.
Yeah. Theo, what's up?
Hello.
Hey,
Yeah, how are you as well?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm learning religion for the rest of second sem.
Hmm.
The philosophy and theology of religion, how religion affects the Philippines, and to be honest, uh, I plan on learning so that it can help me also deconstruct but also one of the texts that I I will read is how atheists, those who don't think that God is really is illogical. Yeah, I'm not. I see why that's not gonna work, and some people are gonna bash it. Also, Happy New Year to everyone, and my first conversation for the year with Miss Tinker. And that's it. I am gonna read a text that says atheism is illogical.
Happy New Year, Theo. You said you're gonna do what now?
In the future, I'm gonna read a text by one of the uh, philosophers saying that if you don't think God is real, they are they are illogical.
Okay. Are you saying you're gonna read it on the stage? What are you saying, Theo?
I don't like I don't know. I don't have my syllabus with me, but they said
Oh, you
they
said you're
said
gonna read it in school.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if I disagree with that text. I just plainly blot it out in paper
Why are
and
they
just
making you read that in class? Are they allowed
it
to teach religion in school in the Philippines?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
How does
and
that
then
make you feel?
it's okay. It's just text. It's just text.
Well, it's telling
And
you that you're illogical for not believing in God.
well, I probably will write on paper stating that we are people with a free mindset. We can choose what is logical and illogical to us. If God does not exist in the end, someone's illogical, and if God exists in the end, it's not. It's somewhat logical as well, so it could go either both ways. And I will just state that as my argument.
How do you think your teacher's going to take that?
I don't know. At least I won't be like that certain school that sided with the student rather than the teacher.
But you don't know that though, right?
Yeah, I don't know that. And
How do you think your
probably
parents would feel?
nah, they won't see my papers.
That what if your teacher gets upset and does what the teacher did, um, like not what the teacher did, but um, the teacher gets upset and grades like an F, and then they calls their parents. It's like Theo's an atheist. We have a demon in class, and they call your parents. By the way, y'all, Theo is 19. Theo is he's a legal adult, but what like he's in college, so I don't want y'all to think I'm talking to somebody's minor. But like what do you? How do you think your parents would take that?
Nah, they'll just say it's a paper. It's philosophy and theology is more like of only a core subject. It's not a major subject, and they focus on my majors.
Okay.
And I write well. I write well. I write well, and I can reference points from the text itself and create an argument for most of the text because subtext I just skip. Yeah.
I low-key would be interested in reading the text that they're using to base that on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a pretty bold statement to make, and then to hand it to students to read is interesting.
Yeah, I'll try to find it in my syllabus and send it in the Discord later. And that's it. I will tell you how it goes in maybe April or May if I get my results. And then yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for your time. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. And Christians, please be nice. You don't want mistakers shouting curses at you, or like having a bad discussion, because if you're
Theo, I
yeah,
don't shout curses. I'm not a witch.
don't like the curse words, the cuss word. Anyways, please let me down, let me down. And yes, I should read the Bible more since I'm theology. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day, Theo.
Have a good day as well.
Bye, Theo.
He said you don't want her shouting curses at you. Melisha, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible. If you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up is the age limit to be on stage. Theo is a special case, a truly special case. We love Theo, and he's in the Philippines. He kind of came and never left. So we do allow Theo to come up and chat once a week. But yeah, I guess we'll do a song while we wait on somebody to hop in the box. There's 487 people in here, and another 63 on YouTube. So we have over 500 people watching the live right now. It's 4:25 a.m. Central Standard Time. And this song right here, I played it at the beginning of the live. This is a new song that I wrote, and I just finished it actually today. Zena had a guest in her live on Sunday, and that person, like, she upset a lot of people because she was basically shaming people for not quickly forgiving people for harming them, and saying that you are in the wrong if you don't forgive fast, because bitterness builds up and you're going to go to hell, and Jesus says to forgive, and all of this stuff. And we had a conversation about forgiveness after this person left, and during that conversation I started writing the song, but I broke down the word forgive into two words, for and give, and started asking myself, what are we giving and who is it for? And what we're really giving when we forgive is a release of debt, a release of guilt, um, uh, a release of consciousness, peace to the other person that we're forgiving. And we tell ourselves that we're giving it to ourselves because forgiveness is for us, but we skip the sequence. We skip acknowledging the harm, acknowledging the hurt, setting the boundaries, like processing through the trauma, reestablishing the safetiness of it all, and then we skip the fact that it is our decision when and if we ever do forgive. And forgiveness may or may not come. And if we decide that forgiveness, to not give forgiveness, it doesn't make us a bad person, and you can still heal. And it doesn't mean that you are harboring bitterness. It doesn't mean that you need to carry around shame for actually acknowledging hurt and communicating that hurt to the person or people or institution that harmed you. So this is the story. It's for parentheses E. Oh yeah, I left that part out. So another part of the concept is the suffix or prefix for, FORE, which means to preemptively give something away early, before they deserve it, before you've done the work. So forgive is typically we are forced to give this sense of release of debt, this release of guilt to people or institutions or churches or family members who have harmed us before we've done the work. So here is Forgive.
Forgive is relief before the work is done, before I'm ready, before I even begun. If forgiveness comes, it comes, but not on command. Not before my heart is time to understand. Move on and forget the sequence. Feeling the heart breathing, setting boundaries, doing outreach, doing the work. Forgive is giving relief of guilt to you. Yeah. Forgive is asking for peace before I'm ready to choose. I need time to process the anger to heal without pressure or shame. Peace is not on a deadline. I won't give myself away. I'm not saying never. I'm saying not before I'm ready. I'm not saying never. I'm saying not before I'm ready. I'm not saying never. I'm saying not before I'm ready. Let it go, move on. You have to let go of the hurt. Forgive abusers, institutions, family, and church. It'll make you stronger if you forget and purge. Don't fight with the pain, it's working for your good. Be the bigger person, the harm's misunderstood. Family is everything, don't let pain pull it apart. Pull it apart. Delay forgiveness breeds bitterness, they say it hardens the heart. Hardens the heart. Even if they never asked you for it, give it anyway. That's what they say, healing starts, that's what they say. Forgive is relief before the work is done. Before I'm ready, before I've even begun. Forgiveness comes, it comes, but not on command. Not before my heart is time to understand. Move on and forget the sequence. Feeling the hurt, grieving, setting boundaries, doing the work. It's giving a little guilt to you. It's asking for peace, or I'm ready to choose. It's time to process the anger to heal without pressure or shame. Peace is not on a deadline. I won't give myself away. I'm not saying never. I'm saying not before I'm ready. I'm not saying never. Saying not before. Keep the peace isn't working for me. Burying the hurt is toxic pressure dressed as morality. You get released before the sequence has time to work in me. My heart deserves to catch up. Now forgiveness forced with a threat. Like if I don't hurry up and comply, it will be too late to reset. Boundaries set, safety reestablished. Healing is my focus now. Inner peace is my new habit. I refuse to ignore and store unresolved trauma. Forgiveness is mine to give, and sometimes I just don't wanna. Sometimes I just don't wanna. Forgive is relief before the work is done. Before I'm ready, before I've even begun. Forgiveness comes, it comes, but not on command. Not before my heart is time to understand. Move on and forgive. Can't wait his turn. Feeling the hurt, letting it burn. Forgive is giving peace, you're asking for me. Forgive is asking for healing. Hey, I'm not closing the door. I'm not saying never. I'm just choosing myself. Not before I'm ready. I'm not saying never. I'm not saying never. I'm not saying never. I'm not saying never. Hey, I'm not saying never. I'm saying not before I'm ready. I'm saying not before I'm ready.
Yeah. So
I love that one.
thank you. Forgiveness should be when you are ready.
I mean, I think about all the things that are bypassed with this like immediate forgiveness. I think it's just another layer of pretense because it bypasses the actual process that forgiveness is. Like forgiveness isn't a light switch. It's almost like a dimmer, right? Like, and sometimes that dimmer switch can be increased and then sometimes it can be decreased. But you don't just move to forgiveness because it is the right thing to do. Like, I think in doing so, you do a disservice to both yourself as the person who was harmed, the person who perpetuated the harm, because they don't have to account for anything, and then the future victims that that person commits that same harm against because they haven't sat in the accountability for doing it the first time.
Absolutely. And that's what we was trying to tell that lady Rika on Zena's page. Like putting the onus on the victim to hurry up and get to forgiveness harms the victim, and it puts other people in danger because that other person, like, there's no work that has to be done for that person to even earn that forgiveness. And if they know that you're just going to forgive them, like Jesus says 70 times 70, they're just gonna keep doing the shit. Like, that's why when believers get on my stage and be like, well, I'm sorry for cutting you off, or I'm sorry for triggering you, what are you apologizing for? Because in 2 seconds you're going to do it again. There's no shift or no pivot that happens in you being made aware of your behavior and the harm that it causes. When you show that you are actually remorseful for your harm, then that's when forgiveness can begin. But just saying the words, and for me, that don't mean you earn it. That don't mean you deserve it. And I also ain't bitter because I don't give a damn. Like, when the live shuts down, I don't think about your ass other than the ones that make me laugh.
And I don't even think the state of being sorry. Sure, you can say it, but I think in terms for it to be real, you have to show it. And the way to show it is through changed behavior. The way to show it is through accountability. The way to show it is through responsibility of ensuring that whatever you need to adjust to not perpetuate that harm again, you do. So just saying you're sorry doesn't do anything. Show me you're sorry.
Yep. And I think that's the hardest thing, because they have, like, as a society, we have not had to earn people's forgiveness. Because, like, we literally have been taught manipulative strategies to make the victim the perpetrator.
Mm-hmm.
That's the crazy thing. So I think it's hard. Here you go.
But
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's yet another example of the bypass that this belief system supplies to people. Like, you just grant forgiveness. You just grant love. You grant these things, or you claim that you claim understanding, when ultimately what you're doing is just accepting. So it's a bypass to the process of thinking. It's a bypass to the process of forgiveness. It's a bypass to the process of growing in love and developing a relationship. You just claim a thing and then therefore you have it. I think that's the through line too with this belief system, and in a multitude of ways that we see it.
Absolutely. The same way Adam just claimed Eve and therefore he had
Mm-hmm.
her. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What's the name? God's what? I can't see it.
God's sword.
God's sword. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, ladies. How's it going with you?
Pretty good. Are you over 21 for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, 33.
Okay. And I'm assuming since you are the sword of God, you believe in God. So what topic would you like to discuss this morning?
Well, I'm a Christian. I just like to go over some of the things you were saying. You were saying that we were taught
Well,
wrong.
hold on a second. Hold on a
How do we
second.
get
Well, hold on two
right?
seconds. Wait, hang on 1 second. So the way Thinker runs her panels, you can bring in the questions or the things that you want to talk about, but pick a topic first, answer that question, then we can work in the points that you wanted to respond to that way. So the topics are on the board. Godsword, you see the topics on the board?
I guess dealing with your conversation and the topics on the board, it would be: is Jesus the problem or a solution for humanity?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. So I'm assuming you think he's the solution to, can you tell us why you think that?
Because nobody else has an alternate solution that's better, that doesn't involve the enslavement of women.
Wait a minute, what?
What? Wait, what?
Nobody has provided to the masses of people an alternate solution that's better if that does not have the enslavement of women as part of it.
Okay, so when you say an alternate solution, what makes the solution of Jesus better when it hasn't worked?
Well, you're claiming it hasn't worked, but you have to define the not working. I'm looking at societies and their religious standpoints and how they treat the masses. When we look around the world, it's either Christianity or Islam, mostly for blacks. Within black societies, the women are treated like chattel or property, literally. And even women, the concept of women has changed to sometimes involve minors, extreme minors. So
Yeah,
I don't see an option for blacks outside of these dynamics. Do you see one?
yeah, I see several, but before we get to that, do you not realize that this paradigm includes that same subjugation of women in it as part of its foundation? Are you overlooking that part of Christianity?
Providing a well-defined role for a woman is not the same as subjugating a woman.
Okay, so providing a well-defined role for anyone is quite literally the definition of subjugation. And I'm not talking about a role because you don't get to tell me my role. No one tells me my role. I determine my role as an autonomous human being. But what I'm talking about is the actual direct subjugation of women, meaning that they were considered less than men. They were treated as property. They were the property, even more specifically, a girl's virginity was the property of her father until she became the property of her husband. That is subjugation. Now, you may want to live in a society that puts you in a well-defined role because that role is on top of someone else. But you don't get to decide that for other independent, autonomous human beings. So any society that props that framework up as part of the society, I'm going to say no, and that includes Christianity. So no, I don't see it as being any different.
You're claiming independent autonomy and then referring to a society. You only have independent autonomy when you're on your own. Whenever you're within a society, it's power that makes the right. And if the women can't, by any measure, enforce any kind of doctrine or use force doctrine to push what they want for the society, then obviously the power will lie within the hands of the men. Now, I'm saying that across the world, we only have two options as blacks. I can't move to Israel. I wouldn't be considered a Jew. And they just treated the Palestinians very poorly. So what is the option outside of these options that we can see today, whereby we're not subjugating women that's going to be better for women?
I don't think that the binary that you're positing is actually true because I don't want Christianity or Islam. I don't want any of that shit. And I absolutely don't agree with you that living in a structured or, and I'm using air quotes here very heavily, civilized society has to include what you're saying. That's just simply not true. I can be an autonomous individual living in a society. Do I have to follow the rules of that society? Absolutely. Yeah, I don't want to go to jail, so I'm not going to speed. I'm not going to steal shit. I don't want to do any of that anyway. But I can guarantee you that there's not a man that has put me in a role in my entire life. That's just not going to happen. So if you are constructing your understanding of the world through this binary lens, I can't tell you not to do it. But to say that those are the only two options, that's just extremely short-sighted and unimaginative. And it doesn't even take a whole lot of imagination to realize that these hierarchies that are vertical are bullshit. They have been bullshit. They've never worked because if they did, they would have led to a better society. You all like to talk about the natural order of things. If it was a natural order, you wouldn't have to fight so hard to keep us in that position. So no, I don't agree with that at all. It'd be interesting because I can't say that you probably wouldn't say that if you were a woman, because women who are either Christian, Muslim, or Black Hebrew Israelite come up here on a daily basis advocating, fighting tooth and nail, windmilling, if you will, for their own subjugation. I just happen to not be one of them.
I'm glad to hear what you don't want and what you don't like and what you don't think will work. But we're in a real world, man. There's two options. There's a binary option. If you can show us something that's outside of those two options, I'm willing to hear it. And a serious thing I find, I guess, troubling for me is that when people always say that, why is our society not better? It's usually due to us voting for things that are worse for us, such as, let's say, the woman's vote, allowing people to just vote without having property or a stake within society. These are things that take you away from God. And within that rejection of Christianity, our societies have degraded. And so
Yeah.
I agree with you
Yeah.
on that.
So
But that's rejecting Christianity. Where is the society that we could look at today that
sure.
is a better option for y'all?
Yeah, sure. There are multiple societies. They're just not Christian or Muslim that function in ways that treat people as equal. If you believe that a woman voting is part of the problem in society, then I think that you are actually one of the major foundations of the problems in society, because your framework seems to be founded in this very vertical structure of society as opposed to one that's horizontal. Why is it that you are incapable of visualizing a world where everyone, regardless of their gender, is treated as equal participants? When you talk about owning property or being able to vote, then I would still be qualified to vote because I do own property. I also own a brain that functions, and I keep myself abreast to current issues and things that not only impact myself but those around me. Because I don't think it's a loving thing to only view my wants and my desires when I vote, because I'm not the only person that lives in this society. But when you're looking at the world through a binary lens where it has to be this, it's only this, these are our only two options, I think that in and of itself is the crux of what the problem is. This patriarchal system of the Abrahamic religions has created a society where men automatically, by virtue of having a penis, thinks that they are better positioned to lead. They think that that grants them some sort of authority to be in a position of power over women. And what I'm saying to you is that's simply not true. If it were true, if it worked, we wouldn't have to keep making it work. If it were the natural order, you wouldn't have to beat people into that position, women specifically. So, and I'm not saying that you don't have a right to hold the view that you have. I do feel that it's a very troglodyte view. It's a very myopic view, and it's a very dangerous view as well, because it takes away the humanity of an actual human being because of the I guess genitalia that they have, and that just doesn't make any sense to me.
So the problem is that men and women are not equal. So when we go to the front lines, you go to the deaths. When we get the
Nigga,
oil, we
what?
use the gas. We're not equal. We don't have the same jobs. We don't in mass. Let's just be real about it. Do you go to the front line in the case of a national emergency? Do you have to? Are you can you could be conscripted or drafted to go to the front lines in case of a national emergency?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what century you're living in, but if you look at our military, there are plenty of women on the front line. If you think that
Hold
my
on. What happened? I just
gender,
got back. Why did the live get restricted? What happened?
oh, what did he say? I mean, he's been saying some mad ignorant shit, but I'm not sure what it was that restricted the live.
Oh, wow. Guys, so please watch your language before, so that my live does not take a penalty for the things that are coming out of your mouth, please. But the live got
Well, I haven't
restricted.
cursed, so I'm not sure. Maybe if I
Cursing
have
wouldn't
wrong things.
cursing wouldn't do it. Cursing wouldn't do it. But immoral language or claims or things like that would do it. So please be careful of what comes out of your mouth so that it doesn't affect the live. Okay.
And it's crazy. He's been
That
speaking
seems
for
like
his
fascism.
God. He's been speaking for his God and got the live restricted. That's wild. Like, so the mindset and the mentality that support this God is worthy of a TikTok restriction. That's kind of wild. Yeah, I mean, he's extremely, yeah. His position is
Goes to
that
the fact
women.
that nobody who wants anything better for
Why?
black
I'm sorry.
people
Did you not hear her talking? Why are you
black
cutting?
people.
Why are you cutting her off?
on.
Like, goodness gracious, we had a good conversation with the believer before you came up. Like, don't cut her off. She was mid sentence.
Well, Thinker, he sees men as superior to women, and that, just to summarize, women shouldn't be able to vote if they don't own property. They are not equal. They are not the same. He has some extremely harmful and misogynistic views. I don't know that would have gotten a restriction, so I'm honestly not even sure what he said that caused a TikTok restriction.
It probably is
Well,
because
even
they don't
lesbians.
play
Meaning my
about
name
that.
on my house too.
They don't play about gender based violence. So if he's saying things about women in that way, they will restrict the live, and then they'll end up suspending him if he continues. So
Yep.
you need to
Me,
just watch the
I have no
things that you
restriction.
say. I said they will end up. I know you think that you are superior to me, but your ears are not superior. So or your mind, because you lack the ability to actively listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I said they will end up suspending you if you continue. So watch the words that come out of your mouth.
You're saying it's me, blaming me for something that you're saying is a restricted live. I haven't got any reports on my side. I've already been in that situation where somebody has reported me
Do you
for my thing,
okay,
so I
so
know the
hold on
process. So therefore, I'm not sure why you're
again, your
blaming
brain
me.
isn't superior enough.
Thank you.
My live got restricted. You wouldn't get a notification because it is not your live. This live belongs to a female. It is the property of a female content creator whose name is on the live, who is the host, who has all of the power in this room. So the notification came to me. You won't get it. Understand?
Perhaps
Restraint,
if
your concept, your construct, you're saying that now you're a female. But if you're saying the problem is with gender, then they wouldn't think that, right? You would be biased. You'll be like using some
Oh
kind of
my
false
God.
metric
I
to
know
filter.
you definitely don't think that
I'm
you
not
are
sure.
superior and
I'm
that you
not
should rule
sure.
over anyone, and you didn't
But are you
fucking
saying
get
that the society we should
that
work for is
concept. I know
imaginary?
you don't think that you are superior and that you should rule over anyone, and you didn't understand that fucking simple sentence.
You seem a little triggered. Do you have a
Okay,
society that
cool.
we can look at that works in the way which
Okay,
you would like it
like
to
I don't
work?
know what is it that you think using the word triggered is going to do? Like, do you think it's going to make me change my tone of voice with you? Do you think I'm going to feel shame and be like, oh my God,
Well, I'm not trying to give
let me
grandma a
change the
stroke.
way I'm talking to God's sword because God's sword thinks I'm triggered. I don't give a fuck.
I'm
I
ma'am, old lady.
don't care what you
I'm
think
not
about me.
trying to
I
give
don't
you a
care what you
heart
think
attack
about me. I don't
or a
care what.
stroke.
Shut the fuck up. I don't care what you think about me. I know that you are inferior. I know that your brain is inferior. I know that your logic is inferior. But like I said, watch what the fuck you say. Watch what the fuck you say. And do not interrupt Fee.
Ma'am, you seem a little
Say it again. I say it again.
agitated.
Like, oh yeah, I am agitated.
Agitated.
I don't like
No
ignorance.
problem.
I am
No
very
problem. I
agitated.
understand your
Yeah,
agitation.
I don't
Let's
like
get back to the
ignorance. I
conversation.
don't like ignorance. I'm
You were
very
speaking,
fucking
like
agitated.
you
I
said,
don't like ignorant
like you
ass
said,
people. I don't
like
like
you said.
ignorant ass
I have
people.
cats
I
on
don't
behalf
like
of, by the
rude
way.
ass people. I'm very agitated.
What society works in the way that women would like it to work that we can look at today
I don't think
and model
you
it?
yeah, I don't know that it would matter even if we there are plenty that do, but it does I don't know that it would matter to you that we find it because in your position and in your mindset women are inferior to men. Like even when Thinker explaining how TikTok works with her restriction. Perhaps if you spent more time at a desk job, you would have been able to follow her logic because she wasn't saying anything about you being restricted. She was talking about her live being restricted. So if you come up here and you say that we only have two options, if you come up here and you say that men and women are not equal in your mind, if you come up here and you say that there are things that I am incapable of doing because I'm a woman that you are enabled to do because you are a man, I don't think that you're looking for a society that creates equality for women because it doesn't seem as though you think we deserve it.
Well, for the most part, most women do not want the jobs that men take. They don't even want to get into it. And even when we get into the area of construction, there was a woman-led construction company. But the problem for me is that there was two of us speaking. So you're not sure whether it was something I said or whether it's something that you said. Because at one point in time, I just noticed a little gender bias from the host, whereby they were mentioning that they were female, but that's making an assertion that they can't truly assert, right? They have to have a pronoun behind that, according to the rules of how I guess TikTok wants
Female
them.
is not a pronoun,
So
dude.
I'd like to see the society that y'all want to propose for women that works in the way, female cops, female fire department, female army. I like to see it. Where's it at? Where's Amazon?
I'm not sure what
Something wrong
you
with
are.
it.
Yeah, this is one of the most ignorant stances I've heard in quite a while, because you came up here first and you were saying that the only options are Christianity and Islam for Black people, which I don't know why those would be the only two options of the thousands, if not more, religions in the world. And your pushback seems to be about the fact that women are capable of functioning autonomously and independently without being under the thumb of a man. So when you say, where is the Amazon, where's the police force, where's the fire department, where's the time in history that men have not actively worked to suppress women? If maybe we can turn back the hands of time and eliminate that factor, we would see these things. And let's not pretend as though matriarchal societies did not exist and still don't exist. Let's not pretend that. But you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't even seek that information out because you've already come with your conclusion in your pocket. You've come with it tattered across your chest and is latent in every word that you say. You don't want a solution that includes women's equality because you don't see women as equal. And that's your issue, right? That's not my concern. And it's not my responsibility to bow to your limitations. That I can guarantee you will never happen.
Biology teaches us that women are not equal. And the fact that men are constantly seeking to suppress women means that women are easily suppressed within these situations. So I was talking about societies, not religion.
What part of
So with
biology? What?
society, we only
Yeah.
have two types of
Hold on.
societies, not thousands of
Hang on a
societies. We have
second. You made a claim, Godsword.
musculature.
Walk me
Thank you.
through. Walk me through the bio.
Musculature, man.
Walk me through the biology that says women are not equal.
Women do not have the same lung capacity, energy, stamina, musculature. They cannot beat men of the same ilk or the
Musculature?
same, as we saw within competitive MMA. These are observable realities. Are you trying to change the observable reality?
No. I know that different levels of strength exist, but that exists in the group of men as well. Because I'm pretty sure if you walked up to the dude who just rocked Jake Paul's jaw out of place, he'd whoop your ass too, and he's a man. So does that make you less of a man than him in the way that I'm less of a human because I'm not as strong as you? Just how does that work?
You're talking about two mutual combatants who are on an even playing field.
Wait, wait.
My
Is he saying that?
analogy,
Is he saying that
my
we should
analogy,
respect him because he can hit a woman?
Well, he's saying that men are
Mhm.
superior to women in
Because they
that
can hit a
physical
women?
prowess.
you
Yeah,
know,
because
I
my
they're
want him to
analogy
talk
is
stronger.
to
the MMA fight.
I want
The
him to see
MMA
Layla
fight
Ali
have
real quick. Hold on. I want him to see Layla Ali. Even Clarissa Shields. I want him to see one of those women and see if he's still
Clarissa Shields
talking
got
with
What
his
about
knocked
jaw
out.
that?
displayed.
What about that lady that's on TikTok right now that where she's bench pressing 250 pounds. She's also not a Christian, and she just like talked cash money shit to Christian men
Shields
who
got
were
knocked
all
out.
jealous of the fact that she could bench press 250 pounds and they couldn't. Like, I mean, but you're really up
Clarissa,
here. You're really up here like bragging or saying like because you hit women. Like, you do realize that
no,
there are such
I'm
thing as
saying
you
there's
do
no
realize that there are such
difference.
thing as weapons in the
There's no
world today.
difference. There's no
You do
difference. There's no
realize that
difference
there is a
between
such
men and
thing
women.
as weapons in the world today. You realize that, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, I
So
do. But I'm
you
not
you
talking
do
about just
realize
weapons.
like
I'm talking about men and women.
a 14-year-old literally hung her rapist. Like, ain't women are not sitting back and letting y'all motherfuckers touch us like that no more. I don't know what the fuck you think this shit is.
So men and women are equal. Then
That,
that's what you're
uh,
saying.
what the fuck you mean? No, men and women are not equal in society, but we fucking should be. And
What moral quality?
actually, women are
What
smarter.
moral?
Women are smarter than most men. Women are smarter
So
than
I can
most
call you a
men.
dude.
Women are
I can call you
smarter.
a dude
But
then.
I don't give a fuck what the
I
fuck you
mean,
call me.
the word woman don't
I don't
right
give a
there.
fuck what the fuck you call me,
All right, bro.
motherfucker. I
No
am what
problem.
the fuck I am. I am what the
Because
fuck I am. Are you
right.
a motherfucker
Because you're
because
not
I call
gender
you a
neutral.
motherfucker? Are
Possibly.
you a motherfucker
Can
because
you
I
name the
call you
mother?
a motherfucker?
Possibly. Can you name the mother?
Yours.
You're a
Yours?
hot mess, man.
Yours?
You're
Okay,
running
cool.
all over the place.
I
And
don't
we're
give
not
a fuck
minding.
what you think about me,
So
motherfucker.
this
I
is
ain't
what
trying to
happened, right?
fuck
You're
your
trying to
ass.
say that
I
men are
don't give
totally
a
different
give a
because I
damn.
saw
I
a
don't
low
care.
rank
The
civil
crazy thing about it is
beat
that your
the
ass come on
nonsense,
here to argue
beat
with
the
women
press,
that you don't have
yo.
any authority over. You come on
And
here to
just
try
like
to
the
assert some type
CEO,
of dominance over
men
women
is
that you
dominating
can't even fucking enforce.
the
You don't pay nobody's motherfucking bills but your own, motherfucker. You can't make a woman bow down to
trying
your
to help you.
motherfucking ass.
I
All you
gotta have
do is
prices.
come on social media to try to force strange ass women to fucking bow down to your dumb ass. That is weak as fuck.
I want you to
Why,
see
why
facts.
don't you
You're doing
focus
it
on
because you're
managing the
about
women in
reality
your real life?
TV.
The reason why you try to fucking focus on women on social media is because you can't even make the women in your real life fucking bow down to your ass. Because
Oh
if you
no,
did have women in your real life bowing down to you, you'd be tending to them, motherfucker. You would be on here arguing with
oh
somebody that you
no.
can't even fucking touch. You can't even fucking stop me from
Because
saying
you
the
can't
shit I'm
find a
saying right the
society that
fuck
you want to
now.
live
You
in.
can't even
The
shut
problem
my
is you can't
motherfucking
find
mouth up right
Amazon.
now.
You
You
can't
are a
find. You can't be
waste.
Wonder
You
Woman
are
in
a
your own
fucking
yard.
waste.
Your problem
You
is
should
your
be
own brand, and
embarrassed.
nobody looks at you anymore.
You should. I
It's the
don't give a fuck.
multitude.
Okay, cool,
Right, nobody
cool.
looks for you
Am I
anymore,
supposed to cry?
Granny.
Like, what did you
Your
hope to see
cats and your
tears?
buddies
Like, did you
are they
hope to see
all?
tears?
Do they talk back
Did
to
you
you
hope
when
to
you
see?
talk to them?
Hey, did you hope to see tears?
Is
I
this where
don't
you're
give a
at right
fuck.
now,
I don't
Granny?
give a fuck. I fucked the fuck out of my ass myself.
So the
Like,
argument
there
is
ain't
is
never
your
been a
Amazon
motherfucking time
society
that a nigga
instead
has
of men
fucked.
for
There
women.
ain't never been a motherfucking time that a
You
nigga
don't
has
even want a
fucked better than
job.
these
You're on here
motherfuckers right here.
24/7.
I don't give a
You
fuck.
women don't
I
want
don't
the jobs
care.
men do.
What's your
You don't want the
point?
jobs.
What's your
Right.
point?
So you don't want the jobs. So if you don't want the jobs, then who will run your
The what?
society?
If I don't want what? If I don't want what?
If you don't want the jobs, who will run your society? You're a bum.
What,
You're
what
on
what the
here
fuck you
every
mean,
day
motherfucker? I own
except
my own goddamn
so
company, bitch. I
if
don't work for
you
nobody. I
if
own
you
my own shit.
don't
I created my own shit. I don't work for nobody. You are the one who have the jobs. You work, and then
right,
on top of
right,
that,
we
you
have the
believe that
jobs.
you were created to be a
Right, we have
fucking
the jobs.
laborer. You were created to bow down and work for them motherfuckers and make them motherfuckers rich. You
Okay,
are the
then
one who
stop
don't know how.
shutting
You
down
are the one who don't know how to
stop.
build your own fucking wealth, motherfucker. You up here bragging about building up another nigga shit with your
So the only
subservient
one
mind ass having.
us
Like,
from
what the
shutting
fuck?
down
Shut
your
the fuck
business
up.
is the police.
Shut the fuck up.
That's it.
Is there anybody
Police
else?
protection from
Is there
other men
anybody
to
else
protect you
in the
from men.
request box that have anything of substance to talk about? Because
Right now, where's your
this
Amazon
butt hurt ass
Wonder
motherfucker
Woman?
who's pissed at his
Where's your
life. He
Amazon
mad that his life didn't go the way his God promised him. Now he want to argue with women on social
Grandma?
media
Where is
about
your
submitting to
Amazon
his non
Wakanda?
property habit ass. Shut the fuck
I
up.
want to find your Wakanda so we can
Sure.
model it.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, where's
Cool.
Wakanda?
Cool. Whatever.
You wouldn't be in there because most people in Wakanda can read. And the reality is this, right? Like
Wakanda is an imaginary place with
be-
delusional old bats.
because I know.
It's a TV
Oh,
show.
did he call us delusional old bats?
Delusional old bats. Yes.
This shit, like,
Mm.
it hurts them that a motherfucker can use a rose or a fucking dildo to replace his ass. Like, you are replaceable. You do realize that we can carry y'all motherfuckers around in our
She just
pockets.
said
Like,
Wakanda
you
can
realize
be.
that? You realize that?
She just said
Like,
the
we
country
can
of
carry y'all
Wakanda can
around in
be.
our
Did you
purses.
hear that?
You realize that? Like, you are replaceable. You're not needed.
Thinker, you know what I was thinking about the other day? Like when they come up here and they don't read, right? And science is definitely not something that they follow. What we are watching in real time is natural selection. They are guaranteeing by their antiquated mentalities and their resistance to actual literacy and intelligence, they are guaranteeing their own extinction. We are watching natural selection in play and they don't even realize it.
They're
Right,
like
and the natural selection,
you could
I
tell
agree with you.
he's
The
bitter about
natural
that shit
selection
too.
is that these women are getting
Yeah,
rejected from society. They're
He
becoming old
definitely is.
maids,
he's
and they're
bitter.
trying to school the younger generations on how to be
Oh,
failures such
are you
themselves
looking for
and
a
to
young
follow in
one?
their
Are
footsteps.
you looking
But
for a
So
young
I
one?
this is why they have
Are you
no
looking for a
society.
young one?
Yo,
Are the young
I don't
ones
have to
turning your
look,
ass down and now you
man.
mad at us because we
I
don't
don't have to
educated
look,
them?
man. They come for
Huh?
me.
The young ones
I don't
done
have to
turned you
look.
down. Now you mad. Now
Okay,
you on here
I'm not a bum like you.
complaining, mad at us because
The
we done
problem is you
educated
broke
them.
people.
They
The
ain't
only
falling
thing
for
they
your
ask you
shit.
is you want
They ain't falling for
change.
your lies. And now you mad.
That's exactly what it is. Because the
Where
fact of
is
the
your
matter is,
Amazonian
hang on a second.
society? Wait. All this talk. Let's be serious for the people.
God's
Where is
God's
your society for
Thank
the
you,
women that's
God's
Eweezy.
better?
butter knife. God's butter knife. Hold on, go on mute real quick, because this isn't doing what you think it's doing. Because you've summoned lords, and we all know what happens when lords come in. Because the interesting piece about it is that if you felt like this solution that you're capping for actually resolved the issues of society, you would present them differently. Like you would be able to give us research based, evidence based facts that demonstrate that this is the only way to go. You don't research, and I'm not sure you're understanding or clear on what evidence actually is, and that's okay, right? Like you can fill your life with women that perform and submit in the way that you need them to perform and submit. You're just not going to find them in this space. So I don't know why you come here to say things like that to us, because we don't want you. You don't want us. That piece is mutual. So once we've already established that, I'm not sure what else there is to talk about. I think you want us to want men. You want us, and you want society to go back to a time where women needed men so that y'all could act the way that you are right now and still get ass. But we are telling you that no, you have to learn how to be likable, because we no longer need you. And we are not going back to a time where we allow you to create a society that bakes in that need, because we know what we're capable of. And I think y'all do too, which is why you don't want equality. You need to stand on our backs to be small. I'm sorry, to be tall, because you actually see how small you are without that assistance. That's not our responsibility. That's yours.
They
But
try
it's
that
plenty of
shame
books if
shit.
you're,
According to
they do.
Yeah,
Yes,
they
statistics,
try
plenty
that
of
according
shame
books
to
if you're
shit. Don't
really
nobody give a
educated.
fuck. Like there is no
Mhm.
shame in my motherfucking game.
according to statistics,
I haven't had peace
Yes.
like this in a long fucking time, and I ain't had
Yeah,
a
not a
dick
lot.
nowhere near my
according
ass in
to
7 years, and I keep it that way on purpose.
So the highest level, according to the stats, of domestic violence is among the women on women couples, according to the statistics. When we start
That's
looking at
not
the
true.
society as far as what we have today
Where are these
compared to the
statistics?
1960s, the
Where are these
greatest time for Black
statistics?
Americans was pre-1960s.
Where
They were
are
even
these statistics?
studying us in
Can't,
a
sir,
video
sir,
called
sir, sir,
"Selling to
sir,
the,"
sir. I know you on
Speaker,
the
black word.
speakerphone.
I can't
He's
The
on
mute
the
English
him,
word for
thinker,
yeah.
black.
He's on the speakerphone.
Why
Okay,
would
but
I? Why would somebody
let's
want to
talk.
mute me?
because
Let's talk
you're
about.
talking over
But
people.
then
That's
pre
why.
Yeah, you're
19,
talking
oh,
over
I didn't hear
people.
them.
If we can't
You
mute
Okay,
him,
yeah,
he
because
got to
because
you're
go.
you're
on the.
If
talking.
we can't mute him, he got to go. He can't stay up here.
Yeah,
If we
I
can't mute
can't
him.
mute him. Selena, can you mute him? Because
Nope, I thought it was just me.
Yeah, but he's on speakerphone. That's why he can't hear. He doesn't. This patriarchy doesn't even let him afford a good set of headphones. He's on the speakerphone. That's why he can't. He talks over us. He can't hear. But let's talk about statistics, especially statistics of your ilk, because it's always you motherfuckers coming up here. Between 1990 and 2019, Black women's home and land ownership grew by 5.3%, while Black men's decreased by 8%. And even though Black people did bad during the pandemic, in 2020, that trend kept up, and Black women actually recovered better and faster from the pandemic and kept buying homes more than Black men. So I heard you say that people who don't own homes and land and things like that shouldn't be able to vote. That means that a lot of Black men wouldn't be able to vote, including you, right? So why would you want to put Black men out of the running like that? You guys aren't being educated. You guys aren't don't own homes. You don't own land. Why would you want to put Black men out of the running like that, including yourself, Godson?
He don't
Will
care, and
God
he
come
ain't
down
listening.
here? Will God come down here and
Well, I
help
can't hear
you
that
guys?
speaker. Can you summarize what they said?
You can't hear me?
He wasn't listening, Loris. He was in the comments typing, spamming they, them, spamming homophobic ass and LGBTQ phobic ass rhetoric. He wasn't listening. He's a waste of fucking space, is what he is.
I said I can't hear them because of how TikTok is not working. Can you summarize for me what he said or she
You
said? I'm
can't
not
hear
sure who the
TikTok?
person is.
Maybe you should drop and come back. Yeah, I think it's you. God, because I've noticed that people who believe in God have the worst equipment.
Like y'all's Wi-Fi is terrible. You probably need another phone, bitch. You don't have no headphones. God, he gets his worst
Yeah, just
people
showing the
to
fear
serve him.
on the side of
Oh, I
people who
thought
I'm
he
going
couldn't
against.
hear you, Lords. He just fucking
Mm.
No, I
lied.
can't hear you
He's a
Exactly.
because
liar, is what his
I
ass
saw you
is.
deleting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
ma'am, I
yeah.
saw you deleting my post. So I said I can't hear the
He's a
person.
fucking liar,
But it
is what
shows
he
the
is.
fear. I
Mm-hmm.
asked you to summarize and you couldn't summarize. And you just let the
Mm-hmm.
person go
Get
to
go
quietness.
ahead and whine because
Uh-huh.
the
I couldn't
thinker
do
He
that.
won't
Mm-hmm.
could have
submit to
heard.
God's
So
son and fucking do
so the
what
problem
God's
is
son won't thinker want
the
thinker to
problem is
do. Where
the
your
old lady
power
get
at?
triggered.
Where your power at?
The old
Where
lady
your
get
power
triggered when
at,
you need
man?
somebody to
Where the
help.
power that's
I
supposed to
ask
be
you
in
to
the
see
dick?
what the person is
Where the
portraying.
power that's supposed to be in
I'm
that
not
dick that's
sure.
supposed to make
Are
me
you
do
having
what
a
you want
mental
me to
problem?
do? Where it at?
Do we need to
Make
send
me
somebody to do a
summarize.
welfare
Make
check
me
on you?
submit and summarize.
You seem a little
Hashtag
sassy.
submit and
You know?
summarize. Hashtag
So
submit
I
and
just asked you to be
summarize.
safe.
Where the power at?
Not hashtag. And his time for
What
to
if
not
he's
hear
sleeping, ma'am?
Lord's, your
Or are you
timing
just
is
gonna act like
perfect.
a 5-year-old?
But
You know, these old ladies looking crazy like
to
10-year-olds
not
is ridiculous.
to
And you
not be
say
able
what
to
he
hear
said.
Lord's, it's odd that he doesn't start speaking until she stops speaking. Like that's kind of odd to work around something you can't hear. They lie so easily, it's
I started
insane.
Yeah.
speaking when the host or some mod deleted my post that they them
It's
running.
called your ass been muted and you or your fucking God can't unmute your ass. Where the power at?
The thing is,
Ma'am,
he
I can
put,
unmute myself whenever I feel
Yeah, go
like.
ahead and
he
type.
said,
Go
You know,
ahead. Hold on, Loris.
I mute
Go on
myself.
ahead and unmute your
I
ass
mute
in the
myself
comments.
because I have the phone.
Go on ahead
But
and
what
unmute
happened
your
is you can't
comment.
show me your
Go
Amazon.
on
You know by
ahead.
the stats that
Go
women
on
can
and
ship
unmute your
$7
ass in
wherever
the
we live.
comments and type in the comments. Let me
You
see.
also know that
Let
all
me see the
sexual
power.
housing never worked for
Shut the
black
fuck
people.
up and show me
So
the
when you look at
power.
the historical data and the facts and the
Show me
I
the
stats
just,
and you
I
power.
say
just,
everything I'm proposing
Show me
is
the
I
much
just
worse for
power.
want to
black
know.
people, you start crashing
I just
out.
want to see your
The
power.
power is right here.
Yeah,
The
Mm,
comment.
power is right here. You just don't
Comment.
see it. I will
Comment.
never show it to you because you're not
Comment.
worthy of
Type
my
it in the
power.
comments. I can see it.
You're not worthy. You're not
You
worthy of
can't,
this
can
power. I'm
you?
so sorry.
You can't, can
I'm
ya?
so sorry for you,
You
OG.
can't, can you?
God's
I don't look like
sword.
that.
Where
And you
is the
believe
You
black
there's
man's,
you
power.
can't.
You
where
know,
is the
Malcolm
black,
X used to say something
Yeah,
called
you
where is the
petty
can't.
power
black man's
positions.
Amazon?
And you
Where is
believe
the
that it
black
has
man's
some kind of
Amazon?
weight. Your petty
God's
power
sword.
position has no weight over me.
God's sword.
Do
Where
you
is the
realize
black
that?
man's
So by the
Amazon? Where's
stats,
your
the
daddy's
facts, and
Amazon?
everything that you guys are saying that I should be presenting, domestic violence is higher among women
Oh,
who
you
God's
are
refuse
such
sword.
to
a
ask
little
for
God's
help.
sword.
crybaby.
The society is
Mm-hmm.
better
Mm-hmm.
under Christian society.
Oh,
That's
are
why
you
you
up here
can't
to say
find
that
a
women are beating
non-Christian
men up after
society
you
that you
said
want to live in.
women can't?
Where's your non-Christian
Hold
society
on,
with
Fee,
all
am
Mm-hmm.
I
these thousands
understanding
of
him correctly?
religions that you like to live
Am I
in?
understanding him
You
correctly?
have it.
Is he saying that
You have
women are
it.
actually beating
Where
up
is
men
your
after he said
Amazon, Wonder
that
Woman?
women weren't
Where
strong
that?
enough to?
I think
Is that
he
what he's
said
saying
yeah.
now?
Where that?
Yeah,
Where your Amazon at? Where is your country that is supposedly
Is that what
perfect
he's saying?
Where?
for women?
Oh,
Yeah.
by the way,
Yeah.
y'all can go and
I said you
download
only have two options.
my motherfucking technology. It's NODAT on
Good.
Apple and Android. Cause I do own tech. I did develop tech.
You don't own
Where's
nothing.
yours?
If you
Where's
own something, you have
yours?
better head.
Where is
You'd be able to
yours?
stop
Huh?
buying
Where's
Kanakalan.
yours? And by the
Now
way,
I'm not
I
telling you how
did
much I
get
know
two
about
hundred and
because
fifty
I know
thousand
where
dollars from Amazon
Kanakalan.
to invest in my
Ma'am,
company.
ma'am,
I
what
did.
Kanakalan is
I
to me.
got $250,000
your
from
brain,
Jeff
your
Bezos
brains
to
about to
invest
be
in my
fuzzy at the
company.
top.
I did. Where's yours? Where is your Jeff Bezos check? Huh? When did Jeff
Where's
Bezos write you a check
Kanakalan?
to invest in shit
Where's
that you invested?
where's your $5 pack of
Huh?
Kanakalan? That's what I want to see.
Where is your
I want
Jeff
to see a
Bezos
250
check?
pack of Kanakalan.
Huh?
You know what? The fact that you know how to
Man, you're
pronounce
not making no
Kanakalan,
cash. You
bitch.
acting like it. I'm not
the
sure why you're
the
capping.
fact that
Maybe it's
he know
because
how
you
to
have to,
pronounce
I don't know, make yourself
Kanakalan.
feel better. But you don't have a job. You're a bum.
Why
All
do
you
you
do is
know how to
come on here
pronounce
running your mouth,
Kanakalan,
and you
bitch?
don't allow other people to respond when you have
Oh,
no
now you
Why do you
whining.
know?
you have no answers.
Oh, now
You
you
have nothing.
whining. What happened to your
I'm asking you
power?
where your country
Is your
is.
dick shriveled up
Where your
now? Your
country
power
is, ma'am.
gone?
Where's your
Did
Wonder
you just
Woman
get out the
country?
shower and that
And you
shit
start
small?
crying because you
Where
have
your
no
power go?
country.
Where
You
your
have
power
no
go?
country for old
That
ladies.
shit
You
shriveled the
have
fuck
no
up.
country for the
It's a
old
cold
ladies to move
motherfucking day
to.
when thinkers
What
around
you
that bitch can't grow.
nobody Nobody's gonna be
You ain't
taking
got
care
no
of
power
you.
in that
You
lip
got
ass
tatted on
motherfucker.
your head. You can't even take care of
Oh,
yourself.
with your
Old
crybaby
man
ass.
or old lady.
Keep
You
crying.
need some men
Keep
conscious
crying.
to protect you. You need
Oh.
somebody to watches over you.
Oh.
You don't know no country, man.
What was that
No
song
country.
about
No
Kanakalan?
place that we could look
What
at.
was that song that
No,
was
I say you
trending
got
on TikTok
Kanakalan
about
too.
Kanakalan?
Yeah, you
I don't
Kanakalan
know,
down.
but that
You're
motherfucker know how to
Kanakalan down.
pronounce
I'm gonna start
Kanakalan.
calling you Kanakalan
That
Mary.
motherfucker know how
How's
to
that sound?
pronounce Kanakalan
That's that suits you. It's a
cause he
cute
get
little
his hair
name
braided. That
for my
bitch
sister.
all in women
Now we
business. That's
all know,
why
man,
he
you
ain't got
can't
no
point to a
Amazon
society,
and his daddy don't
not
have no
one,
Amazon
that you can
either.
say is better than the one you're
His
in right
daddy
now.
Why
don't
is he
have an
And if
still
you can't,
Amazon
then you
talking?
show
either.
it.
Yeah.
Why is
His
he
daddy don't
talking?
have one either. His daddy couldn't
Why
leave
are you
him
still
anything.
deflecting? Because you can't
His
show
daddy
nothing. You
his
have no
daddy
facts,
didn't
no
pass
stats, no
on
nothing
anything
to show that
either.
anything you're speaking about will come to fruition
You know,
or
I
will
really
better
wish he would drop
empower
down and
either
come back so
blacks
he could hear what
or
I'm
women.
saying.
Yeah, that's what I
Nothing.
was gonna
And the
Yeah,
say.
fact that you're
I want.
arguing against
Yeah,
women
I think you should
shows it.
drop down and come back so you could hear what I'm saying.
You can come back.
He won't hear what you're saying,
Yeah,
Lord.
he
No,
Stop
could
I know
talking.
hear
he
you,
gonna he
Lords.
gonna hear what I'm
He heard
saying.
everything you said. He was lying when he said he couldn't.
Hmm.
No, I said
Yeah,
I say he won't hear, meaning he's not gonna listen. Like he just comes up here to rant.
I
Like
just want to know why he knows how to pronounce Canakalon.
because he stays in women's business, even though he
Hmm.
There
feels
you go.
like
He's not gonna
we're
listen to you.
inferior.
Hmm. God's sword.
Hold on. His
Can you
his
hear me?
his internet
Yes,
is
how's it
on
going, Lord? I
DSL.
can hear you.
Yeah.
Not DSL.
Can you hear me, God's sword?
Lord, I can hear you perfectly now. Yes, I
Okay.
can hear you now, man. Usually my phone has a allergic reaction to some voices, so it seems TikTok acts weird. Go ahead.
Okay. Why do you know what Canakalon is?
He thought that was funny,
I
y'all.
know. Like
Hmm.
goodness gracious.
Yeah. Why do you know what Canakalon is?
Because I
And
deal with
let
women,
me ask you a question.
biological women.
I really want to ask you a question. Um um where is your father's Amazon? Where is the thing that your father left to you? Where where is his legacy that he left to you?
Well, it's all around you right now, man. The fact
No,
that every
no,
other
I don't
country that
mean your
you're talking
heavenly
about, we
father.
can
I don't
compare
mean
it
your
to,
heavenly
has their
father, sir,
inhabitants. Well,
sir,
let me
sir, sir,
respond to
sir,
you, man.
sir.
Let me
I don't
respond
mean
to you,
your.
man.
I don't mean
Let me
your
respond to
heavenly
you, man.
father. I mean your
Why are you
earthly.
acting? Why can't
I
you let
mean
me
your
finish my
daddy.
sentence,
I
bro?
mean your daddy, bitch.
Yes, my
Where
birth
is your
daddy.
daddy?
Yes, man, my birth
Where,
daddy.
where
Okay, you
is?
got some cholesterol in your voice,
Yes.
man. You
Where
got some
is your
cholesterol there.
daddy?
I can
That's
hear
what
it.
I
I
mean.
can hear it.
Where
My
is the
daddy is
shit your
fine.
daddy
My
left you?
daddy's a good man.
Where
My
is
daddy
the shit
raised
your
me,
daddy
unlike your
left you?
daddy. Where's
Where
your
is the
daddy?
shit your father left? No, because my daddy left me three houses. So
Everything
where
around us, that the
so
other
where is the
countries
shit
that you want to move to,
where is the
everything
shit
around us
your
is
daddy
what my
left you?
daddy has left for me. Everything
Sir,
around us, man.
sir, where is the
Why you
shit?
just speaking
I'm
over
not
me when I'm
no,
trying
He,
to
I'm not
but Lord,
talking
he's
about
really
expound?
answering you
This
because
is
if he
why
got
you're
to
a
go to
simple
an
man. Nobody
imaginary
wants to
ass
listen to you.
daddy
oh
for
he's
his
okay,
inheritance, that
yeah.
means he ain't got shit. So he's really answering
Yeah.
you already.
Yeah. 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 That's your I don't mean your
Because
heavenly
the old
father.
lady can't listen.
I,
Is your
I
hearing
don't
aid
mean
on?
I don't
Is your
mean your
hearing aid
heavenly
on, ma'am?
father. I don't mean
Can
your
you hear me?
heavenly father.
Can just
I mean your
respond? Can you
earthly
hear me?
father. The
Can you
one that
hear me?
I now know
Hello?
that you don't know
Oh,
who he is
I think
because
she's having
you can't
problems.
talk
She's
about him,
spazzing out. She's
right?
triggered. She can't hear.
You
Can
don't
you
know who
plug
your
me a
father
hearing aid? Can
is.
you hear me, ma'am?
And that's why you know what Canacolon is, because you used to have to hang with your mama in
Hello?
a fucking beauty shop.
Can you hear me,
That's
ma'am?
why you know
Well,
what Canacolon is. Because instead of your daddy bringing
outdated
you to
hairdressers
football
who deal
games,
with
your
raggedy
mama
old
used to
ladies
bring you to watch
who
her
put
get her hair
Canacolon
done.
in the hair.
That's why you know what
I,
Canacolon is.
can you hear me, ma'am?
That's
Can you
why
hear
you
me?
know what
Is your hearing aid in?
Canacolon is. That's why you know what Canacolon is, because
Yes,
you used to have
if
to
you can
sit
hear
on the
me.
floor in a corner in the beauty shop and shut up while your mama took you to the
Can you
beauty
hear me?
shop
Can
because your
you say
daddy didn't
yes?
take you to
Can
baseball
you say
games and
yes if you can
football
hear
games
me?
and shit. That's what it is. That's why you know what Canacolon is, because you used to have to hang around the hoes in the beauty shop. Because you had to go
My
with your
mother
mama
never wore
everywhere.
no
Cause,
weave. My mother
Cause your
never wore
daddy
no heifer
wasn't
weave on her head.
around. Your
Oh
daddy
Lord,
wasn't
you putting
around.
that Indian woman, that plastic on your head,
Your
and you
daddy,
think you look different. You
your
trying to make
daddy
yourself
wasn't
look different because
around,
you're
sir.
ugly on the outside and ugly
That's
on the
why
inside. I feel so
you,
bad for you with that
that's
weave
what
on
it
your head.
is,
I pray for you and your sins for trying to cover your ugliness with the weave and the dirty weave on your head that's being cursed by others.
sir.
Amen.
I
Now,
have a
ma'am,
low
I'd like
cut
to ask you a
Caesar.
question.
I have a low cut Caesar
Ma'am.
with a
I'd like
deep
to ask
wave,
you a
sir.
question, ma'am,
No, I'm
before
not
hearing
gonna
aid is
answer
working.
any question
Where
that you
is your
ask.
Amazon?
I'm
Where
not.
is your
Where is
Catholic
your
country
daddy's
where
Amazon?
women
Where
are treated
where
well
is your
and not
father's
subjugated and
Amazon?
enslaved for sex.
sir,
Can
sir,
we see more
sir,
SMX?
sir, sir,
Can we see it? Can we
sir.
see?
Where is
My
your
Amazon
daddy's
is the one that
Amazon?
everybody is moving to, man. My
Where is
father's
your
Amazon is
daddy's?
the one that
Where is your
everybody is trying to
daddy's
move
Amazon?
to. They're trying to get away from your fake Amazon and come to my real daddy's
What is wrong
inheritance right
with
here
you,
that he's
sir?
giving me right here. The one that he's
Imagine
built right
being
here.
mentally ill for God.
But
These people
I'm
are
just
not
I'm
well.
just laughing at you, man. Because
They're
this
they're
old head
Lord,
You ought to
saying
Lord,
that
change.
a
you
Hebrew
show me
Israelite
my
said
Amazon.
tonight that if he
You
didn't
came to me
know
about the
Yahweh, but he
Kanakalar.
called him Hey
Mm-hmm.
Yah, Hey Yah. He said if he
Mm-hmm.
didn't know Yahweh, he wouldn't know how to walk or shit.
Wow.
And he
like
said he had just met Yahweh 5 years ago. He was 54.
he's been
But
back there
see,
for a
this is
long
what I'm
time.
talking about. This is what I'm talking about. He's sitting up here talking about where's your Amazon? Where is the Amazon your daddy left you? Like we ain't got to move all the way to Jeff Bezos. Where is the legacy that your daddy left you? You don't know.
Sorry, people, I eat that one.
That's why you don't know what. That's why you know what canacolone is. Because instead of going to the baseball games, your mom used to have to take you to the salon
When
because she ain't
they
no babysitter.
when they act like that, like they are literally jealous of women. Like they're jealous. Specifically when it's religious black men, they're jealous of black women and they lose their shit because they're not happy with themselves. They ain't happy with their God. They ain't happy with their mama and daddy. They ain't happy with their society around them or the women that fuck with them. That's why they act the way they act.
Because what other reason would you have to come into a space of women who are minding their business, having conversations about topics that we find interesting, trying to make the world a better place, looking at things from different perspectives? What reason would you have to come in and just be insulting? He doesn't know what we have, what we own, how we worked for it, any of those things. But I think it's very telling the mindset that it takes to see the world through black and white lenses, meaning it can only be this. These are our only two options. That mindset has never moved the world forward. It never has. It's always been the person that's pointing at how things were or how things are. You had it during antebellum slavery. You had it during women's suffrage. You had it during every single fight for human rights. You had someone yelling for keeping things how they currently are or going back to how they were. That is always the case. And that's never been the side that won. It's never been. So when people say, what side of history are you on? Look at whether or not you're pushing forward towards progress or if you're pushing for regression, because that's going to tell you if you're on the right side or not.
The crazy thing about it
But
is like the
see,
conversations that we've been having have been about the in this story the women is the power, the feminine, right, is the power in the story. And just talking about like how with white supremacy and how they treat the women in their community, they do have them subjugated, but they don't do it out publicly. They make, you know what I'm saying, like they use the power of the women in their community in order to push forward different agendas and shit that they want to do. And then they don't let anybody disrespect their women in public. These motherfuckers will get on social media and they will do and say shit like that. They will kill their own women, beat their own women, because they've been convinced that they are supposed to be king of the castle, or the woman's supposed to bow down, and like they've bit the fucking they've bought into the fucking lie. But they come in here and they do shit like that instead of focusing on building with the women in your community, focusing working with what the women in your community have already started working on, and adding to that and building to that. You motherfuckers want to get jealous because you aren't the one who started it, or you aren't the one who built it, or you aren't the one who owned it. So you rather tear that shit down or try to take it over. That's why y'all act the way you act when you come in here, when you act like that.
and that is
Yeah,
what you just
yeah,
said
Joshua.
is true. I follow a creator on YouTube, black woman, and she knows how to sew, and she sews dresses from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I mean, she can sew her ass off. And she uses old patterns to make these dresses. And she made her kitchen into like a 1950s kitchen. And she got this really great stove from the 1950s. And if you have ever seen a stove from the 1950s, they did way more shit than the stoves right now do, right? And a couple of weeks ago, she did a video about her getting a divorce, right? And her husband took the stove and told her, "You won't make it without me because that little hobby you have won't last long."
Did you see the stove he replaced it with?
No, I haven't seen it.
He replaced it with like a worn down, dirty uh, gas stove. Like a not even I don't even think that's a gas stove. I think it's like a electric. You know the electric stoves that are that don't have the coils. Like he replaced it with like
Yes.
a worn down electric stove.
I mean, because like that kind of stuff. First of all, sir, what are you going to do with the stove? You know you're not going to do nothing with the damn stove.
He just wanted to stop
You,
her flow of income.
yeah, yeah. I cannot remember her name, but she did. She got flown out for a business trip, and he's just like, your little hobby. Like, sir, what are you talking about? This is not a hobby. This is a damn job.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, she said that she was, I don't know if she's gonna do anything about it. I don't think so. She's probably
I
just
think
gonna
people are raising
move
money for
on.
her to get another vintage stove. I think
Yeah.
she's already raised the money. I think social media has already given raised
Well,
enough money
well,
for her to
that's
get her.
good.
So
But I just use that as an example. Like, even if you're divorcing somebody, why would you want to sabotage them?
that I told you my
That's the
my ex
thing.
husband said you gonna get a foreclosure on your credit, bitch. Like would not sign the papers for me to sell the house.
That is that is crazy. Why do you want to see somebody who you claimed to love? That's what you said, right? Why would you want to actively hurt them? Why would you want the mother of your children? Why would you want your children by extension to suffer?
Think about why they don't like if they get put on child support, then they say that they either aren't going to pay it because they don't need the man in their business and they're not going to pay child support, so they're doing it to make it harder on the mama, so that the mama will have to take care of everything herself. Or they say just I saw a video that a public offender posted about. It said just pay the bare minimum, that if she puts you on child support, don't do nothing else. You just pay the bare minimum. Then said, I'm not talking to these no good ass daddies. If you're a no good ass dad, I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to the good daddies. What,
And
motherfucker?
that's crazy. My friend's stepson, her mother, he is 34, and she just started getting her child support payments again because her now ex-husband, he quit his job when when she put him on child support. He quit his job and started going places working for cash. The only reason he has a job now is because he got cancer and he needs the insurance. So he had to get a job. So now he's 34 years old. His mama just started getting child support payments again.
Yep, they quit those jobs quick, fast, and in a hurry, or lie and say that they don't have money, that they don't have one. But they want to be seen as a good dad. Yep. Uh, Shin and searching for truth. It's I don't know. Searching for truth and Shin, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident?
Hey yo, what's going on? What's up, thinker?
What's up?
Nothing much. I wanted to it was some stuff that I'd heard. What's the name say or whatever, but I'm gonna skip past that. I'm gonna go to Jesus is definitely the problem. I ain't gonna lie though, I think if Jesus was just by himself and wasn't a package deal with his daddy, I think he could be all right. But I feel as if his daddy's trying to use him as a way to weasel back into our lives and stuff like that. And I'm just not with that. I think too often we see parents, specifically fathers in these situations, try to use the children to weasel back into like the mother's lives. And I think this is like him trying to play nice. It's still the same old threats, same old bullshit. And yeah, I'm tired of seeing I guess fathers use these children as pawns to try and get back in good with the people that they've abused.
I
So,
don't really see Yahweh using Jesus to get back. Whose life is he trying to get back into? Because Jesus came for the Israelites, and Yahweh was still in the Israelites' life. He was never in the Gentiles' lives.
well, I'm saying based on the way that most Christians understand it, right? They think because Jesus said what he said about whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have all that stuff, right? The way I think what he's trying to do, I think he's trying to use Jesus as a way to seem like more appealing, right? With the whole switch up from how he was in the Old Testament versus how he is now. And I think that's one of the main things because Jesus, compared to his daddy, like he's a nicer guy. I think some of the things that Jesus was saying could be okay, right? But when you couple it in with the fact that he's normally like a package deal with his daddy, I think that's I don't know. I think it just makes it way less appealing when you factor in the characteristic of his daddy or whatever. And I think that's why the other dude was acting the way he was when he was up here.
Well, I don't want to talk about the other dude because he's not up here. But Jesus actually parroted a lot of what his daddy said, right? He could, because he is God in the flesh. But even
Mm-hmm.
as the Son of God, he told the Israelites to follow the law of Moses. So he didn't really detour away from that in any of his teachings, other than him in the book of Luke, when Luke is writing to the Gentile audience, he's telling them to turn the other cheek, and you see this social justice Jesus. But the earlier writings with Matthew and Mark, he's very Israelite focused, and so the Israelites already had Yahweh, and the Jesus was presenting himself as the Messiah that the Israelites were waiting on, and they rejected him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't quite see the comparison there. I do think that Jesus's death cleanses Yahweh's sins in the minds of a Christian. I ran a live one time saying that Jesus died for the sins of Yahweh, because Christians are forgiving of the immoral things that Yahweh does and justify the things that he does because they're looking back at Yahweh through the bloody the blood of Jesus, like through their lenses. But I don't see the dad thing that you were originally talking about.
Well, that's kind of the thing too, because I think the Christian perspective, generally speaking, is that Jesus and God are supposed to be one, right? They see as the Son is the same as the Father, and I think it's an attempt at a rebrand. Because I think there's way more focus on like you have to throw in like the writings of like Paul and stuff like that too. But I think the general premise in the New Testament is that God is more about love and all this other like touchy feely stuff. And I think it's a sharp contrast to how it's presented in the Old Testament, which is what I mean. Like it's a rebrand from the whole like focusing on like the fire and brimstone and Yahweh being quick to like check some shit if something happens. Whereas in like the New Testament, it's all about forgiveness and love and being faithful and all this other intangible stuff is like what I mean.
I mean, I get the cleansing Yahweh's immorality through the lens of Jesus, that I can agree with.
Yeah, well, that was pretty much. But that was one of the things that popped in my mind when I was looking at the prompt earlier. But that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, definitely thank you for coming up.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right, have a good one. Searching for truth. Are you in the request box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. I can't believe the live is restricted. It says restricted for because it contains content with low visual. Oh, what?
Low visual what?
Low visual quality? Maybe because I'm not on camera. I don't know. But I came on camera and it still didn't remove the restriction.
Hmm.
That's a crazy restriction.
Yeah. But I'm like, if I can't, I have to keep going off camera because I'm vaping. Did Searching for Truth ever respond? Are they in the box on purpose or on accident? I think it's their way of making content creators stay on camera because they're pushing video, and so they prioritize lives with the content creator on camera. Shani, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. How are
Good
you?
morning.
Morning. I'm not gonna be up here long. I want to say a few things. Thinker, this is only for the thinker. I sent you a DM about some pics. Did you get it?
I looked. I don't see. Did you send it on Discord? Because I don't see any,
No,
and I
I
don't
sent
see it
it
on
to
TikTok
the.
either.
Oh shit! I sent it to you. What is this? This is El Hoso Ray.
Oh,
I
you
don't know
sent
what
it
the
on
shit.
this account?
I sent it. I don't know if it was this one. I don't know. It was a day where you had the grandbabies up there.
I can't remember what account that was.
You know that day when you had your grandbabies up there, both of them, right?
Yeah, but I don't remember what account I was on. I don't remember what day that was.
Oh, okay, I
But
got you. I'll look back.
yeah, but I checked.
I'll look back.
Okay, because I checked the Discord and I didn't see it.
No, I didn't put it in Discord because I felt like I don't know what perpetrating people might be in the Discord, so I didn't want to share nice, sweet, enduring type of pictures with you and your grandbaby for the public. Okay. Because I got four grandbabies of my own, and you had two. And I took some screenshots with you. It was so cute. And I took one of you and your grandson and your granddaughter, and I kind of squeezed it in with your little prompt and everything. So I sent it to that. I'm gonna send it again this morning just so you can see it as a keepsake for you.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Because yeah. Other than that, I sent a message in the chat earlier when y'all were talking about the child support stuff. Child support. All right. So I don't know if you saw my comment. Did you see my comment? I made two comments because I was, I'm a little wordy, as y'all know. So I had to put it in two little messages. But you know what the men do in the child support court? I had to go to child support court. If you like, let's see, my grandbaby is 8, and I had to go to child support court with my daughter a few years ago. When I was in there that one time, I never been to child support court. You know what them mofos? I'm gonna say mofo. You know what those mofos was telling each other?
What?
Never trust a big booty and a smile. They were trying to have some camaraderie, I guess, supporting each other because they got caught up because they had to be in court for paying on, a big booty and a smile.
That's yeah. That's
I
crazy.
know it is, and I'm saying like, yo, and they may not care when they don't see him. Some of these mofo's, they may not care when they don't see him when it's a seed, but as those children get bigger and they see an actual face, then they may start to care. Cause the baby daddy of my daughter, he now care. He now has some visitations with my daughter. Cause my daughter don't take no shit. I'm sorry. Can I say shit?
Yeah.
Okay, so my daughter don't take no shit because she like through my legacy, and I talk my shit, okay? But so he go through her to get some visitations once in a while, especially holidays, and he's stepping up. But she ate. You know how long it took for him to try to be a little bit great. I was a rapper in my former life, but yeah, I mean, some of them they may wise up one day, and some of them may never care. My daddy, he dead, but my papa was a Rolling Stone. He had 3 baby mamas on one city block of Harlem, New York City. Project shit. So anyway, I got anything from it is if I ran into him in the park when he was hustling, say, yo, dad, put something in my hand. You know what I'm saying? He ain't shit, but you know what I'm saying? It's like some will never care. And some may wise up and say, you know what, let me go ahead and let me step up because I can see this is an actual person. Let me pour into them some kind of way. All right. Other than that, I ain't gonna, like I said, I gotta get ready. Thinker, Lords, Selena, and Theology. You all know how much I care and appreciate y'all. This year, 2025, last year, not this year, but it was great. It was great. I'm an overthinker, and I will check anyone. I always serve what's deserved. And when you lay that motherfucker out while ago, that mofo out while ago, I just did that like just a few hours ago on the street, the real streets. I don't do TikTok, you know. I don't do the TikTok. I mean, I'll give it to you, but I put in your face. I'll put in your eyeballs. That's why you got my respect overthinker. So, would you like to drop me down for your algorithm?
Yeah, I got it.
Or
Have a good day, okay?
say something. No, engage with me like a little bit. Say one thing.
Huh? No, I'm gonna message you.
All right,
All
I
right.
got you.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye, baby.
All right. Believe women. Believe women. Okay. Uh, oh. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. I'm trying to see it. Yeah. Oh, feet and lords.
What's up?
Guess who showed up in the live tonight and
Oh,
had the audacity to repost the live?
oh,
Just take a guess.
Are you serious?
Yes.
oh.
Interesting.
Remember what we talked about of having to reblock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How, Sway?
Because
Double block too, because I think we blocked at the same time.
How?
I'm going to have to
How am
go
I
check
having to
again.
block over and over and over again?
That is weird.
Well, I think it has something to do with TikTok. I don't think it works all the time.
But
I
this
had
is
to
going to be the
refollow
third
Bash
time.
I had to refollow Bash about 3 weeks ago.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what's going on, but it's people that some you know how you get on TikTok and it will recommend somebody for you to follow, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm already following that person.
Yep.
I thought I was.
But
But I wonder why that would go away though.
yeah, like this is within 1 week, 3 times in 1 week.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't
Is
know
it
how
is it
that would be.
is it back up?
Mm-mm. And it's not just that one; it's the other person too. Me and Oso both had
Mm,
to block the other person this morning.
Mm.
And you said you had to block them too, right, V?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like how? How Sway?
That is odd. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. It just don't make sense. But I was like, what? I was like, that's weird. That's weird.
The whole fucking situation is weird if you ask me.
Yeah.
yeah, that holds it. That I mean, because what?
It feels like they're going to keep trying until they start some shit. Like it's like they're working really hard to start some shit.
I mean,
It's gonna have to be an uphill battle because like my mindset is always gonna be you can't play tennis by yourself. This shit
Right.
only work if I participate.
exactly.
I can guarantee you I am not
Right.
participating. Yeah.
Yep. That part. I don't know. But I'm still I don't think I'll ever get over the guy saying that he didn't know how to walk or shit. Like that we've heard some crazy shit on these lives. But that man
So,
saying that and
so
then he
what have
said
you been doing for the last 50
he said
years?
his mama taught
like,
him. He said his mama. Somebody in the comments said, so your mama been wiping your ass?
Because
I
like
mean,
you don't even have to teach a baby how to shit. Like that just happens. That's biology. Like and it took you've been backed up for how many centuries? Friend, that's unhealthy.
I just gave up on the conversation because I'm like, I know your motherfucking ass didn't just say that. Like,
Who
what?
showed you how?
listen. So what? So you haven't been walking or shitting?
That's what I asked him. He said that he had, but he said his mama taught him something like that. Don't even make any fucking sense. You're saying you, if you didn't believe in heya heya, you would not have known anything about walking or shitting. I think he realized how stupid it sounded, and that's when he brought in his mama. Because it wasn't, Selena, what did you ask him that made him bring his mama in? Because I think Selena asked him a question
Who
that
taught
made,
if he was doing?
huh?
Asked him what he was doing for the last 50 years.
He didn't
I
bring his
don't know. I
mama in
think
until later.
people just say shit to their friends, right? People just say stuff, and nobody checks them, and then they figure they can go out and say that shit to everybody, right? I think people go around and test the shit that they say to people. Cause like he probably said that to somebody before and they never said anything to him. He's like, oh yeah, I think I'm gonna start using that.
If nobody said anything to him, they don't love his ass. They don't give a damn about his ass, and they wanted him to go out in society telling people that he did not know how to walk or shit for until he was 49. They can't possibly
Um,
give a damn about that man. If he said that and they didn't say nothing.
listen, listen. My daughter's uncle used to go around saying cr- crazy stuff, like nothing offensive. He just had crazy thoughts about things, and people would just let him walk around saying crazy shit, and then he would end everything with, because that's truth and facts. That's how he would talk, because that's truth and facts. That's just truth and facts. And nobody never said anything. And everywhere he went, he would just go around and say this just crazy stuff that didn't make sense. It didn't matter what it was, who he was with. That's what he used to do. I don't know.
I don't
I think
know.
far too long. Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think to Laura's point, I think far too long people have just been allowed to say things without actually demonstrating that they know what they talk about, that what they're talking about. I think like somebody to open their mouth and say that they didn't know how to do something that's biologically natural. Like they just say things, and it's usually in defense of this God that they don't understand, and they sound like absolute and utter idiots.
Yeah, I don't think I'll. After that, I don't think I could be surprised at anything else. And I say that probably every other live. But hearing a 54-year-old man say he couldn't walk a shit without believing in this God, I think takes the cake for all of eternity for me.
I think it shows how helpless they see themselves, and it explains why there are so many problems in this world that are solvable, that are resolvable, that we just don't get to because you've got billions of people walking around thinking they can't walk or shit without this God.
And if he can't walk or shit without the God, he definitely can't think without it.
Mm-mm.
But like, I don't know. I don't know. It's quite sad and infuriating at the same time, because these are the people that be crossing our boundaries on a
Mm-hmm.
daily basis, and they don't see anything wrong with it. Because when he first came on stage, there was a guy who came in here, and his first thing was, these are stupid topics. Like, after I asked him, are you a believer in the God, pick a topic, he's like, these are stupid topics, are you dumb? I said, okay, you don't want to pick a topic, please get down. And I kept asking him, please get down, and he just kept trying to argue with me. Then he sat there and refused to leave the stage. A black man. And when I finally took him down because he wouldn't leave, that guy, the guy that said that he couldn't eat, walk or shit without Yahweh, came up, and I asked him, like, what did you think of the behaviors of the believer before you? He just said, oh, he wouldn't listen, he wouldn't answer your question. I said, is that all you saw? Like, he didn't even list the crossing of boundaries as something that he, that he clocked that believer did, that he should not have done. And I told him, I was like, this is the thing, believers don't respect boundaries. I don't think y'all know what boundaries are. I don't think y'all know what consent is. And so you weren't able to see that is the thing that he did wrong, is that when I said, okay, I don't want to talk to you, please leave, and he refused to leave, you didn't see that as wrong. Then he kept trying to, like, blame shift. Like, it was just, ugh. It feels so abusive when they do that shit, but it's infuriating because they're so good at just denying reality or denying facts and truth.
Yeah, and they see, to them, to hold a personal boundary under their paradigm is a moral failure, right? Like you can't you have to give in to what this God wants, and you have to do what this God says. So like forgiveness is, you just have to grant it. And having the idea of having a person earn your forgiveness or be worthy of your forgiveness is a moral failure, because God says you move to forgiveness. And then to respect boundaries, or to notice that another person has erected a boundary, then they interpret that as what's the word I'm looking for? Persecution. So me telling them, no, I'm not interested in hearing about your God, I don't worship your God, they see that as Christian persecution. So they've outsourced their own ability to be an individual and determine what they like, what they don't like, what they will accept and what they won't accept. And then when they see us doing that, because we are doing that and it's in conflict with what they believe their God wants, then that's persecution. No, that's called logical human functioning. You're walking around like the very thing that you say you don't want to be and that your God doesn't want, which is a robot. And what I'm saying is that no one gets to set my standard of when I forgive a person, because I'm the only one who experienced the harm that was inflicted by that person. But when you think that you can't even walk, put one foot in front of the other, or let waste leave your body, which is a natural function of the human body, without this God, that's a baseline of understanding that's never going to coincide with anything that's logical or functional, scalable or progressive. I just think that they are so dead set in keeping their heads in the sand and not looking at themselves or the actual world around them and they choose the imaginary world that they live in their heads.
But how do they hold the belief that their God doesn't violate free will, but they believe that they have the authority to do so? Like they'll say it's a choice. Like it's relationship, it's not religion. It's a choice. He put the tree in the garden because he wanted them to freely choose him. Like their whole belief system is founded on their ability to be free to make a choice to choose him and to be free to make a choice not to choose him. Yet they put themselves in this position of authority to violate that choice.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I've started asking Christians that in the chat when they say they'll pray for me. I'm like, but why would you violate my free will? And usually that gets them to stop. Like, I thought you said we had free will. Why are you doing something to violate my free will? And they're like, what do you mean? They're like, well, what are you praying for? What are you praying for me to do? I thought it was my free will or free will choice, like y'all like to say. I thought it was my free will to choose them or not. Why would you pray and violate my free will? And usually that gets them to stop
No,
because they don't think of it like that.
no, but we held that live. When I held the
Mm-hmm.
live about prayer, you should ask consent before prayer. Like we've asked them that, and they argued us down and told us that that it's not a violation of free will. It's because they love their neighbor and they don't have to ask for consent. Like we held a whole ass live for probably a week or two about that.
And 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 my answer to that would be, well, then you don't think either. You don't think we have free will, or your prayer doesn't work
Yeah, because it
because
can't be both.
yeah,
Yep,
because
that's what I told them.
either either you can violate God's will, because remember, God's will. Either you're violating my will and God's will with this prayer, or your prayer doesn't work.
Annika
We
or
were talking
Kay,
about
if y'all in the box on purpose, please remember to type on purpose so I can bring you up. Go ahead, Fee.
we were talking about that on Zena's live the other day about how I think Zena's prompt was, can Christianity or can Jesus bring peace? And I don't think it ever will be able to, because it's founded on incoherence. And peace will never be a byproduct of incoherence. We know that on a personal level. If I'm living my life, if I'm saying I'm a person and I know internally that I'm not that person, I'm an incoherent. If I claim to be something, I am a certain way. I tell thinker, oh, I'm honest. I'm always a person that you can trust. But every turn, I'm doing something sneaky or, stealing or doing something that I don't profess. That's incoherence. When you are not living in accordance with your values, your beliefs, and the things and just living a life of integrity. Christianity is incoherence, because you have to believe that you have free will, but also believe that God is in control of everything. You have to believe that the you'll live forever and you'll be who you are, but the book tells you that your memories will be wiped away. You have to believe that God is love, but he also commanded genocide. So the incoherence is baked into Christianity, so much so that it could never be the byproduct. It could never develop peace. It could never be the source or the foundation for anything that's solid or even aligned. because the belief systems themselves are incoherent. You believe God is all powerful and all loving, yet you sit back and watch him do absolutely nothing to protect you. And then you have to convince yourself that he is doing the very things that you are doing to get the things that you want. It is incoherence. It's going to lead to nothing but chaos.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, like, if he is the author of confusion. When I was thinking about that, um, the other day, because if he's all knowing, then that means he knew, right, that this type of confusion was going to happen with the contention that was going to be between the serpent seed and Eve seed. And I see it as allegorical for, brains that think, brains that are rational, that have a moral conscience, that seek answers, ask questions, right? Accept fact, like the inquisitor,
Mm-hmm.
and then the subservient mind. And it could be that we have both in our brain. It could be allegorical for that, like that we wrestle within ourselves, right? Because Israel means to wrestle with God. Like it could mean that we wrestle within ourselves with these questions, that we wrestle with each other with these questions, and then the story is just like straight confusion. And then when you think
Mm-hmm.
about like the author of confusion, it is the word. People are authors of this word. Like it's just it just feels like it's a book that people are that like and I'm talking about the Hebrew scriptures, because I think like the way I see it, the way the Hebrews used it was they know it's mythology and they use it to wrestle with uh their morality, but also the way that it was put together by later uh, translators and stuff, that it's also a book of like a war guide and conquering nations. You know what I'm saying? And so, like I've
Yeah.
when we look at the Hebrew scriptures alone, a person could read these stories like reading Jack and Jill Went Up the Hill or Little Red Riding Hood and walk away with some type of moral lesson. Like I should not abuse power and you know cause harm to another person because they call me bald headed, because I could really damage people, right? New a person a new person with new power can be very dangerous and misuse it. That's a lesson that you can learn in that story. But Christianity takes that story and says, don't talk about the man of God because God will kill your children or God will kill you for it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
They tell you what to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if they told you where to look only, then you could be able to come up with those alternative moral lessons, like you were just saying, like the various ways that these stories could be interpreted, the various vantage points that you could utilize to kind of pull out that lesson, like you were saying, wrestling with it. What else could be true? It's like that we were talking on Oso's live, like putting the hat on of that allows you to be creative. What else, how else could we see this? But the only one that they're allowed to use, or the only one that they're allowed to mentally synthesize, is the one that they've been told. And this lesson is, don't pick on God's anointed. But you completely ignore the fact that saying words cause children to get eaten by two bears. How does that make sense? But they don't allow their brains to go that way.
It's interesting too. Like if we were in war or like in the military, oh, you look so pretty. Have a good day, okay? I love you. If we were in war, I do gonna get her. She going to work looking pretty. Um, if we were in war and we got a hold of the other side's war guide, would you throw it away or would you study it?
Absolutely study it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Study it, of course.
Yeah. And I don't like that's the thing that I think that a lot of people don't see the Bible as, because we can clearly see how these systems are working in society, how they they lean heavily on Jesus Christ. They lean heavily on the Bible to back the bullshit that they do. And so we know that this is a book that they use. Why the fuck wouldn't we study it so we can see what their next moves are? So we can see how they think.
Exactly. Because it's not even like what they're utilizing is new. And
Exactly.
how to better prepare. What better preparation can you use than the very thing that they're using against you? You can almost predict, like Kendrick Lamar told Drake, like you're not as calculated as you think you are. Like, I can predict the angle that you're coming from, because these patriarchal systems have one note. They are not creative. They are not inventive. It's always going to be framed in a way that it benefits the man and it benefits the people in power. We could utilize that pattern of behavior to predict their next steps, even to know which angle they're going to use to try to subjugate the next group of people. Why wouldn't you learn it? Why wouldn't you study it?
Because they want to bow down to it. That's all they see. Sunshine, are you in the box on purpose, on accident? They only see it as a manual to teach, to whoop them with. To them, it's their, like a switch. Like it's a servant guide to them, and I don't know that they can see it as anything but that. But also, even for non-believers, like sometimes I'll hear non-believers refer to it as something that should just be discarded too, which makes me wonder if a lot of non-believers see how it's used against us as a people, because they're not only using it to control believers, like it's a weapon against those of us that don't believe too, to keep us in place in society. Like, I don't know, it's just, I don't know, my mind just be thinking a lot um about like what is it that we could actually do with the information that we're learning.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
hard to figure out what we're gonna do with it when they're so limited with how they see it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see how familiarizing yourself with what it contains, with how it came to be, like verifiable information. It's the only way. It's kind of like you gotta know your enemy. You have to, and it's not that they are our enemies, but this system of belief is absolutely an enemy because it subjugates people. You got to understand every part of it.
That biblical
And it's
says start scamming. Do what they do, start scamming and get rich.
and it's funny because they use it for control and to be controlled. Because this girl on TikTok, I watched her video, and she was talking. You know how people tell a story, like with in their posts, and she said she was proposed to in the church, like in at a service, I guess, by a church man, and now she's pregnant. She got two other children, and now it's all falling apart. And the man wants her out of the house, right? This man of God now wants her out of the house. And he wrote her a letter, and she posted the letter, and it's a whole bunch of foolishness. And some people think the letter was written by uh, a lawyer or whatever. But people are telling her, if I were you, I wouldn't leave, and blah, blah, blah. And you're pregnant, and you got two children. But they're also saying that this same God, right, that allowed this man of God to propose to her, and now she's pregnant and facing homelessness with her other two children. This same God will save her from this. Remember, this God is gonna give you something greater. Well, isn't that the same God that gave her this man of God that she asked for? Like, they use it to subjugate and also to be subjugated, right?
What
Because
excuse was
because
she
these
giving for
same
that?
well, she was just replying to everyone, amen, amen. But I put on there, I said, but these same people will try to figure out what happened if this man clicks out, right, and does something to you. Because as far as I'm concerned, if he's gone so far as to file for divorce and want to put you out and all kinds of, I would just get me and my pregnant ass and my kids and get the fuck. Because a man like that, but she's just like, amen. And I know God got me. But I thought he had you when you prayed for the God fearing man and he gave you one. He gave you the God fearing man that proposed to you at the church service in the middle of the church. He didn't have you, or maybe that wasn't God. Maybe that was the devil. I don't
See,
know.
that's why I was trying to see if she was saying like she thought it was God and it ended up being the devil. Y'all remember that guy that joined the live and said that he thought God told him to move to Nashville,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
he who is he saying? The devil. You
Yeah. He kept saying the devil. Now, why would God tell you to move? Because this is my thing. I would think that anything God would tell you to do, right? Because he's supposed to be all knowing and all powerful. The shit would just fall into, like, you wouldn't have any fucking obstacles. But here you are, pregnant, 2 kids, facing homelessness. Like, and people were calling it, oh, this is just a speed bump. This is just a obstacle. No, this is some shit what that she really got to figure out now. She got to figure something out because she pregnant. She got 2 kids. I mean, I don't know. And people telling her, well, that may not be legal. And he actually gave her a 30-day notice to vacate. That's what he gave her. And she's like, well, you should stay and blah blah blah. And you should fight. But my thing is, if she don't have money to move, she ain't got money to fight either.
what
Like,
are they telling her to fight for? The marriage? Quick fuse if you're trying to come up. You timed out. Y'all help us out and nurture the algorithm. We got 2 more hours before we can go back to the regular page. Help us nurture the algorithm, feed the beast, share the live out, like the live. Um, what were they telling her to fight for? For the marriage or for the house?
no, fight to stay in the house. First of all, when it said lease, I know that it's a place that neither one of y'all own, right? So that depending on the state you live in, and depending on whether your name is even on the lease, right? Because he would never give you a 30-day notice to vacate and your name is on the lease. Because he just can't do that, right? If both of y'all's name is on the lease, it's both of y'all's responsibility, right? So I don't know how it is. I don't know. I really didn't read like because they'll put a slideshow with a bunch of pictures and some captions, and it was all too long for me to read. All I know the gist of it was the man wants her out. He gave her a 30-day notice to vacate. She posted that 30-day notice to vacate, and she also put up a GoFundMe. Um, and so people were like, that's illegal. He can't do that. It looks like he might have gone to a lawyer. Maybe he got it off of Chat GPT. I don't know, but it's also strange to me that one, you would be fighting for marriage and a place to live in a place with somebody that clearly is not like I don't know. It's just funny. It's just funny, and it's all you see in the comments is God got you. God wouldn't bring you through nothing. God. And I don't understand how they don't see it like I see it. Like she is a mother of three facing homelessness.
And how does a blessing from an omniscient God turn into a curse? Like if
That's what I
he,
mean.
like how does that happen? You can't call it a blessing if it doesn't stay blessed. Especially if God is omniscient. He knew what the fuck was going to happen. You can call it scene one, but you cannot call it a blessing.
But here's the thing:
And that's
they
true. And
don't read their own damn book. Ain't it supposed to be a curse? And then weren't they able to like cast them off anyway if they got tired of them? Like, ain't that what? Like, it's literally set up that way for the man to be able to do that. Like, why calling on the God that set your whole existence up like that in the first place? It don't make sense.
but I know, but the thing is, I'm sure because I didn't read all of the comments. I'm sure somebody in the comments said, that's just the devil trying to whatever. Or I'm sure somebody said that in the comments, but I just I'm just flabbergasted that they don't see that this is a. And I mean, she's raised the most of the money that she was asking for, uh, from the GoFundMe. But even if you have to do that, like you are in a precarious position, right? Because like you won the emergency from being homeless. Like I don't understand. I just don't understand how how people can, when you're asking for help, people can just give you empty platitudes about God. Like you pregnant with 2 kids about to be homeless. Like,
Yeah,
how
but
is that?
because she shared her story and she put God in it, the people helped her, right? And so now they see it as God and she see it
Yeah.
as God.
Mm.
But the question is, the real question is, if God told you that this was your husband, why are you now on social media asking strangers to help you get a new place to live?
And that is my question. That's my whole question,
Yeah, that's what I'm
right?
saying. They don't. It's but isn't in the text, and don't he set it up like that? Like the men can just throw the women out if they're not satisfied
Yeah,
with
yeah.
them.
Well, that's what he says. That's what he says. You can't sell her, but you sure can put that motherfucker out. You sure could throw her out. You can't sell her, right? But you sure can throw her out.
Yeah, yeah. Hey Sandra.
Hey, good morning, Thinker, Lord Selena, Fee, and
Morning.
morning. I jumped up because you said something, Thinker, that reminded me of a conversation I was having the other day with a Christian. I don't know how we got on the conversation about curses and stuff, but we were talking about the curses in Genesis 3, all the stuff that God was doling out to Adam and Eve and the snake. And this might have just been semantics, but he was arguing that Eve was not cursed. And I think it's just because the word curse, wasn't used for her specifically. But was I wrong to see that as a curse on her?
He says your desire shall turn to your husband, and it's not the word curse isn't there for her, but there is a device that's used in the Hebrew that points to her like hierarchy being shifted. So if you like, I wish I was on TikTok Studio so I could show you. I showed this probably about 2 weeks ago. It's like a dash in between. Let's see. He says, okay. He says, "Ishake tishu ka take avehu yishmael," and then there is a dash. I mean, yim. I'm sorry, yimshal. There is a dash right after that, and then it says bake. That dash is turning her. It's doing a hierarchy switch. Like so, it's turning her desire to him, and then it's giving him rulership over her, and that's what that dash is doing in the Hebrew. And so the way that he communicates it to her as a punishment, he's multiplying her pain in childbirth, and then he's demoting her.
Right.
Yeah.
I figured either way, even like I said, this guy's probably playing semantics, but either way, we're supposed to view this as a negative thing. Like they weren't supposed to eat from the tree. So now God is like, you get this punishment, you get that punishment. It hurts was this whole the child birth and being submissive to her husband. I just needed clarification because I was like, I know that's supposed to be a bad thing, and for Christian cognition, he was arguing otherwise, but I just wanted to get clarification. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I'm looking for the word curse, even when he said he cursed the ground. Hold on. Let me see. It doesn't even use let's see. To call Memnu Arura Ha Adama Ba'avureka Ba'avureka. It doesn't even use, unless I'm saying this wrong, I don't even see the word cursed for even with him cursing the ground. Hold on, let me see. I don't think that's it either, but and I think like because it's translated that way. Give me just a second. I'm trying to see if this is it right here. That is so interesting. It literally. Oh, okay. It uses arar. It uses arar. So it's memnu arura. Arura. So it does say curse the ground. The ground is cursed for the man. So it does use curse for the man. I was looking for nods. So it uses that, and then for her, it uses the dash for Yemashal, Yemashal Bach, and that Mashal means to rule, and so that dash is serving as a shift, like a switch in hierarchy positions. And then let me see. And then there's the dash before Va'el Ishake, and then tissue ka take, and that's her desire. So both of these dashes are serving as a literary device in Hebrew as a shift. You said chill with that. What was I doing? What was I doing with my hands? I be forgetting I'm on camera. But yeah, that's how hers is communicated. It's a punishment. And so maybe not necessarily a curse the way the ground, because he wasn't cursed either. The ground is cursed. Um,
Right.
uh,
And then the serpent was also cursed to be on his belly, right?
yeah, but they were punished, not necessarily cursed. So her desire for him is a punishment that he's causing,
Mm-hmm.
and then she was demoted, and then he has to
Mm-hmm.
toil and labor by Izavon Izavon is pain and labor, so he has to toil and labor in the soil as his punishment, but not necessarily a curse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm struggling to remember the broader context of our conversation, but the synapse ain't synapsing right now. But like I said, when you said that, I was like, oh yeah, why was he trying to argue me down? But it just turned out to be a semantic thing. Either way, she got punished, and the punishment was to have painful birth and or more painful birth, right? Because it didn't imply that it was not ever going to be painful. It was going to be increased pain. And then, like you said, her status as Adam's equal has also shifted.
Yeah, but he
Okay.
also turned her desire to Adam with that first dash in the verse in Hebrew. He's turning her desire her to Adam, so that's the first punishment, right? So for
Is
her,
that like as opposed to knowledge? Because that's what I didn't understand either. Like her desire will turn to him, implying that she didn't desire him
right,
previously.
right,
What
a
does she desire
longing
him?
or a craving. Like the word there is tissue ka take, tissue ka take, and it's a desire, a longing, a craving. So he turned her desire for, like, she's gonna long for him, she's gonna crave for him. So he's causing that to happen, where that wasn't the case before.
Previously, she was desiring that fruit, right? When they described how she looked upon it.
Well, it didn't say what her desire was before. I mean, it could have
Mm.
been the fruit. It could have just been, you know, herself. It could have been, you know, I don't know. It just says that he's turning it towards her. It could have been her work, because she was originally a strong help. And so whatever, wherever her desire was before, he's forcing it to be on him as a longing and a craving for Adam. And then he also does a hierarchical shift with Yamashal.
Interesting. I find it funny that because when men talk about this whole sort of natural order of things, and it's like that's not even according to this book. That's not even how God set it up initially. Like He had to force women into submission. But if that's supposed to be our natural role, why was that placed upon us after the fact?
Yeah, like there's
Mm.
no need to communicate it if it's already that way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm.
yeah. And then one, if they don't think that this is a punishment or a so-called curse, then how did they get in trouble in the garden? What was their communicated so-called punishments for eating on the tree in the garden?
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to remember because after a while, these all these conversations start to blur together. So I don't even remember like what my background was, what the topic was, or even if it was my live thinker. I don't even know. I just remember when you said that. I just remember that specific part of the conversation, and for whatever reason, he was trying to say it wasn't a curse, and I'm like, look, I'm not going to get into the semantics with you. This was a punishment. This was a bad thing that God placed upon Eve. So
I
I
find
don't know
it
why we're
interesting that
arguing
I'm pretty
this.
sure they're going to say that the pregnancy was a curse. the only thing that they don't see as a curse is the part that has to deal with them. Thank you. Right, the part that has to deal with the man.
Desiring him. Oh, because they benefit for sure.
Or it makes
For
them look
sure.
like it makes them automatically like it automatically says that they are naturally unwanted by us, and that would make them feel small.
It would justify their whole loneliness thing. I
Yeah,
don't know.
because imagine being told that it's a curse to want them.
Well, when you think about when men, the first thing men like to do whenever they are trying to insult women, the insult is either A, that we're men, that we look like men, or that we've been with too many men. So it's like y'all are the issue.
Or that they
Y'all are the
don't want
problem.
us because we're older. Like it's yeah, I think it's an insecurity thing that they can't take what the book says. That because they'll say,
That's
I guarantee you, if you ask them if the pregnancy pains was a curse, they're gonna say yeah, or a punishment, they're gonna say yeah, and it's in the same damn sentence. And like he
right.
says, because you have done this, right? So it starts with this in verse 14. It says, then Adonai said to the serpent, because you did this, right? So he starts his speech starts there, and then he tells the serpent why he's cursing the serpent. Then he says to the woman, I will greatly expand your hard labor and your pregnancy. So he starts his whole speech of punishing all three of them with, because you did this, I'm going to do this. Like, so there's no way to see it as anything other than a curse or a punishment communicated as a
Right.
curse.
If
Right.
anything, they should kind of pop their collar. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Fee. Go ahead, Fee.
I was just gonna say, if anything, they should pop their collars that they're stronger than their God because they broke that curse with their behavior. I can guarantee you, I do not desire a man. Like specifically the ones that worship this God. Like their mindset, their personality, their character leaves so much to be desired that this curse is absolutely neutralized.
Can I just share
Absolutely.
one thing real quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Fee, when you talked about troglodyte thinking or something to that nature,
Hmm.
oh my god, it reminded me of this one live I saw about a year ago. A creator that has fallen from grace. I ain't even gonna bother to mention them, but they were hosting, they do political lives. That's my kid stretching in the background. And the person was asking him, like, oh, well, why don't you think people like, the current president? Like, why do you think people don't like him? And the guy was like, because you guys care about racism and sexism and, he was listing all the negative things that people fuck with, which is why they care for this president. He's like, you guys are troglodytes. And the guy goes, oh, so we just making up words now?
See what I'm saying?
He says, oh, so we just gonna make up words.
They are
Oh
so
my
they are so comfortable in their ignorance, and then the way they protect their position to stay that way is it should be embarrassing, but it's not. And it's not, this is not even about like being intellectually elite. That's not it at all. This is just about being, I think, just a decent human being, giving a shit about how your position in this world impacts other people. That's the backwards mentality that I'm talking about. It's not even about like, you got to go to college, get this degree. That is not a marker of intelligence by any means. It's how you live, how you treat people, in my opinion, says more to me about your level of intelligence than anything.
Yeah, but it was one of those things that was so sad you just had to laugh. He was just like, yeah, we just making up tricycles and other kind of shit,
Oh my
triceratops. I
goodness.
was like, oh my god, oh
Wow.
my god, this is not real life. He
I'm not
thought, he
surprised.
thought, he thought he made it up. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, yeah. When you said that,
unfortunately.
Fee, it took me back to that moment. Yeah, yeah. No, sad. It's like you gotta laugh in order to not cry all the time. Sometimes, I laugh at the absurdity because I don't know. That's like my armor. I don't know how else to handle it. One other thing I'll say, and then y'all can drop me. This conversation is also renewed or rekindled a song idea that I've been thinking about for a long time. About it's all men till it's not. You have refired that creative flame, so I'm gonna start get to writing. You
That's
guys
how
have a
it
good
be.
one.
You too.
You too, Sandra.
Y'all make sure y'all stream Sandra's music, Skeptical Sandra. Her music is on all platforms. Is it on YouTube Music?
It is. It's on all the platforms: YouTube Music, Spotify, Apple, Amazon, all the things. Thank you.
You know, how do you get into your YouTube Music account? Are you able
How
to
do I
get
get
into it?
into it?
Yeah.
I have not did that. I think you gotta. So I already have a YouTube. I don't know if
I'm
it's
talking about
connected.
YouTube artist account. Like, did you get the message from Distro Kids? Was like, because they make you do like an extra check. Yes, I intentionally chose YouTube Music. I will not be
Yes,
messaging because
yes.
so many artists have so many issues getting into their artist accounts, and that's why a lot of people don't choose YouTube
They don't
Music.
even bother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what, Thinker? I don't even know. Listen, I am so haphazard sometimes with shit. I'm doing stuff retroactively, like as far as setting up my accounts and all that. So I haven't even considered how to access the YouTube artist account. But if I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Thank
I'm
you.
like spinning so many plates right now.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, you guys take it
All
easy.
right, you too. Yeah, it's interesting that we've heard our whole life that Eve was cursed in the garden, and now all of a sudden she wasn't cursed. Now that we're looking at it for what the fuck it is, now Eve wasn't cursed. That is funny.
Hmm. They are very flexible when it comes to their position on this book.
I just realized. I mean, I've read it before, but I just realized, like what you guys said, Eve didn't desire Adam before they ate the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say we had stayed in the garden, right? Would this non-desire for men for for your partner be passed on?
Was
I mean,
was the
is this the
serpent
way it's supposed to be?
was the serpent Lilith and Eve and Lilith was together and she was like, "Hey, homie, eat so we can go," and then like was she forced to do that? Was it women on women action before? Like, we don't know. That might be the next song. Did Eve really love Lilith?
I'm just
And then
saying,
this
like,
like
because were we
fucking
really
write that
supposed
bitch.
to be?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Go
Were
ahead.
we really supposed? Were we really supposed to be like co-workers?
Yeah, no, she was like his supervisor. She was an Azair, so she was like a strong opposite to him. But like
Hmm.
she was what Yahweh is described as to the Israelites. So she was kind of like she was a strong opposite, a strong counterpart. Um, but the fact that it communicates a hierarchical shift, a hierarchical
Hmm.
switch. He was promoted as ruler. She was demoted as subordinate. Um, so they were like co-workers, but she had a little bit. She was closer to what the boss was, if that makes sense. Most
I mean,
scholars
well,
don't
that
want to
would
say.
explain
I was gonna say,
that would explain why the snake went to her and not him.
well, it doesn't say the snake went to her. We don't know if the snake went to her. The snake could have been,
Well,
yeah, like they could have been at the tree together. She,
yeah.
she could have went to the snake. We just know that they were at the tree. But we also like don't know that the serpent was not another human because we know Lilith is described in this book as a screech owl. So the serpent could just be symbolic for Lilith. So we don't
Mm.
know. You know, I don't know. Um, because in ancient Israel there were seven genders, originally, and because of the seven genders, the the population in antiquity at that time was predominantly female. It was female
Ah,
heavy. Yeah, because any androgynous or intersex person was automatically gendered as a female.
yes, Ruby, a screech owl. That's what she said.
Yeah, she's in Isaiah 13:14 as a screech owl. Evan,
But
are
this
you in the
Bible,
request on purpose or on accident? What were you going to say, Lords?
that this Bible is crazy.
Yeah. But that's just a thought. Like, I'm not saying definitely that the serpent is Lilith. I'm saying there is a possibility because they do describe Lilith as a screech owl in the text. You said, nah, the said man and woman, that's it. LOL. Seven shit. What? Nah, the said man and woman, that's it. LOL. Seven shit. What?
I
Let me
think they're
interpret.
trying to say they. I think I don't think this is toward you. I think they're trying to say
Oh.
they've told us
Oh.
that it's just man and woman, right? But you're
Oh,
saying
okay.
it was seven genders.
Yeah. The according to the Midrash, according to the Talmud, there were seven genders, and they had laws for uh, people that were intersex and what they could and could not do, the things that they could and could not participate in. If you were intersex, you couldn't. Um, you were grouped with the women and gendered as female. Um, and then there were some things that they couldn't do with the females if they presented more uh, masculine phenotype but had female reproduction. But it actually, Evan, go ahead. I'm gonna pull it up and I'll read it to y'all. All the genders. And it was something else I was gonna say. Yeah. There is a tradition that Abraham and Sarah were intersex. What's up, Evan?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I don't really have a minute because I gotta go take an exam. But when you guys were talking with Sandra, I just thought to myself when God said to Eve that her desire was now going to be for her husband, didn't that take her free will away?
Yeah, that would have if she had it, that would have taken it away. It would have violated
Well,
it.
yeah, because I mean, hear from the Christians all the time. Well, free will, that's why they were able to disobey God. So, according to that, if they did have free will or they ate from the tree, then him cursing Eve and saying your desire is going to change, like basically forcing it to be for her husband, I just was like, oh, that sounds like she doesn't have free will anymore to, you know, desire what and or who she wants to desire. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep, I agree.
Nice. I just had that random thought, so I wanted to come up and share. But I'm gonna drop down. Wish me luck. Okay.
Are you starting today? Is today your first day?
So no, I've been in training, but we have to take a class on electrocardiogram interpretation, like reading all the strips and everything.
Mm.
And so that exam is this morning, and
Oh,
I'm
good.
nervous.
Oh, you got this, Evan. You know your shit. You know your shit. You got this.
I hope so.
Yeah.
But thank you
Well,
guys.
good
I
luck
hope you all
and
have
keep
a
us updated. Let us know how
thank
you
you.
do.
I sure will. Thank you.
All right,
You
you're
guys have a good
welcome.
day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if I can find. All right. The 7 genders in the Talmud are. I want to. For some reason, Safaria isn't loading, and I don't know why they made their search engine like that, but hopefully it catches up. This says the thought non-binary gender was a modern concept. Think again. The ancient Jewish understanding of gender was far more nuanced than many assume. The Talmud, a huge and authoritative compendium of Jewish legal traditions, contains, in fact, no less than 7 gender designations, including Zachar, a male, Nekava, female, androgynos, having both male and female characteristics, a tum-tum, lacking sexual characteristics, Leonit, it identified female at birth without developing secondary female sexual characteristics at puberty. Saris Hama identified male at birth without developing secondary male sexual characteristics at puberty. And Saris Adam identified male at birth without developing secondary male sexual characteristics because of castration. The rabbis did not use the word gender as we do today, as referring to a cultural construct distinct from biological sex. The 7 genders they describe are distinguished by physical and biological realities, not culturally conditioned categories. But because gender has many implications in Jewish law, how the rabbis understood these categories has consequences for the rights and responsibilities such individuals enjoy in the community. The rabbis also had a tradition that the first human being was both male and female. Versions of this midrash are found throughout rabbinic literature, including the Talmud. Rabbi Yirmiyah ben Eleazar also said Adam was first created with 2 faces, one male and the other female. As it is stated, you have formed me behind and before and laid your hand upon me. Psalms 139:5. Sometimes they just be taking. I just don't understand how they see that. Rabbi Yirmiyah ben Eleazar imagines that the first human was created both male and female with 2 faces. Later, this original human being was separated and became 2 distinct people, Adam and Eve. Now, it is possible that the writer did have that in mind because Genesis, and for Genesis 1, because Genesis 1 does mimic the Zoroastrianism with the Hormazdas. Not mimic, but has heavy influence from the Persian creation story, which is much older than Genesis 1. And in the Persian creation story, the humans are was created as one and then later had to be separated. So it is possible that the authors of Genesis 1 was influenced by that story. And when it says created them male and female, created he them, he created them as one being. And so they were non-binary in that story. That is possible that was the influence. But there's no proof of that. In contemporary parlance, we might then say the first human being was non-binary. Genesis Rabbi 8:1 offers a slightly different version of Rabbi Yirmiyah's teaching. Rabbi Yirmiyah ben Eleazar, in the hour when the Holy One created the first human, he created him as an androgynous, one having both male and female sexual characteristics. As it is said, male and female, he created them. Said Rabbi Shemuel bar Nachmani, in the hour when the Holy One created the first human, he created for him a double face and sawed him and made him backs, a back here and a back there. And it is said, behind and before you formed me. Psalms 139:5. So they're using Psalms 139:5 to support that. Hold on, I gotta look at this. Hold on. Oh Lord, you have searched me and know me. You know when I sit down and when I rise up. Now every time I read that, you know when I sit down, I'm gonna think about I did not know how to walk or shit until I knew Yahweh. And so sitting down on the toilet. Oh my God.
Sit down. New meaning. Takes on a brand new meaning.
Oh my goodness. And when I rise up to wipe my eyes, you discern my thoughts from far away. You search out my path and my lying down, and are acquainted with all my ways. Even before a word is in my on my tongue, O Lord, you know it completely. You hem me in behind and before, and lay your hand upon me. You hem me in behind and before, and lay your hand upon me. That I feel like they're that's a stretch. What do you think? I feel like that's a stretch. You hedged me before. Let's see. Ahor va kedem.
How are they trying to make that connection? I'm not even seeing it.
They're trying to say that when he says you hem me before and behind, you lay your hand on me, is Yahweh sawing the first human apart and making two humans, and making a back and a before, like a back and a front of each human.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I think it's so vague, right? It could be referring to a multitude of things.
Yeah,
I think it's a bit of a leap.
I do too. Because I don't even see anything in Psalms 139 in the 139:5 in the Hebrew.
I mean, if it had said something about a distinction between two like entities or two forms of or two versions of something, then maybe it would be a little bit more clear. But I don't see it.
I don't either. Says in this version of the teaching, Rabbi Yermeiah is not focusing on the first human's face, or rather faces, but on their sex organs. They have both. Oh, the Midrash imagines this original human looks something like a man and a woman conjoined at the back, so that one side has a woman's face and a woman's sex organs, and the other side has a man's face and sex organs. Then God split the original person in half, creating the first man and woman. Ancient history buffs will recognize this image as similar to the character Aristophanes' description of the first humans as both male and female, eventually sundered to create lone males and females, forever madly seeking one another for the purpose of reuniting to experience their primordial state. For the rabbis, the androgynos wasn't just a thing of the mythical past. The androgynos was, in fact, a recognized gender category in the present, though not with two heads, only both kinds of sex organs. The term appears no less than 32 times in the Midrash and 283 times in the Talmud. Most of these citations are not variations on this myth, but rather discussions that consider how Jewish law applies to one who has both male and female sexual characteristics. That the androgynos is from halakhic perspective, neither male nor female is confirmed by Mishnah, which states this explicitly. The androgynos is in some ways like men, and in other ways like women. In other ways, he is like men and women, and in others, he is like neither men nor women. I think it talks about the androgynos in the Nazarite. I don't know. I think it talks. Does it talk about the tum tums and the Nazarite laws in the Bible? Does it mention them? I think it mentions them. No.
Doesn't it? I don't remember reading it. But that back to back male female dynamic is kind of like what in the Harry Potter? That happened in I think in the first Harry Potter movie. Had a whole ass person coming out the back of your head.
Hold on. Oh, it's in the hold on. I think I may have read in the Talmud, if a the firstborn is a tum tum. It's in the Mishnah. A tum tum or androgynous is not treated as a definite firstborn, but obligations are applied out of doubt. A tum tum cannot definitively fulfill firstborn male status, but priests may still act in some cases. If a tum tum takes a Nazarite vow, the the object of a vow is made by somebody else. I have to keep looking. I know I read this somewhere. Because Hebrew has no gender neutral pronoun, the Mishnah uses a male pronoun for the androgynos, though this is obviously insufficient given the rabbinic descriptions of this person. Reading on, we find that the androgynos is for the rabbis in many ways like a man. They dress like a man. They are obligated in all commandments like a man. They marry women, and their white emissions lead to impurity. However, in other ways, the androgynos is like a woman. They do not share an inheritance like sons. They do not eat or of sacrifices. They are reserved only for men, and their red discharge leads to impurity. The Mishnah goes on to list ways in which androgynos is just like any other person, like any human being. One who strikes him or curses him is liable. Similarly, one who murders an androgynos is, well, a murderer. But the androgynos is also unlike a man or woman in other important legal respects. For instance, such a person is not liable for entering the temple in a state of impurity as both a man and a woman would be. As should now be clear, the rabbinic interest in these gender ambiguous categories is largely legal, since halacha was structured for a world in which most people were either male or female. Applying the law to individuals who didn't fall neatly into one of those categories was challenging. As Rabbi Yosef remarks in this same chapter of the Mishnah, the androgynos is a unique creature, and the sages cannot decide about him. In many cases, the androgynos is lumped together with other kinds of non-binary persons, as well as other marginalized populations, including women, slaves, the disabled, and minors. Does that sound familiar?
It really does. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm. For example, concerning participation in the three pilgrimage festivals, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, during which the Jews of antiquity would travel to the temple in Jerusalem, the Mishnah of Shagiga opens, all are obligated on the three pilgrimage festivals to appear in the temple and sacrifice an offering, except for a deaf mute, an imbecile, and a minor, and a tum-tum, and androgynos, women and slaves who are not emancipated, and the lame, the blind, the sick, and the old, and the one who is unable to ascend to Jerusalem on his own legs. It sounds like what they're fucking doing today.
Exactly.
How they're even like how they're coming against disability, autism, LGBTQIA, trans, non-binary, immigrants, like this whole fucking list right here. As this Mishnah indicates, it is only healthy, free adult men who are obligated to appear at the temple to observe the pilgrimage festivals. People who are not adult men and men who are enslaved, are too old or unwell to make the journey, are exempt. As we have already stated, the androgynos was not the only person of ambiguous gender identified by the rabbis. Similarly, am I saying that word right? Similarly, the rabbis
Similarly.
say it again.
Similarly.
Similarly, I can't
Yeah.
fucking say this word.
Say it again, thinker.
It's adorable.
Similarly.
Oh my god. Say it slow.
Similarly.
Similarly.
Yeah, similarly.
It
Similarly.
is a tongue twister.
It is.
Fuck this word. Oh
Just
my
say
god.
in the same way.
Yeah. In the same way, the rabbis recognized one whose sexual characteristics are lacking or difficult to determine, called a tumtum. In the Mishnah from Bit Kurim, we cited earlier, Rabbi Yosei, who said the androgynos was legally challenging for the sages, said that the tum-tum was much easier to figure out. The rabbis also recognized that some people's sexual characteristics can change with puberty, either naturally or through intervention. Less common than the androgynos and tum-tum, but still found throughout rabbinic texts, are the Elonit, who is born with organs identified as female at birth, but develops no secondary sexual characteristics at all or male characteristics, and starts the Saris, who is born with male identified organs, but develops no secondary sexual characteristics at all or female characteristics. These changes can happen naturally over time, Saris Hama, or with human intervention, Saris Adam. So they've been knowing about trans people this whole fucking time. They've been knowing about
That's what I was just
non-binary
about.
trans people this whole fucking time.
Right. So when the Christians tell us they're just coming up with this stuff, inventing all this, no, they are not. There's nothing new under the sun. No, well, I'm curious about that last sentence that you just read about without human intervention with the Adam. What does that mean?
So, okay, so in antiquity, they used to, when someone was androgynous, depending on the type of gender they had, they could by the time they were 8, I believe, or before they were 8, the parent could decide what gender the child was going to be.
Okay.
Yeah, which, so human intervention would have been what the Midrash is saying happened with Abraham and Sarah. Before they became Abraham and Sarah, they were Abram and Sarah, and when they were Abram and Sarah, they were androgynous, they were intersex. Abraham, I think it's Isaiah 52. Isaiah 52. Is it 51 maybe? Hold on now. Listen to, yeah. So it's Isaiah 51 is what the rabbis say. Listen to me. This is kind of like the Psalms 139 we just read, but listen to me, you who pursue righteousness, you who seek the Lord. Look to the rock from which you were hewn. And that's saying Abraham, right? Abraham was hewn out of rock. They're saying that this is where Abraham became a male into the quarry from which you were dug. So his penis was dug out of the place where there was no male, no sexual organs. Then it says, look to Abraham your father and to Sarah who bore you. So look to the rock from which you were hewn is Abraham's penis getting constructed by Abraham, and to the quarry from which you were dug is Sarah's womb being uh, created by Yahweh. And like it follows it by look to Abraham your father and to Sarah who bore you. That's what the rabbis use to say that Abraham and Sarah were created, male and female, by the God, and that's why Sarah was barren, because she was intersex.
Wow. And when the scripture talks about, or not the scripture, but what you were just reading talks
Where are
about
the
the
comments on?
development of sex, I don't know. They've been out for a while.
Can we turn the comments back on?
To get to 500, but it got
I can't
Can't
hear
hear
you.
you,
What'd you say?
Lawrence.
What you say, Lawrence?
no. I said I thought somebody turned them off to get to 500, but it's over 500 and they haven't come. Lydia.
Thank you.
When what you were reading mentioned secondary male or female characteristics, what is that referring to?
Let's see where it says in the Saris, which is another gender, who is born with male identified organs but develops no secondary sexual characteristics at all, or female characteristics. So they were born with male identified organs, but they didn't develop any secondary sexual characteristics that were male or female.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what a secondary sexual characteristic would be, but if they had male identified organs, um,
I'm wondering if that's just mannerisms. If it's that's just
probably.
personality. Like you have a penis, but your mannerisms are more feminine. I'm wondering because I'm like, what is a secondary sexual characteristic? Is it a desire, a sexual desire?
Well, it says these changes can happen naturally over time, which would be called saris hama, or with human intervention, saris adam. And so I'm wondering if it's like they had male, like a penis, but they didn't develop the biceps, like they didn't have testosterone to get the muscles, or the biceps, or the facial hair, or
Or a
what
woman
other
didn't
sexual.
develop. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, is it sexual when they say secondary sexual characteristics? What the fuck is a sexual characteristic? Breast in a woman?
I can see that as breast as a woman, but what kind of sexual characteristics do men have other than their penis?
Right. That's why I'm wondering if it's about like just how you move, how you engage with, like if your primary I'm thinking about it from the standpoint of people thinking the quote unquote natural order BS that believers often like to point to as the reason they are against the same sex relationships. But if the mindset is this is, okay, men are attracted to women, you have a penis, then a secondary sexual characteristic would be you being attracted to women. Well, that secondary sexual characteristic doesn't demonstrate itself because you are not attracted to women. I don't know. Cause what other, like to your point, breast would definitely be a secondary sexual if you were being just, very basic about it. Because breasts are not necessarily intended for sexual pleasure, like they're mammary glands. But I know how men think, so I'll be interested to know what they mean by that.
Somebody in the comments said secondary are development changes after puberty. Um,
Oh, it's puberty.
They said, y'all are right. It's breasts for women and muscle mass and beards for men.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they had a penis, but they didn't. Nothing else looked male.
Mm.
And then it said or female. It says these changes can happen naturally over time, and that would be a saris hama, or with human intervention, a saris adam. For the rabbis, what is most significant about the Elonit and the Saris is that in the Saris is that they are presumed infertile. The latter is sometimes translated as eunuch.
Wow.
Yeah. They're in the Bible. Their inability to have offspring creates legal complications. The rabbi addressed, for example, a woman who is 20 years old who did not grow 2 pubic hairs shall bring proof. What?
What?
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hold
What
on.
the fuck?
What? A woman a woman who is 20 years old who did not grow 2 pubic hairs shall bring proof that she is 20 years old, and from that point forward she assumes the status of an alienate. If she marries and her husband dies childless, she neither performs halitza nor does she enter into the levirate marriage. A woman who reaches the age of 20 without visible signs of puberty, in particular pubic hair, is deemed an alienate who is infertile. According to this Mishnah, she may still marry, but it is not expected that she will bear children. Therefore, if her husband dies and the couple is in fact childless, his brother is not obligated to marry her, as would normally be required by the law of levirate marriage. A non-binary person who does not have the same halakhic status as a male or female, but is something else that is best described as ambiguous or in between, presented a halakhic challenge that was not particularly foreign for the rabbis. And halakhic is just the law, the Torah. Who discuss analogs in the animal and plant kingdoms. For example, the rabbinic texts describe a koi as an animal that is somewhere between wild and domesticated. And an etrog, yes, that beautiful citron that is essential for Sukkot, as between a fruit and a vegetable. Because they don't fit neatly into common categories, the koi and the etrog require special halakhic consideration. The rabbinic understanding of the world was that most categories, be they animal, vegetable, or mineral, are imperfect descriptors of the world, either as it is or as it should be. What the fuck is a koi? I gotta see this right quick.
Are they spelling it KOI?
Uh-huh.
It was a fish, but that couldn't be what they were talking about.
I'm gonna see, because I know that they called the San people koi san, and it was supposed to be like a slur. Yep, it's a fish. Koi is an informal name for the colored variants of carp kept for ornamental purposes. But that's all I see is a fish, and that's in Japan.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm wondering. What are they referring to as a koi?
I hope they weren't talking about our ancestors. It says koi in the Middle East likely refers to either a koi water barn in Dubai, a specialist Japanese koi fish center for the Middle East market, or a potential misunderstanding involving koi, meaning village in Turkish, from restaurants like koi. I don't know. There ain't no animal other than that fish in Asia. So I have no idea. But it says, for example, the rabbinic texts describe a koi as an animal that is somewhere between wild and domesticated.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You can't domesticate a fucking fish, so it can't be talking about that.
I hope they're not talking about our ancestors, because they called them koi
Oh,
san. That's
oh my
why
goodness.
that's why, like, sometimes Bantu speaking people would say, don't say koi san, just call them san people. Because I didn't understand how koi was seen as a slur, but now I do. Now that makes sense. Because I thought Khoisan was the proper name for them, but it's just San people. And that makes sense.
Interesting.
Yeah. And the fact that they're saying it's somewhere between wild and domesticated. And did you see that interview where they said black people were domesticated pets?
Yeah. When that guy was asking how did he see black people.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You said there are Khoi people and San people. It says the Khoi people can refer to the Khoi Nation of southeastern Pomo tribe in California. Let's see, Khoi people in South Africa. It has them listed as Khoisan on Google. Coco is Coco. The Khoi or Coco people are indigenous pastoralists of South Africa, part of the broader Khoisan. So they're still Khoisan, right?
Quan just said the colonizers combined two groups of people into one.
Oh, okay. Including San hunter-gatherers known for their distinctive click languages. But the Kokoi isn't spelled Koi like it's spelled here. Theirs is Khoi, right? In South Africa. They're Khoi, not Koi. Yeah, the Koi is an animal. This is Koi. No, that's okay, heretic. I don't want to get stuck on that. Um, this is different. This is Koi, not Khoi. Yeah. So the only animal I see as Koi is a fish. But it says that the koi as an animal that is somewhere between wild and domesticated, and an etrog, that beautiful citron that is essential for Sukkot, as between a fruit and a vegetable. Because they don't fit neatly into common categories, the koi and the etrog require special halakhic consideration. The rabbinic understanding of the world was that most categories, be they animal, vegetable, or mineral, are imperfect descriptors of the world, either as it is or as it should be. In recent decades, queer Jews and allies have sought to reinterpret the seven genders of the Talmud as a way of reclaiming a positive space for non-binary Jews in the tradition. The starting point is that while it is true that the Talmud understands gender to largely operate on a binary axis, the rabbis clearly understood that not everyone fits into those categories. It has it spelled both ways, dispatch, but it's not the one here. The one in this article is Koi for the animal that they're saying that was domesticated. Hey, Missy Tippy. Y'all, are we done early? Well, it's been about an hour since we've had anybody request up.
I know it. Nobody's been in the box.
I think that conversation that we had with that young lady um, really made some believers think.
How did I was, I wake up about 4 or 5. How did the conversation start? Like, what was her stance? I know she came up, I'm sure, in support of the God, but did she think slavery wasn't in the Bible?
No, like she originally started out saying that everything was good in the garden. She said that the serpent was not literal; it was Eve's mind. Yeah, and then I asked, well, when he cursed Eve's seed and the serpent seed with to contend against each other, was he saying Eve was gonna go batshit crazy? So then she changed her stance on that and said, okay, it is meant to be a literal serpent. And then she said that the garden was perfect or all good, that there couldn't have been a hole in the ground for there to be anything evil or bad in the garden. And then I asked her like what was Adam created for? We 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 She didn't know he was created to cultivate, and she didn't know what that was. And I said, well, when she learned that it was farming, I was like, do farmers put holes in the ground? And she was like, oh, okay, so we'll take that back. But her whole stance was that he didn't want them to have a moral consciousness to protect them, and she was like saying it was moral innocence, and that the God was to be their foundation for morality. And so Adam and Eve only knew good because the God was good. And so we were walking through different commands of the God. And when we got to child sacrifice and we did Ezekiel 25 and 20, she added the word over. She kept adding over into I gave them statutes. You know where it says
Uh-huh.
she kept adding
So,
I gave them over to statutes that I knew. And I was like, why are you adding that? And she was like, that in the Hebrew. I said, you read Hebrew? No. I said, well, I do. Like, why are you saying that? Because that's not true. So then she started saying it's implied that he means that he gave them over to those statutes, not that he gave them statutes. Like, I'm constantly asking her, what does I gave them mean? So we went from child sacrifice to slavery to all of this, like all of his immoral acts, for her to say that she still believes that it was to protect them. And then you came in.
I mean, the number of times that they will read a thing in this book and then tell us after they've clearly told themselves that the words they just read mean something completely different just baffles my mind. Because and if you are a believer, like, and you haven't read this book, right? You've been going to church and you've been listening to your preachers tell you what to believe is in this book and how to understand what is in this book. When you read it, on what basis are you telling me that these words don't mean what they mean? And on what basis are you telling yourself that too? Like, I think at a certain point, you've got to start asking yourself that if that's what the book meant, why wouldn't it say that? If it meant give them over to, why wouldn't it say give them over to? But they're so far removed from reality and when it comes to accepting how this book was put together, that I don't know that they're even mentally just cognizant enough of how they engage with this book to adjust how they read it. That's the craziest part to me, because nothing else is read that way. Like, if your boss sends you an email and that email says, oh, as after the next pay period, everybody's going to get a 5% raise. You can read that as 10% if you want to, but in that check is going to be a 5% increase, not a 10% increase, because it said 5%. If the book says, this is the move that I've made, this is what I've done, here's the plan, carry it out, why do you then go back and reread that to say, this is the move that I allowed this person to make, and, X, Y, and Z? They just change shit to protect their narrative and then wonder why we don't see it the way that they do. I don't get that. And most of them, I mean, when I was listening to her talk, like, at least she was conceding to what the book said and conceding to most of the logical entailments. But it did seem as though she was just kind of struggling with herself, coming to grips with the reality that she worships a God that's not in this book. She believes things about the nature of a God that is not reflected in the pages of this book.
Yeah, she kept trying to say that it was not sacrifice. In Leviticus 27, the votive offerings, she kept trying to say
Mm-hmm.
that wasn't sacrifice. And she was just denying everything. And I think like it is exactly like what you were saying. Like she was not liking coming to grips that the God that she worships is the same God that condoned the type of slavery that she sees as immoral, and that she actually disagrees, you know, with the God. But she kept telling me, she kept adding stuff. That wasn't the only time that she was adding to the text. She kept adding stuff to the text whenever we would read it. And the believers in the comments, when I would read it word for word, the believers kept saying I was adding stuff and she wasn't. Like, it was irritating me so bad how they could accuse me of doing what she was doing and deny that she was doing what she was doing.
When the words are right there in front of everybody. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that just shows the level of dissonance that they work with on a daily basis.
Yep, and it is so frustrating that it's frustrating, when it's happening to you at that very moment. And it's like, how are y'all saying that I'm adding to the text when it's her? Like, you don't see the word over there.
Mm-hmm.
And I even read it to her in Hebrew because she tried to say that it does say it in Hebrew, and I'm like, where? Which word?
Yeah, it's infuriating. Bash was talking to somebody on Zena's Live last night, going through Genesis 1, trying to point out that God did it. The book doesn't say that God made the water. It doesn't say that. It says he made the heaven. It says he made the earth. Like, he was literally going through it verse by verse. And it's like, you just admit that there's nothing in here that says he made the water. And he would not. He was like, no, the water is on the earth. So therefore he made the water too. And he just would not walk through the logic with Bash. He just insisted on believing what he needed the text to say as opposed to what it actually said.
She was even like, we even went through, she kept saying that the God don't contradict himself, and I was like, yes he does. And I would just answer her and move on, and she kept saying it. And I had mentioned the Davidic covenant, and I said he contradicts himself when through the prophet Nathan, when he gives the unconditional promise to Nathan to communicate to David that his throne will last forever. She tried to say that the throne, the Davidic kingdom is still here through Jesus. And we went through Nathan's prophecy to David, and it literally states that it would come from, that the heir would come from his body, from his actual body, and it would be a son, and that there will always be a son to sit on the throne. He promised him a house. He promised him a kingdom, like a literal kingdom. And I said, Jesus ain't a house. Jesus ain't a kingdom. Jesus never sat on a throne. And I brought up the fact that in the New Testament, there are two lines for Jesus. One built through Solomon that leads to David. One built through Nathan that leads to David. So she kept trying to say that Luke's line says Mary. And I'm like, where do you see Mary's name? And she kept trying to assert, yes, she kept trying to assert that Luke 3:23 was saying that Heli was Mary's father. And I said, it literally says he was the son, as was thought of Joseph, son of Heli. I said, it says that Joseph is Heli's son. And she was like, that's Mary's line. And she said that Luke is Mary's line and Matthew is Joseph's line. And so we sat here for, I would say, about 30 minutes while she looked for research to back up her claim that Heli is Mary's father. She couldn't find anything. So eventually I just said, let's just say it is. Let's just say, because she eventually said that it says Joseph's son-in-law of Heli. And I said, it doesn't say that either. And I said, let's just say it says that. Is Mary and Joseph kin? Are they cousins? And she said, probably. I said, does your God have a law against incest? And she said, yeah. I said, okay, another contradiction. No matter how you spin this, it's going to be a contradiction. And then she said, it doesn't matter that Nathan was never king, that if Jesus goes through the line of Nathan, it doesn't matter that Nathan was never king. He was still royalty because he was Solomon's son. I said, it does matter because there's succession. She was like, it doesn't matter. I said, how would Jesus become king if his line never sat on the throne?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Yep.
And then when they make these additions and they make these edits to what the words mean, in order to fit their narrative, they don't even do it consistently. Because if son means son-in-law in that particular reference, where else does it mean son-in-law? And when do you decide that it means son-in-law? It's the same thing with the story in Genesis when they try to say, oh, God didn't lie because a day to God is like 1,000 years. Okay, well, then does that mean creation was 6,000 years instead of 6 days? Like, where does the application of this exception apply? And if it's only in this particular instance so that your story stays cohesive, your story isn't cohesive.
She was saying that women were not listed in lineages, and then she read an article that said that there were 4 women listed within the lineage of Jesus. And Bash came up and was like you just really debunked yourself by even reading that, because just the mention that there are 4 women listed in the lineage of Jesus, but it didn't list his mama's line. It didn't list Mary.
Yeah, that should be the first lineage mentioned if we're talking about his actual mother.
Exactly. So I just it had to jump to the incest one because she wasn't gonna let that go. She was very adamant that it said Joseph's son-in-law of Heli. At first she was trying to say it said Mary, and then she was adamant that it said son-in-law. So I had to jump to like the incest part. Queenie, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? But I will say, like, at first she, was kind of getting beside herself, but she calmed down. And so it was a conversation with a believer that was able to, stay calm from a place of disagreeing, you know.
Right.
So I will give her that. But yeah.
If we do end early, I'm going to go back and listen to it.
Yeah. I don't know why they think the book doesn't contradict. Like, I had to ask her because I summarized everything and I said, we're back at, with everything that we talked about. Was it control or protection? And she answered protection again. And then she said, I don't see why you're saying that if he commanded them to, to do evil, that they would do evil because God doesn't command them to do evil. After we talked about the God commanding rape, after the God commanded slavery, like we went through all of that. And I just had to ask her, is this I said, I'm asking you seriously, is this a strong case of cognitive dissonance? Or are you just saying that you don't understand? And then she repeated what I said. And then she said, I do have to say, I do see what you're saying now. So that let me know that she was
Really?
she was just denying it for the sake of defending her belief. It wasn't cognitive dissonance.
Interesting.
Yeah. So sometimes they just be playing in our damn face. It ain't cognitive dissonance. They just are flat out lying and rejecting it because they don't want to accept it.
Because I think the moment you recognize the dissonance, right, like it becomes your choice to hold on to it. Because there are 2 conflicting belief systems held simultaneously. If you recognize that they're conflicting and you keep the conflict, then it's a choice at that point. You're just choosing incoherence. And that's okay. if for you, I hate that for you, but go off, queen. But what you can't do is then tell me that son of means son-in-law of. Because if it meant son-in-law of, it would have said son-in-law.
Yeah, I don't see any reason for it to not to. Let's see. Yeah. Y'all, the guest box is open. I'm gonna go live from my main account just to nurture the account at 8:03. So if we can keep it going over here for another 30 minutes, I would appreciate it. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. Fee and I have been up here talking our asses off because nobody has requested in over an hour.
No, God think you're giving us a story time and
Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
What time? The sub only live is at 3 Eastern or 4 Eastern tomorrow. Which one is it?
4 Eastern.
4 Eastern. Okay. I'm looking forward to that discussion because I of course I knew who King Manasseh was, but I did not know those stories deviated from each other to the extent that they do.
Have you already found the the differences and stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, I've written them down. I've read through both chapters in Kings and Chronicles. What I haven't read yet is Francesca's. How many pages of or how many chapters of that are we going to be reviewing? I want to know how far to read.
It's just the first chapter. And I think
Okay.
it's really just her introduction on him.
Okay. Yes, interesting.
Hey, Jarian.
Hey y'all, I just wanted to come up to say that your story is going to be live Sunday
Okay.
on the website just for a little while. I just need to get some uptick and that we are in print. So your story will be on We Are Clayton magazine. I'm so proud to say that on Sunday.
Yay. I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. So I just wanted to come up to let the nerds know that. Go ahead and break my website, please. Go and look up the story. I'm going to provide a link, though. As soon as I put it up, I'm going to email you the link, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Y'all have a good today.
You too,
You
Miss
too.
Sherry.
All right.
Emperor DNA, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Oop, I meant to bring up Selena. Emperor DNA, did you come up on purpose or on accident?
No, I just had one question. I would like for you and Fee to break down for me. Give me a little insight on your thoughts on it.
What's that?
Um, if King David' grandmother is a Moabite, would that make King David a Moabite as well?
There is actually some scholarly articles on this where David is saying I was formed in what do you say? What's that? I was formed in iniquity. What's that scripture in the womb?
Psalms 51.
Yeah, what they're saying that is referring to him being half Moabite, that his mom was Moabite. I mean his grandmother was Moabite. Uh let's see what he say. What does he say? He says something about his mom.
I used to know it off the top of my head on Psalms 51. I was formed in iniquity, and then sin did my mother conceive me, something like that.
Yeah. Something about his father was an Israelite. Hold on, let me pull up the article. Okay, here we go. The mother of David. It says, um, Psalm 69. Save me, O God, for the waters threaten to engulf me. I'm wearied by my calling out, and my throat is dry. I've lost hope and waiting. More numerous than the hairs on my head are those who hate me without reason. Must I then repay what I have stolen? Mighty are those who cut me down, who are my enemies without cause. O God, you know my folly, and my unintended wrongs are not hidden from you. It is your sake that I have borne disgrace, that humiliation covers my face. I have become a stranger to my brothers, an alien to my mother's sons. Out of envy for your house they ravished me. The disgraces of those who revile you have fallen upon me. Those who sit by the gate talk about me. I am the taunt of drunkards. Disgrace breaks my heart, and I am left deathly sick. I hope for solace, but there is none, and for someone to comfort me, but I find none. They put gall into my meal and give me vinegar to quench my thirst. This psalm describes the life of a poor, despised, and lowly individual who lacks even a single friend to comfort him. It is the voice of a tormented soul who has experienced untold humiliation and disgrace. Through no apparent cause of his own, he is surrounded by enemies who wish to cut him down. Even his own brothers are strangers to him, ravaging and reviling him. Amazingly, this is the voice of the mighty King David, righteous and beloved servant of God, feared and awed by all. King David had many challenges throughout his life, but at what point did this great individual feel so alone, so disgraced, and so undeserving of love and friendship? What caused King David to face such an intense whatever that word is, to be shunned by his own brothers in his home, by the Torah sages who sat him in the judgment at the gates, and by the drunkards on the street corners? What had King David done to arouse such ire and contempt? And what was there was there no one at this time in his life who would provide him love, comfort, and friendship? This psalm, in which King David passionately gives voice to the heaviest burdens of his soul, refers to a period of 28 years from his earliest childhood until he was coronated as king of the people of Israel by the prophet Samuel. David was born into the illustrious family of Yeshai, who served as the head of the Sanhedrin, and was one of the most distinguished leaders of his generation. Yeshai was a man of such greatness that the Talmud observes that Yeshai was one of only 4 righteous individuals who died solely due to the instigation of the serpent. What? Only because death was decreed upon the human race when Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge at the serpent's instigation, not due to any sin or flaw of his own. David was the youngest in his family, which included 7 other illustrious and charismatic brothers. Yet when David was born, this prominent family greeted his birth with utter derision and contempt. As David describes quite literally in the psalm, I was a stranger to my brothers, a foreigner to my mother's sons. They put gall in my meal, and they gave me vinegar to quench my thirst. David was not permitted to eat with the rest of his family, but was assigned to a separate table in the corner. He was given the task of shepherd because they hoped that a wild beast would come and kill him while he was performing his duties, and for this reason was sent to pasture in dangerous areas full of lions and bears. Only one individual throughout David's youth was pained by his unjustified plight and felt a deep and unconditional bond of love for the child whom she alone knew was undoubtedly pure. This was King David's mother, Nitzevet Bat Adeo, who felt the intensity of her youngest child's pain and rejection as her own. Torn and anguished by David's unwarranted degradation, yet powerless to stop it, Nitzevet stood by the sidelines in solidarity with him, shunned herself as she too cried rivers of tears, awaiting the time when justice would be served. It would take 28 long years of assault and rejection, suffering and degradation until that justice would finally begin to materialize. Why was young David so reviled by his brothers and people? To understand the hatred directed toward David, we need to investigate the inner workings behind the events, the secret episodes that aren't recorded in the prophetic books but are alluded to in the Midrash. David's father, Yishai, was the grandson of Boaz and Ruth. After several years of marriage to his wife, Nitzevet, and after having raised several virtuous children, Yeshai began to entertain personal doubts about his ancestry. True, he was the leading Torah authority of his day, but his grandmother Ruth was a convert from the nation of Moab, as related in the book of Ruth. During Ruth's lifetime, many individuals were doubtful about the legitimacy of her marriage to Boaz. The Torah specifically forbids an Israelite to marry a Moabite convert. Since this is the nation that cruelly refused the Jewish people passage through their land, or food and drink to purchase when they wandered in the desert after being freed from Egypt. Boaz and the sages understood this law, as per the classic interpretation transmitted in the oral Torah, as forbidding intermarriage with converted male Moabites, who were the ones responsible for the cruel conduct, while exempting female Moabite converts. With this marriage to Ruth, Boaz hoped to clarify and publicize this Torah law, which was still unknown to the masses. Boaz died the night after his marriage with Ruth. Ruth had conceived and subsequently gave birth to their son Oved, the father of Yeshai, which is Jesse. Some rabble rousers at the time claimed that Boaz's death verified that his marriage to Ruth the Moabite had indeed been forbidden. Time would prove differently. Well, all these people out here waiting for a Boaz. Good grief, the man died the night after they were married. Time would prove indifferently. Once Oved, so called because he was a true Oved, servant of God, and later Yishai and his offspring were born, their righteous conduct and prestigious positions proved the legitimacy of their ancestry. It was impossible that men of such caliber could have descended from a forbidden union. However, later in his life, doubt gripped at Yeshai's heart, gnawing away at the very foundation of his existence. Being the sincere individual that he was, his integrity compelled him to action. If Yeshai's status was questionable, he was not permitted to remain married to his wife, a veritable Israelite. Disregarding the personal sacrifice, Yeshai decided the only solution would be to separate from her. No longer engaging in marital relations, Yeshai's children were aware of this separation. After a number of years had passed, Yeshai longed for a child whose ancestry would be unquestionable. His plan was to engage in relations with his Canaanite maidservant. He said to her, "I will be freeing you conditionally if my status as a Jew is legitimate. Then you are freed as a proper Jewish convert to marry me. If, however, my status is blemished and I have the legal status of a Moabite convert forbidden to marry an Israelite, I am not giving you your freedom. But as a Shifkanite, a Canaanite maidservant, you may marry a Moabite convert." The maidservant was aware of the anguish of her mistress Nitzevet. She understood her pain in being separated from her husband for so many years. She knew all well of Nitzevet's longing for more children. The empathetic maidservant secretly approached Nitzevet and informed her of Yeshai's plan, suggesting a bold counterplan. "Let us learn from your ancestors and replicate their actions. Switch places with me tonight, just as Leah did with Rachel." With a prayer on her lips that her plan succeed, Nitzevet took the place of her maidservant. That night, Nitzevet conceived. Yeshai remained unaware of the switch. After 3 months, Nitzevet's pregnancy became obvious, and since her sons wished to kill their apparently adulterous mother and the illegitimate fetus that she carried. Nitzaveh, for her part, would not embarrass her husband by revealing the truth of what had occurred. Like her ancestress Tamar, who was prepared to be burned alive rather than embarrass Judah, Nitzaveh chose a vow of silence, and like Tamar, Nitzaveh would be rewarded for her silence with a child of greatness who would be the forebearer of Moshiach. Unaware of the truth behind his wife's pregnancy, but having compassion on her, Yeshai ordered his sons not to touch her. Do not kill her. Instead, let the child that will be born be treated as a lowly and despised servant. In this way, everyone will realize that his status is questionable, and as an illegitimate child, he will not marry an Israelite. From the time of his birth onwards, then, Nitzaveh's son was treated by his brothers as an abominable outcast. Noting the conduct of his brothers, the rest of the community assumed that this youth was a treacherous sinner full of unspeakable guilt. On the infrequent occasions that Nitzaveh's son would return from the pastures to his home in Bayit Lachem, he was shunned by the townspeople. If something was lost or stolen, he was accused as the natural culprit and ordered, in other words, of the psalm, to repay what I have not stolen. Eventually, the entire lineage of Yeshai, which is Jesse, was questioned, as well as the basis of the original law of the Moabite convert. People claimed that all the positive qualities of Boaz became manifest in Jesse and his illustrious 7 sons, while all the negative character traits from Ruth, the Moabite, clung to the despicable youngest son, David. So yeah, David. According to this midrash, David is half Moabite.
So when it comes to the scripture where God says that no Moabite will ever inherit heard or no, it says something about never enter the congregation or something like that forever, then why would he choose a Moabite, which is David's grandmother, and then select David from that lineage to become king over the Israelites? He contradicted himself because the scripture says that God doesn't change. And if he doesn't change, then he basically changed when he said that no Moabite will ever enter into the assembly, and he allowed that lineage to become the lineage which David came through and supposedly Jesus came through.
Yeah, that is another contradiction. There is, I think, in Deuteronomy, where he does send them to. No, that's the Edomites, not the Moabites. I don't think so. Um, did he ever overturn it? No, he never turns it. That's the Edomites that he tells them to go, and that they are his brothers. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to, kind of ask you, and I definitely appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and step down, but that's what I was just curious about that particular part right there.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Appreciate you.
Mhm. Zuri, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I'm gonna guess an accident. Yeah, we got 13 minutes to go before we go back over to the other account. It's hard to believe that everybody in here are non-believers. You think there was over 400 non-believers in here?
No, it's definitely believers in here.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know if they
They
don't.
sitting in here watching.
I'm so hungry.
Me too. I just made a cup of coffee. I'm gonna drink this and then figure out what I want to eat for breakfast.
I'm trying to research to see what it says. It says there are three internal strategies that offers an answer to this. Assembly does not equal lineage. Legal versus royal. The ban is about entering the hall, the assembly. It does not have an explicit ban on marriage, descendants, or kingship. Ruth is a counter text. Ruth is written as a direct rebuttal to the exclusionary laws. She shows loyalty, chesed. She embraces Israel's God, and she upholds covenant values better than any Israelite. And David's legitimacy is political, it's not legal. David becomes king because he is chosen, he is successful, he consolidates power, and the prophets back him. So the Moabites were barred from the assembly, not from kingship. That's what this is saying. But don't the king have to enter into the? But the assembly is the Israelites itself, and like the king is the ruler of the assembly. That doesn't make any sense. That don't make no sense.
So they're saying that the king can't enter the assembly, or
Well, he's not supposed to be able to because of the ban is about entering the hall, the assembly, civic authority, cultic participation, and legal standing. So how can he be a king if he can't participate in cultic participation? Civic authority went to the judges. It didn't go to the
right.
king anyway. But cult participation, like as a king, you would have to participate in that.
So I know you were talking about how the um creation story is one of them's written by the North and one's written by the South.
Uh,
Would that explain all of the contradictions? Okay.
the contradictions is because there are multiple authors, right? Like even with kind of like what we're dealing with right now with the Manasseh narrative. Well,
Okay.
I don't want to
That's
get into the
okay.
Manasseh narrative. I don't want to get into that. The Davidic covenant is a good one, right? You
No, I'm
have
not. Yeah, I'm not going.
the Davidic covenant.
I said yeah.
Yeah, we have the Deuteronomist authors, and then you have the royal court scribes writing. So you have that, and then you have the authors of the book of Jeremiah and the chroniclers, all writing about the same story, and they all write something
I
different.
was about to ask that.
And the psalmist. You have Psalms 89, the author of Psalms 89, and then the author of Psalms 132. And they all write something different. So that's about 6 different authors right there. So that's where the contradictions come from. It's not univocal.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Jeez.
There should be in the drive.
Um.
I mean, they're listed on the syllabus, Jay. And they've been put in the Discord. What were you gonna say, Selena?
No, I was about to tell you what Jay was asking.
Yeah, they're in the syllabus, in the Discord as well. Hey, Oso.
Good morning.
Hey, Oso, happy Friday.
Oh,
Happy Friday. Good morning.
Happy
why are
Friday,
you laughing like
also.
that?
I went to sleep and woke up real nonchalant.
What?
I'm so nonchalant now.
Oh
He's
my
probably the guy
god.
from Zena's Live last night.
Oh, he was saying that.
Monotone Michael.
Yeah, that part.
Zena was live for a long time yesterday.
Yeah, I couldn't
Uh,
sleep. I woke up in some Christian's Live yelling something about, you know how, I don't know why TikTok just drops you in somebody else's waiting room.
They just throw you in people's
Yeah.
stuff.
I'm like, fix your algorithm, TikTok. What makes you think I would go from Zena's Live to this one?
Were
To
they
this.
preaching?
When Zena.
Yes. Because I woke up, I was like, who the fuck is yelling like this? And I'm like, this cannot be. I know this ain't on Zena's panel with no Christian going off like this.
Lord have
And Zena
mercy.
called your name, and I say you know what time it
Oh,
is.
that's news to me.
She's like,
Y'all know.
"D, you got last thoughts?"
Oh.
It
There
was so
there
funny.
was a
She was like, "Yeah."
there was a video yesterday that I saw of a believer giving predictions for 2026, and all she kept saying was, "This is gonna be your year, and God's gonna guide you in this year, and He's gonna bless you in this year, and you gotta walk alone. Nobody needs to know what you're doing. You gotta keep it a secret." And like she just kept saying like the same thing over and over and over again. It was like very vague shit, and I'm
mm,
I'm like they fall for that type of message every damn time, and
mm,
it's always them in their car giving that type of message. Like God told me to tell you that 2026 is going to be your year. And you gotta, no one, people around you aren't going to know. They're not going to understand what your assignment is. You gotta walk alone. Don't tell nobody what you're doing and keep it a secret. Like, it's all the same shit. I hear increase, increase, increase every damn year. Yeah, they were. Like it went viral. Like all you gotta do. I actually thought about doing one of those videos and at the end saying, I'm just playing, I'm an atheist. Y'all just like what's the difference between me saying it and a believer?
that would be really good, though.
But I think they know my ass already though. They would know
Put on
that I was
a
fucking
put on some glasses that got a nose and a mustache.
She Humpty Hump.
yeah, they definitely wouldn't think that was a joke. They would know. They would already know. They'd be like, bitch, stop playing with us.
She said, God told me to tell you if you was a Gemini.
Selena, you should do it though. Since your face isn't on the
I'm
stage.
thinking about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you should do it. You should be like, I see
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
increase, and then at the end, like hype him up, and then at the end, be like, I'm just playing, like I'm an atheist, but tell me, like, did you hit like
I'm dead.
before? Did you comment amen before? Like, what's the difference between now and then?
I'm gonna be so mad. Witch hunt.
Right? So it's like I'm just joking, but like I want to know, like what I want to know what the like what they think, like when they find out that it's you, like that it's coming from an atheist, like what's gonna be their response? Like, did you go back and take your like back? Did you delete your comment? Like, what happened? Did you believe it until you found out I was an atheist? Did you just
Block me.
automatically accept it? Did you feel God? Did you say hallelujah? Did you say amen?
She's a non-believer.
Yeah.
They
Um,
probably thought that God sent the video to their timeline because they needed that message in that moment.
Yep.
Well, he's using the devil, so what do you do with that?
Right.
yep. Afromax, we actually talked about it yesterday. I think it's crazy that, believers are infringing on the non-existent free will of the monks to walk for peace. I think just somebody walking for peace, uh, even though it's not in the name of their Jesus, upsetting believers is a for sure fire sign that it's about um, authority and like a competition uh, for their God that they see that they need to win. Um, like superiority of God than anything, because I mean they're not harming anybody. All they're doing is walking, and Christians are bothering them because they're walking in just the name of peace and not in the name of their God. Is crazy. What you cooking? Sure
I
sounds
think it
good.
shows. I think it shows exactly what.
Okay. What time you get off? Okay. What you say?
I said, I think it shows what we say here all the time, that it's not about the destination. It's about the vehicle you ride in to get to the destination. If it were about the destination, if it were truly about peace, if it was truly about achieving like a world where people are safe, where children are safe, everybody's fed and taken care of, and we want a world where folks can live their lives in the way that they want to live them peacefully. If that was the goal, how we achieve that, as long as it's through peaceful means, should be approved. But I look at the comments in one of I think it's the video you sent me, Thinker. And somebody made the comment, no, as a Christian, we have to, how did they say? It's something along the lines of, we have to stop people from making mistakes. We have to show them the right way to go. And like the amount of control that you see exemplified in in that comment section in that video from Christians advocating for and supporting the ridiculous behavior of the person in that video tells us everything we need to know about what their true motivations are. It's not about achieving peace. They don't even think we can. So anything that humans do towards the efforts of achieving peace on this planet by our own means, it has to be thwarted by believers, because they need us to accept that Jesus is the only way to achieve peace. So, I mean, it's stupid, but it tracks their logic, which, I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot of thinking to do that, but it is counterintuitive. It's incoherent. You say you want peace, but efforts to achieve peace, you block them. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they are quite literally the orchestrators of non-peace. Like that young man that came up and said the other day, who had got shot in the leg, and he said that he thought that, Christians were, the ones that was actually trying to achieve peace on the earth, and he said he realized that they are actually the immoral ones, and causing a lot of harm on the earth. And this is coming from a young man. All right, y'all. We're gonna switch over to the main account and see if we can get some conversations rocking and rolling from our regular audience. I'm gonna fix me a sandwich real quick. So give me 3 minutes, and then I'll be live on the main account.
See y'all over there.
All right. See
See
y'all
y'all at
later.
the house.
All right.